Okay, dude, fuck it. Game Awards time. Once again, when there's like one thing that's going on, there's absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancerous fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are going to watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! Oh, Bob! That's it! Game Awards!
On this anymore because all of you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. Fuck you, dude. Fucking the fucking channel. Fuck, mommy. Sorry, mommy. Sorry, mommy. Sorry, mommy.
Dude, Megaphonics is literally just like hitting the levels of Paris.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is News Day, Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Tuesday, 11/14, Tuesday, May 20th, 2025, and I am right on time. And this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you why I'm right on time, and that's because I am going to tell you about my personal news. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. And that's what I'm going to do. Ended the broadcast last night after, I don't know, like 8 hours, 30 minutes. You know, just some. You were on Seth Meyers last night? Wait, again? Anyway, solid half day, 8 hours and 30 minutes, as you already know. Entertained some silliness online. And also entertained some silliness online, but then also watched Last of Us. I felt like the Last of Us episodes were a little. Last of Us episode, the you know, the emotional terrorism Last of Us episode was like, it's all right. Made me kind of sad. But not that much. Oh, finally, the Oxford Union speech is out. Let's go. All right. Well, in any case, ladies and gentlemen, Oxford speech is finally out. We'll watch it. I forgot that was coming out today. Yeah, no spoilers. It's Last of Us, man. It's a fucking, the entire thing is spoiled already years ago. It's a very popular franchise. But yeah, I watched it. It was all right. I got drafted to DREAMCON Basketball League, and I did not get a lot of love, I will admit, from any of the parties involved. But it's good. It's good that they're undermining me. It's good that they don't have much positive opinions. I do think that the teams are fucking not balanced at all, but it is what it is. God damn it. What was I going to say? I predict to get dunked on. You need a trainer. Yeah, I know. More of the Jordan Klepper interview. Oh, this is just a longer segment, I think, about the next generation, MAGA the next generation. You were the Ludwig of that draft class. I don't know how well other people ball in that class, but anyway, listen, folks. Personal news. Okay, this is related to DREAMCON as well. I played some basketball this morning and I was cooking. Okay, I was actually balling my freaking face off. So make no mistake. Okay, here's the fit pic. You already know. You already know. And look at that left hand. That left hand, he's got excellent control over left hand. That boy right there is 233 pounds, by the way. This boy right here. I'm just saying. Why do people diss this guy so much? He's the ultimate cringe content. Anyone can watch this guy and feel better about themselves. I agree. That's my goal, is to make you feel better about yourself by being a fucking loser. Watch the most recent Fear on podcast. So who's first to have a baby? Who knows? Anyway, look at this, look at this, look at this. Easy. Wait, there's another. Oh no, I cut the video off. Or wait, did I? Oh, that second one also went in. I should have kept the second one in as well. Anyway, whatever. We got, you know, the kid is a baller. Okay, the kid is a baller. The kid's a baller, and so, you know, have you gained side fat recently? Looks like. Jesus Christ, dude. This is why it's like impossible not to develop mental health complications if you're a fucking content creator online. Holy shit. Yeah, I gained weight. I gained weight at fucking France. I started gaining weight when my dad was here, because he was just like feeding me nonstop. He was getting like a bunch of treats and stuff in the house. And I'm very bad at regulating my food intake if it's in front of me. But then also on top of that, when I went to France for like 6 days, I gained a shit ton of fucking weight. And when I came back, I was like 240, and I already dropped off all of the aggressive water weight that I put on. But you know, I'm working at it. Don't worry about it. Don't you fucking worry about it. Okay, let me worry about me. You worry about you. So it's not water weight, it's fuel tanks. I agree. Duke's team is stacked though. GG. I know, bro. I know. It's like he must have. I mean, is this how people feel when like LeBron got when the Lakers got Luka? Like, this is how I feel. Like, they got Friga, dude. It's crazy. They got Ray, they got Friga, and they got Cam Kennedy. It's disgusting. I'm disgusted. Okay, let me tell you something. I'm disgusted. For those of you who don't know or care about this, I'll talk about it in a second. It's rigged though. Like, it's got to be rigged. It's got to be rigged. What the hell? Now, I don't want to shit talk. I don't want to. It's for charity. And I mean, this is crazy. We got Max, we got Ippy, who's great. I played with Max and Ippy last year on Mark's team anyway. I don't know how Cam Wilder plays. I don't know how these guys play at all. Jordan Bentley, Goat Vic, Blau. I don't know how these guys play at all, but like, it's crazy. The fucking team that we are going up against is crazy. I'm not glazing here when I say this. You also have no standing to shit talk. Didn't you score only 1 bucket last year? No, I think didn't I have 5 points? Excuse me. Belu, not Blau. Belu. I don't know how I don't know how Ziaz plays. I know how Ray plays, obviously. I don't know how Funny Mike plays, but I know how fucking Ziaz might put a whooping on y'all. Is Ziaz actually good? Is he actually good? Am I gonna have to guard him? He's like a crazy strong guy, right? Isn't he like Aiden? He was like homies with Aiden Ross or something, right? No, he's just a big body. They said he's gonna match up with you and give you no rebounds. Oh, if he's just like a big football guy and not like doesn't know how to finesse, like I'm not worried that much. But I don't think that's the guy I'm gonna have to end up guarding. I think Ippy will probably stick to Cam, but like, why isn't your name up there, boss? It is. I'm right here. You're gonna have to put a body up on Friga, judging by this lineup. Yeah, our team is like our team is underweight, and our team is so, I don't know the size of some of these people, but like when I first saw this lineup, I could not believe it, dude. Because Friga, listen, Friga is one of the best people that I have played basketball against. Like he is disgusting. I mean, this is not glazed. Like he is probably the best player on this court. I don't really know how good Cam Wilder is, but, and no, the fact that he was D2 does not mean shit. He does not play. No, Friga does not play at a D2 level. He was D2. He was Division II NCAA basketball player, and then COVID happened. But since then, he has become a much better player. I think his skill level is easily D1. Easily D1. Not even just like D2. I could at least like kind of hold off against a D2 player. I think he is a decent, like above average Division I NCAA basketball player with the way that he plays now. He was D3, not D2. Okay, whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. I'm just saying that like he plays really well. He is much better than what he was ranked at when he actually played in college. He's a bucket. He has a great shot. He has great ball control. He's a all-around athlete. He's great. And obviously Ray is a fucking demon as well. I assume Ippy will have to guard Friga because Ippy is like probably the most he is a dynamo and the most like the most like aggressive defender that we have. But then we have Ray. Who the fuck's gonna guard Ray? Like Max is gonna have to guard Ray, and Max is Max uses all of his gas tank on offense and not necessarily going to do too much on defense, I suspect. And this is before we get to my trash ass. I'm trash, so Hasan is crying like a bitch, like his fans who still likes him. What are you saying, brother? What? Anyway. Respectfully, you're getting cooked. Yeah, I'm there for fun. Okay, I'm there for the funsies. I'm there to farm aura. I'm there to fucking get big aura points and hopefully not cry and hopefully not get dunked on. Yeah, I saw this. Yeah, the Democratic Party's coming to me with millions of dollars. Here's Ziaz, who's meant to fight you on rebounds.
He's weak, coach. That's 4-1.
Oh, he's all right. He's not like. Oh, okay. Okay. Wait, how much does he weigh? Ziaz is 6 foot. He's only 6 feet. Oh, dude. Okay. I mean, he's definitely much stronger than me, probably, but if he's 6 foot and like, okay, he's definitely much stronger than me. He is, if he's 6 foot and like 240, that's a crazy amount of fucking weight. Like, I mean, he's probably faster than me, but this is what I suspected. Like, I don't think he has the finesse. I don't think. We'll see. I don't know how good his cardio is. He was a Division I football player as a linebacker at Tulsa. Yeah, that's not necessarily a good thing. That's sometimes a bad thing. You can be a fucking incredible athlete in football, but that doesn't necessarily always translate. That means he's very explosive. He can obviously it's entirely dependent on finesse, and also it is entirely dependent on how much cardio he still has. Because like I play with Pat and Mike, right? And Pat and Mike also played, I think they played like Division II or something, or Division III or whatever. They're athletes though. Like they played, Mike went to the combine and everything. And when someone is a Division I athlete of any sport, any like sport that's not like shot put or whatever, they're obviously going to be above and beyond in comparison to like the average person. Bro, linebackers have footwork that is very similar to running backs. No, I'm not discounting it. I'm just saying maybe I can, who knows what'll happen. You're there to get 2 clips. It's kind of mid, but I have like 200 Division I curling pro come at me, bro. Okay. Well, I'll go over the draft, the DreamCon draft stuff in a second. Hold on. Let me blast off real quick. But yeah, Max's reaction did not inspire confidence. Let me tell you. Look at this motherfucker, bro.
Come on.
I need somebody that can grab boards for real. Somebody big. In the paint. Hey, yo. I'm picking Hasan.
Look at his face. Look at his face.
Like 6'9". Ain't he like 6'7"?
Like every single person immediately was like, what? Why Hasan? And that's like, Jason did not stand up for you. Yeah, I get why. You got drafted way too early. Let's be fair. I agree. I don't disagree. I do not disagree that I got drafted too early. I think we'll see what happens.
Bro, you not a good GM, bro.
Wait, ain't he like 6'7"? Somebody got.
Mark hates you. No, you mean Max. Mark obviously does not hate me. He picked me up pretty early. He likes me a little bit too much, I think. Yeah, he had a bad scouting report. Oh my God, Megan Thee Stallion's gonna be at DreamCon? Shut up. Oh my God. Oh my God. A lot of shit talk for someone that got cooked by Moist Critical. These are actual athletes, not the Pinoy gang behind Equinox you play with. Wait, what? You talk mad shit for someone that got cooked by Moist Critical? Wait, what are you talking about? I cooked Moist Critical. Fuck streaming, you need to lock in. Look, man, I'm gonna fucking look. First of all, I'm the diversity hire. Okay, everybody calm down. I'm the DEI pick. Last year, at least they had like Ludwig and shit too. So as far as the DEI picks went, I was better off than the rest of the DEI picks. But this year is different. This year is different. Okay, we'll see. Yeah, my goal is I'm gonna cook so hard, I'm gonna do so well that Megan Thee Stallion's gonna high five me and be like, oh my God, you really are a hot girl, Hasan. That's what I think is gonna happen. I'm gonna be able to magically dunk, and that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna block Frigga and then go coast to coast, dunk, and then blow a kiss in Megan Thee Stallion's direction, and then she's gonna be like, I want you to actually come on a tour with me. Like, you are obviously embodying the lifestyle and also just like, you are like the perfect hot girl. This is hot girl summer. This is your hot girl summer. Hot girl shit. Would you like to go on tour with me? I think that's what's gonna happen. That's what I'm excited for. This could actually happen if you're good though. Yeah, no, exactly. And then she could be like, would you like to be my backup dancer? And I'm gonna be like, nah, I can't do that. This is gonna ruin the stream schedule. Yeah, Delulu. Okay, I need more confidence from my own audience. Okay, my own community is not instilling any confidence in me. This is fucked up. All right, I'm fucking blasting off, dude. Fuck you guys. Okay. Oxford Union speech is finally out. DreamCon draft announced. Drama at Capitol Hill. Well, you took it too far with the dancing, brother. I know. I don't have, we literally watched Lacey's tournament. That's why. Yeah, my performance at Lacey's tournament was so underwhelming. It was definitely the worst. It was my worst showing overall. But I would say that I am definitely, I can play better than that. I can play better than my performance at Lacey's tournament. I don't worry about that. Especially 5-on-5 full court, very different dynamic. I might be able to have like, I might be able to have a different showing here. Hold on, what the hell? Do we have a, Elon is still obsessed with me. Is Marla in it? No, I don't think so. Why not some Pokemon card opening? Your cardio is trash though. I'm getting better. Shut up. I'm getting better. I'm gonna get better. I'm gonna get better on my cardio. I made Kyrie in Blender for one of my finals. Oh my god, this is amazing. Yo, I'm using this. Hell yeah. Let's go. This is sick. Don't say it like that. That's just cope. You just say you had the wrong shoes or something. No, I always take ownership over my failures. You're wrong. Okay? You're wrong. I was bad and there's no excuse for it. Anyway, listen, stop. I made that. Congratulations, Mia Pineapple. You did a fucking amazing job. Okay. Oh, okay. Where were we? College campuses boo at their presidents and more. Get in now. Bro, Batman sucks. Why? Because I'm wearing a shirt that has bats on it? It's not Batman. Show us the damn render. I will. Hold on. Boom. I blasted it off and now you can see it for yourself. Here it is. This is what it looks like. Here it is. Boom, boom, boom. Is Nick gonna come courtside again? Please God, that was so peak last time. Yes, Nick Pollum is gonna be there as well. Bubble Gum Bunny Girl. Oh my God, with the 50 bones. What the hell is going on? What the hell? I have your tit as an emote. That's fucking insane, but that's cool. To be fair, the tactical analysis did show that you were not at fault for your performance. I made an analysis of why Hasan looked bad on defense. Hasan was left alone in the rim with no help. The tactical setup was so shit and made by a bunch of ball hoggers who wanted to be the star player. He was often left 1v2 or 1v3 and could do nothing but foul defensive setup. Oh, you're talking about, wait, is this from the was this are you talking about last DreamCon performance? That's zone. That's why. This is last year's DreamCon performance. Yes, of course. Last year, look, that's the team. That's team play. You know, it happens. I thought you guys were doing analysis over the Lacey game, like the no one plays D on a charity game. I do, and I think I did decently. What is this? Tell me who really did this. Hasan Piker. Okay, that's funny. You know, normally this guy has some annoying takes, but I think this is pretty funny. If this is the guy I'm thinking of. Do we even know what the positions are? How are we supposed to strategize? Okay, listen. Going back to the DreamCon Creator League, okay? This is the guy, this is Ziaz. First of all, look at how high that is, okay? That doesn't give me too much confidence in terms of like his ball handling capabilities, but then again, I'm also not very good either. Like Flight almost clapped him there, which is crazy because I feel like Flight is not that good either, right? Ziaz and especially Bilu can ball though. Okay, good, because Bilo is on my team and Ziaz is on the opposite team, and Ziaz is the dude I'm supposed to be playing against.
That's game. That's game. I know. I know. We go to 9.
It's Lou, Bilu, sorry, Blue. Is it Blue or Bilu? Ziaz and Bilu both played high D1 football. They'll be fine. Bilu.
What the fuck? I know. That's game. 2 times in a row.
Z is and Bilu. Hey, Haas, you see the German police violently beating on the protesters and not protesters? No, I haven't. Okay, like, calm down. We'll get to it. Jesus Christ. All right. So for those of you who don't know, I'll get started at the top here. Okay. DREAMCON is a convention put together by RDC. RDC is a comedy troupe. RDC World 1 is a comedy troupe, a very famous one online, a black comedy troupe, and they're awesome. I love them. I have been fans of them for a very long time, and they do a convention for weebs basically once a year, and this year the convention is going to be in Houston, Texas. Last year it was in Austin, Texas. This year it's in Houston, Texas. And each year there's a charity game. There's a charity basketball game, and then there's like a creator league on top of that this year as well. I believe there's going to be like more athletic competitions beyond basketball. But basically this is like the big game. The charity basketball game has 2 teams. You got Team Duke Dennis, and Team Mark Phillips. Just like last year. Duke Dennis and Mark Phillips are the team captains. Okay. And I played last year. For those of you who do not know, last year I played in the Creator League in their big basketball game with Team Mark Phillips again against Team Duke Dennis, and they cooked us. It was close for a little bit, but then they cooked us, partially because YPK Ray is a sweat lord. Okay. Now, I am far from the best player on either of these teams. I'm not like I'm solidly an average player amongst these in these teams. You know, it's a 5-on-5 full court basketball game. A lot of the people that are playing or were playing last year were, you know, basketball content creators and stuff. Some of them played NCAA. Some of them continued playing after NCAA and were very good. You know, they've played in like pro-am leagues and shit like that. I'm not that great, obviously, because I am a fucking political content creator. I have, however, since then played with a bunch of these guys more often for other basketball content that has been done. If you guys recall, I famously did that Jesser video, the one-on-one league that Jesser put together for an entire day, and I actually overperformed expectations. I was like the underdog pick to make it all the way up to the top 4, and I ended up losing. I ended up losing to J-Dubs, who isn't here for some reason on this roster, but he's a very good player. After shutting out 8-0 someone who is significantly taller and significantly better than me at basketball, which was part of the reason why I was I was an underdog pick that made it far higher on that one-on-one tournament than I was supposed to. But since then I feel like I've gotten much worse. So we shall see. Okay. Having said that, the draft took place last night, and obviously, you know, people weren't too happy with me getting picked so high. Here is the video of me getting picked. Chris London's gonna be there too. I don't know where he is. He's not. I don't know why he's not on this roster. I think there's another basketball tournament happening too.
I need somebody that can grab boards for real. Somebody big. In the paint. Hey, yo. I'm picking Hasan.
That face. Stop. What is that face, bro? What is that face? It's good. It's good. It's not bad. It's not bad. I'm glad that he's undermining me. Okay. This is my opportunity to shine. I thrive in an underdog situation. I thrive in an underdog situation. I am not 6'9" though. Mark, I have stood by, like, I saw you a couple weeks ago. We took a photo together. We watched Sinners together. You know I'm not 6'9". Why are you cooking me like this?
Yeah, he like 6'9". Wait, he like 6'7"?
Bro, you not a good GM, bro.
That's a double pick.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Actually, Duke is not wrong. That was a bad GM move, especially how early he picked me in comparison to how bad I am. Like, picking me this early was not the move. I think. I'll be honest.
Rebounds. That's what we gonna get rebounds.
Like, I will recognize that. Bro's not getting Hassan Whiteside. Every year Cam Kennedy is slept on. Bro's Klay Thompson. Hassan Whiteside is 7 feet. They think I'm Hassan Whiteside. Hassan is 6'4", but he's big, but I'm pretty sure there's like 3 6'8" dudes playing, I think. Yeah, there are so many larger dudes than me on that court. I'm picking Cam and Peyton over everyone else on that list. Maybe Friga. Maybe they overdrafted due to positional need. Is the rest of the team shorter outside shooters? Oh, are you about to watch Elder Abuse? Yes, you are about to watch Elder Abuse. I should not have been picked as high as I got. Okay. There are great players on our team. I suspect Cam Wilder being the #1 pick means that he was like really fucking good. But Friga is definitely top tier. I'm definitely going Friga over Hassan. Yeah, no shit. If I played 1v1 against Friga, it would be a shutout. It's not even a question. He is significantly better than me. Ray is significantly better than me. Peyton, who is Peyton? Is it who I think it is? Let me see. Does anyone know? Can someone link me? No, stop saying Peyton Manning, dude. Shut up. Yeah, we have Bilu. Everyone is saying Peyton Manning. Shut the fuck up. I mean, god damn, this community is so we are so locked in on fucking news and politics, but the moment that we sidestep away for like regular streamer related shit, it turns into nothing. Oh, Peyton Harden. Oh, dude, he couldn't play last year. Yeah, he's really good. He does the podcast with Cam. Yeah, him and Cam on the same team is fucking devastating because both of these guys are super tall and they're very good and they played NCAA and they're gonna, oh no, that team is insane, dude. What the fuck? Okay, so this is, and they got Peyton and Cam. Both Peyton and Cam are significantly better than me. Okay, so they're top 4. I can't even come near. Okay, like basically my play style is like a much shittier Cam Kennedy. Like Cam is a significantly better player than me, but we play basically the same fucking role in teams, and he is much taller than me, much more athletic than me, much better than me in every capacity. On our team we have Cam Wilder, who I don't know how he plays, but I assume he's really fucking good considering that he was top pick. Max is really good as well. Max is a bucket, but you know, he's incredibly skilled offensively, but just like with Ray, there's going to be like they're a decent matchup with one another. I don't know how well Friga and Cam match up with one another, but if I'm matching up with Cam, I'm cooked. Does that make sense? Like Ippy can get Peyton or Ippy can get Friga, and then I assume Cam can like pick up for whoever Ippy is not guarding. Max versus Ray is going to be the same on either end of the court, where they're not going to do much defensively. They're just going to be going crazy offensively. But then with me like matching up with any of these top 4 guys, I'm cooked. Seems like Cam Wilder's main content is basketball. Yeah. These guys are all basketball guys. Iceman Ip is Ippy. He was on my team last year as well. He's one of the RDC guys. Then there's Ziaz and Bilu, and you know, I don't know. I guess Bilu is better than Ziaz. That's what people were saying. And then Ray is decent. I don't know how Goat Vic plays. I don't know how Jordan Bentley plays, and I don't know how Funny Mike plays. So the team overall, team comp overall, is not like our starting fives. Our starting 5 versus their starting 5. Their starting 5 is insane. Okay, that's it. Like their starting 5 compared to ours is significantly better, but we're underdogs and we're fighters, and we're just gonna go. We're gonna do the damn thing. All right, we're just gonna do it. I believe in it. But even they're like, even the white boy they have on their team versus the white boy that we have on our team, me, we're cooked. We're cooked. Like Cam is insane. He's so much better than me, and I played with him last year. He was on my team last year. Their team is also taller too. No way I'm tuning in to watch you get disrespected. Yes, you're all gonna tune in, and you're all gonna fucking watch me get absolutely destroyed. But it is what it is. You know, there's not a lot of high expectations for me, despite my high pick. Despite my high pick in the draft, there's not a lot of high expectations of me, which isn't necessarily the worst thing. So, you know, I have every opportunity to surprise people. Like I work well when I'm the underdog. Okay, I work well when I'm the underdog, and if I'm the underdog in front of Megan Thee Stallion, I think I'm gonna get a boost from being in front of Megan Thee Stallion. That's what I'm saying. That's what I suspect. So lots to be excited for. Gonna rise to the occasion. Gonna cook. Let me fucking cook. We'll see how it goes. But if I'm supposed to be like boxing out Ziaz, I can do that. I'm not worried about that, especially because I just found out that he's only 6 foot. So that's not an issue. Okay. Can't you trade mid-game, law? Yeah. Are you going to practice more besides your normal pickup games you do? I mean, it's coming up very soon. It's coming up very soon. It's coming up at the end of this month. So we'll figure it out. It's going to be all right. I'm going to summon my inner LeBron, and I'm going to do the damn thing. I'm not going to disappoint. I'm not going to disappoint this community. I'm not going to disappoint the white boys with swag. I'm going to do the damn thing. Okay. Hasanabi's not getting off his ass and practicing. He's going to do news all day still. If you pop off, then we believe in you, but it's a bad day, then we'll pretend it never happened. Yes, it's okay. It's okay. I think I'm going to drop 50. That's what I think. Something crazy is going to happen, and I'm going to shock the world is what I'm saying. Okay. I don't know if Hasan can rebound like that, but he did beat LSK 8-0. See, they're already, some know the truth, which is so crazy because like Chris London, like he's been wanting to play me again, and I have been ducking him a little bit, I'll admit, and it's only because like I've been injured or, you know, shit happens. but I haven't had the time to like play him. But I know if we played again, he would destroy me, like 100%, not even a question. But that 8-0 will forever be etched in the halls of history. The true underdog. Dude was in a Jesser video. Yeah, this was the video. 8.8 million people watched this. Look.
7-0 comeback. Hasan just needs one more.
No.
8-0 shutout. That's never happened in the history of basketball. Unblockable. The 3-point bandit, dude.
Hey, no way he baked it again.
Wait a minute.
With the MJ Selly.
Can't leave Hasan open at the top. He's actually got most of his points off the check.
Give me another one.
No way.
They look good.
If he hit that one, my goodness. Oh, one dribble pull. Oh.
Bro, I'm broke as
Yes! Oh my God! The crowd is stunned. We're all stunned right now.
What? Yeah, I shocked the fucking world, dude. I shocked the world. I shocked the goddamn world with that shit, okay? Flight reacting, very funny, 8-0.
innovation and shit, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't ducking at all. Everybody knows, especially in the chat, that
Oh, this is like, where does he react?
I never let you get your leg back.
I would have made this game at least 8-6, I'm just saying.
I ain't meant to do that, man.
Oh, this is after I lost. Hold on.
It's off the check.
Give me another one.
No way.
Bro.
They look good.
If he hit that one, my goodness. Oh, one dribble pull. Oh.
Like, look at Chris's, like, his shot is so much better than me, too.
Foul?
Bro, he was there. I don't know why he's reacting like he's seen it for the first time ever.
Dude in the state of California, bro.
God! The crowd is...
Couldn't get jumped out by an English teacher, bro.
And y'all say that I'm messed up, bro. Yo, that was crazy.
No, this is what the teacher that talk about politics, man? Economics teacher, bro.
Bro said economics.
What?
Wait, isn't economics cooking?
It's happening right now.
Can Chris make the 7-0 comeback? Hasan just needs...
Chris.
Yo, LSK, bro. Unfortunately, bro, you're canceled for the rest of the year. How the fuck did you not score a single point? How did you not score a single point? You're 7'5.5" with a 10-foot wingspan.
Drop off.
How, bro?
Oh,
8-0?
economic teacher, bro. Come on, Chris.
Dude, bro. I don't care what nobody says. I would have never lost this bad, bro, in a tournament like this, bro.
Crazy. That's crazy.
This is why, for the record, this is why I say I perform well. I perform well when the expectations of me are low. So on the one hand, Mark picking me early is not good, but Duke Dennis's reaction and even Blackboy Max's reaction to me getting picked to be on Mark's team, not bad. Okay? It's not bad.
Did you mean...
Trying to hang it up, man.
That is really like embarrassing. That's actually embarrassing.
Bro, he hit you in the back with a belt, bro.
You taught him the bank.
What's also crazy about this is that I never shot 3-pointers up until the buckets for charity, buckets for Palestine challenge, where I tried to do the 1,000 3-pointers. I actually literally never shot 3-pointers in my life. And after that, I started shooting 3-pointers and more consistently because I had a decently high shot percentage for you know, how ass normal people are in general, myself included. But send this to Max, make sure he remembers he had your face. I mean, yeah, that's the other thing. Like, you know, I beat Max, but Max is, I mean, that was, you know, 2v2. So.
Oh, sure. We won by 2s? Yep. Can't do so.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Can't do nothing. Shit, gay, fuck.
How are you gonna deal with Friga though? I can't. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens, because Friga is so goddamn good. He's so fucking good, dude. And so is Cam, so is Peyton. Like, they're all so goddamn good. And so is obviously Ray is so good. YPK Ray is incredible. So we shall see. All ball, no news for the next 2 weeks. Get the training montage music going. Are any of them NBA level? No, of course not. But brother, what are you talking about? NBA level? There is no NBA level is not on this planet, okay? No one you have ever encountered in the real world is NBA level unless you played against like a former player or something. What do you mean NBA level? NBA is God, okay? G League is godlike. Not even NBA level. I'm talking like I explain this concept to people all the time and they just don't understand it. Especially because like this the space that we're in, I don't think a lot of people understand like athletes and the skill gap that they have with like the average human being. If you have consistently played organized basketball up until the NCAA level, okay, if you played in the NCAA Division 1 especially, but even if you played Division 2, Division 3, you are so much better than the best player that plays pickup basketball. Like, it's not even a fucking question, okay? And I say this as someone who has played against people who have played professionally. I say this as someone who's played against people who have played Division 1 basketball, Division 2 basketball, like NCAA basketball. Like, at that point, you're basically trying to close up as many gaps as you can. But you know, it's a sinking ship. Someone like myself who has at least like physical advantages, who doesn't play, who has never played like even semi-professionally or anything like that. Like I'm also about to be 34, you know what I mean? Like, I have many disadvantages when matched up against like 24-year-old dudes who just got out of college and played college ball. It's not even a fucking question. These guys are above and beyond, okay? Yeah. White Mamba once famously said, I'm closer to MJ than you are to me, and it's correct. It was Brian Scalabrine, right? Like he would do that thing where he was like, everyone would clown on him and everyone would talk about how he was like, oh, you're bad. You're trash, and then he would just like cook people, right? Yeah, Brian Scalabrine was the biggest 2000s NBA joke, and he bodies people on a daily basis, and he still plays people all the time too. Like it's not even close. Stop low-key comparing yourself to Scalabrine. No, I'm saying what? No, I'm saying that the worst NBA player, the worst G League player is still the skill gap between the worst professional basketball player and the best fucking casual pickup basketball player is so high. People don't understand it. People literally think that this is like you have to be committed to misunderstanding my point. Like, I'm not comparing myself to Scalabrine at all. I'm saying that Scalabrine is such a better player than the average basketball player who plays casually. Like, it's not even a question, and most people don't understand this reality. They don't understand the skill gap that exists. Like, NS Content is a great example. Exactly, he's dog shit, but he would smoke every person unconditionally. Yeah, the gap between an NBA bench warmer and peak LeBron is way smaller than a recreational player and the bench warmer. Exactly. Why Mamba was also never bad by NBA standards. He was able to make it into the roster for like 10 years. No, even someone who is bad, like even someone who is a joke by NBA standards, the worst possible NBA player, the worst possible G League player still, the worst possible G League player will still cook most people, okay? Easily, like without even a question. Yeah, Bronny. People clown on Bronny all the time. Bronny would fucking destroy 99% of people he plays against. Like 99.999% of casuals that Bronny plays against, it's not even going to be a problem. And he's far from the worst G leaguer. Exactly. I'm just saying, like, it's a meme and a lot of people hyper focus on him because he's LeBron James's son, but like, you know. Anyway, why Mama's adage, I'm closer to LeBron than you are to me. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. Let's get to some serious shit now. Okay. Enough memes, enough back and forth. Well, I guess the last meme I was going to show you is that Elon is still locked in, replying to my fucking stalker account. Asmongold has no love lost over Hasan losing grip of his bully influence on the online arena. Must be very awful for Hasan that he can't bully people out of having positions that he disagrees with. You had a good run. Must suck. Yeah, really sucks. Elon Musk hitting with the fucking smiling, crying emoji. The regression of political discourse continues. Okay, the regression of political discourse fucking continues. That's crazy. This is the wealthiest person on the planet, and he is replying to my fucking stalker account on the social media platform that he owns, while also celebrating that the social media platform that he owns unironically has become a horrible place for back and forth and for politics. Like, richest man on earth replying to Twitch drama, 0 aura points, minus 1 million aura points. What is Asmold even talking about? I don't know. I haven't even looked into it, but I suspect that if I were to speculate, it would most likely be that, like, these guys claim that liberals bullied them all the time, and now they're the bullies or something. Like, it's just like vengeance politics. Like, first you perceive yourself as a victim for having abhorrent opinions about things, and then once, like, those abhorrent political opinions become the norm in platforms like the ones that Elon Musk owns, where people basically wear their bigotry and their stupidity as a badge of courage, which is what my point was, then they say, well, back in the day you used to bully us and now the bullies are it's the revenge of the nerds or something, which is so stupid. Just, you know.
And this is Hasan crying. Is this you know what, who cares? Let's move on. Yeah, this is just how, what is this? This is how Twitter and increasingly more online spaces feel nowadays. People are no longer able to feel shame and wear their bigotry and stupidity like a badge of honor. Yes, I understand. It must be very awful for Hasan that he can't bully people out of having positions that he disagrees with now.
You know what's really funny about this? I never bullied Asmongold until he became this, like, right-wing demon. Or even when he had right-wing opinions, I was very charitable to him. And he was the one who has historically demanded that I get banned or maybe even go to fucking jail, you know what I mean, for my opinions. So I don't know where he fucking comes from with this, like, victimhood bullshit. People would yell at me all the time for not being more aggressive towards Asmongold. Like, I was incredibly fucking charitable to Asmongold, far more than he deserved, really, and far more than he's ever demonstrated towards me after becoming a prominent right-wing political commentator. But it's like so strange because in the minds of his community, they operate as though they have this mentality that like I was the reason why he got banned or something. Like they legitimately think I called for his ban, or at least I got him banned when he said the thing about Palestinians deserving genocide. His heart is not in this shit. You can hear it in his voice. He had to read through your tweet and then come up with an on-the-spot anti-Hassan take for the content. He's just going through the motions. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, Bryce.
Hey, listen, it was a good few years, right? You had a good run. But I think people are...
Like, given my position as someone who's always been outside of the permissible commentary structure of mainstream media, I've never been Mr. Let's ban people, you know? Because I understand what goes around comes around. And I understand that, like, more often than not, someone like myself is probably in the crosshairs way faster than a right-wing person that is basically in line with the administration's agenda. So that is part of the reason why I've always been very careful talking about like deplatforming, where I do think that like there is validity to deplatforming certain ideas. Okay. Not allowing certain ideas to fester is I think good for discourse in general. It's better for speech. It's better for free speech. Like there are boundaries around like what you can and can't say, and there are understandable, reasonable boundaries even in the United States of America around what you can and can't say, even on private platforms. And I think like what has happened to Twitter is a perfect demonstration of like why those safeguards must exist for speech to thrive in general. But of course, like for guys like this, they don't mind that shit at all. They love it because it's all about like dominating your opponent, dominating your political enemies. And if you don't actually have good reason to dominate your political enemies, something that Asmongold used to say all the time was, you know, a lot of people shit on Hasan, but if he's such a bad guy, why are you making stuff up about him, right? Like that's what he used to tell his audience all the time. Like something that he always would say is like, if Hasan is such a bad guy, just say what he's doing that's bad instead of just like making shit up about him to yell about. And now he basically does it himself, or at least leans on it himself, because he got a little taste of that like fuck Hasan juice, right? And he recognized it. He recognized the value that brings to the table, and he kind of dropped it, which is, you know, it is what it is. What are you gonna do? I genuinely cannot comprehend how or why other streamers continue to collab with this man on camera. The shit he says is so fucking disgusting. One, people are worried about getting ass blasted by his legion of mass harassers. Okay, that's a big part of the problem. And two, he's one of the top content creators on the platform. Most people look at this as a job. They don't think about, like, with the exception of this community, okay, even Asmongold's community looks at this from the lens of drama. Do you understand? They don't actually think about the political movement that they are a part of. I'm sure that there are people who have genuine political convictions that are inside of Asmongold's community, but a lot of people don't look at politics from that framework. They look at politics as like, yeah, it's just a type of content. Because if you notice, like, even my friends, sometimes when they talk about like my job security, other content creators on this platform will say like, Hasan, you have permanent job security because like the content that you're covering is endless. So from their perspective, they think I'm doing this just because this is like a type of content that I can create, and not because like there is genuine political conviction behind what I'm doing. And this is friendly content creators, right? Like they're not even looking at that cynically. They're just like, in their minds, it's like all entertainment. This is just a type of entertainment. So it is what it is. This is what Asmongold and his audience keep defending on the platform when they say all this, by the way. Yeah, keep pandering, long nose. We know what you are. Oh, shut the fuck up. They're all the same. Goose stepping, long nose pedos. Nah, it's Jews. You ever met a poor Jew? Ever met one without influence? Ever met one who didn't support the homeland? Yeah, it's just it is. It's just the fucking some of the grossest little freaks that feel emboldened, just like the first Trump administration created this environment where Nazis felt comfortable marching on the fucking streets. When you give these guys an inch, they take a fucking mile, you know? This is their opportunity. This is like something that this is something that they're very excited about. Like, I have never sheltered anyone from what I consider to be you know, what my politics are, right? People will say like, oh, you're hiding your power level or whatever, but it's like, no, I'm not. Nazis on the other hand used to try and hide their power levels, right? Back in the day. The reason why they have to do that is because there is a difference between the maximalist position on socialism or communism versus a maximalist position on Nazi ideology. The final solution is the maximalist position on Nazi ideology, the eradication or ethnic cleansing of an entire population on characteristics that they can't change about themselves. Whereas for communism or socialism, there is no such designation. It's an economic organization of society that I have no issue pushing towards, because I ultimately don't. There is nothing shameful about it. There is nothing that contradicts with my values on that front. When you try to describe fascism to an onlooker in simple terms, one, they obviously are taught that it's bad and wrong, but two, it's bad and wrong in the most basic ways. Like, it's bad and wrong in the most basic ways. I think it's different, but you absolutely do the same thing. You even spoke the other day about how you soften your message in the same way when you speak at places like Oxford. Again, it's different, but it's exactly the same. No. Okay, it's not the same at all, because when someone asks me what my position is, I'm not ashamed of it. Like, I'm not hiding my position at all. I don't think you understand the difference. A Nazi will deny being a Nazi. I do not deny being a socialist. I have no issue being called a socialist. I don't even have an issue being called a communist. A Nazi, on the other hand, for understandable reasons, is going to try to shelter you, try to hide the truth about their actual political convictions. The reason why they try and hide it is because when you strip it of all of the aesthetics, the ideology comes down to a violent enforcement built around one ethnic identity or one religious identity, transcending above with notions of superiority over all other ethnic identities. That's not what communism is, and that's not what socialism is. So there is no reason to, there's no reason for me to like ever feel ashamed about my worldview at all. Whereas Nazis understand that when you try to describe your worldview in its most basic form, there's still a lot of pain and a lot of violence dished out for no real reason beyond fantasies of superiority, ethnic superiority. Because violence is obviously, if we're going to talk about like violence as a permanent construct in politics, like violence is at the heart of all politics. Who gets to do it? Who is victim to it? There are many different forms of violence, but I'm talking simply like why Nazis and why fascists do violence. It's untenable. It's completely unacceptable. And most people consider it to be inappropriate and wrong. There is a sense of shame associated with dishing out violence for fascist purpose. So yeah. Hiding power level is blatant deception. It's not the same as being tactful with the wording while still being honest. Exactly. Like, you will never catch me stand down or shit on trans people. You know what I mean? You just because like the audience I'm talking to is transphobic. Like, that's not going to happen. You will never catch me. You will never catch me like shitting on black people or brown people or anything like that, because the audience is not receptive to that kind of language. Like, that's not. My principles remain the same, even if my messaging is more tactful. Whereas Nazis will actively deny that they're Nazis, and also will actively deny that they have racial purity politics, for example. Does that make sense? Now, that is also changing, though. That's also changing because people are feeling a lot more comfortable about openly stating their fascist desires. As opposed, armed resistance is seen as morally just against a belligerent colonizer on the talks of shameful violence. Yeah. Hasan, you're my favorite radical leftist streamer. I wish I could support terrorism or rape like you, but I'm a Nazi on the right. Wish you best in your echo chamber. Cool, man. That's a weird thing to say, even if your goal there is to like prove a point. That's just like such an incredibly weird thing to just say out loud. So applaud you for not being, wait, what power level? Doing photo shoots at protest marches doesn't move the needle. That's just called being a decent human being. So applaud you for not being transphobic or racist on Twitch. So brave. Wait, what? Are you okay, dude? We got, on the one hand, we got these fucking weirdos, and then on the other hand, we got other weirdos that are like, dude, you're doing the bare minimum. Like, I know, man. I never said that I wasn't. Like, what? I agree. It is called being a decent human being. Recognize how political discourse operates nowadays, and you will understand that like people actually ride with vice signaling as a, they have substituted vices as a fucking virtue. They see vice as a virtuous thing. That's my point. That is at the heart of this tweet that I presented, where I said this is just how Twitter and increasingly most other online spaces feel nowadays. People are no longer able to feel shame and wear their bigotry and stupidity like a badge of honor. That was my argument. And it's kind of funny that like, instead of Asmongold saying, oh, we're not bigoted or we're not stupid, he is literally saying, yes, you can't bully us for being bigoted and fucking stupid. He is confirming what I'm saying and basically doubling down and saying, yeah, it's good that we can do that. And you guys are, you know, you guys are no longer able to bully us or anything like that. Like, that's, it's a self-own for Asmongold once again.
That he can't bully people out of having positions that he disagrees with now. Hey, listen, it was a good few years.
Like, my job is not, my goal is not to bully people that disagree with me. My goals are to convince people that disagree with me that their worldview is based on violent desires and superficial understandings of race. If that's what they believe, depending on what their belief system is.
You had a good run, but I think people are tired of being bullied out of thinking things. And like, yeah, it must.
Yeah, like this is again an apolitical centrist way of covering this, but like people are tired of being bullied and bullied out of thinking things, or people are tired of being bullied for just thinking things is so expansive, right? Like, what are the things you're thinking? What's the bullying that you're referencing? Does it mean that, are you talking about someone who's like advocating for the final solution or mass displacement of all non-white people from US soil, for example? I'm not saying that this is what Asmongold is doing, but like the type of people that he captures with this broad umbrella could literally go from people who have a disagreement with me on like tactics of resistance against Israel, all the way to people who are goose stepping and literally fucking stating that they want a white America, a white ethno state. And the bullying that he's referencing could mean anything from like doxing and harassment campaigns all the way down to people being like, I don't agree with you and I think that you're wrong and here is why. That's it. A lot of people have like developed this idea that if their worldview is repulsive to the average person, it's actually their fault. Okay? Take some accountability, you know? Take some ownership. I recognize that the media landscape is changing. I recognize that. I understand that I never had the opinion that my worldview was incredibly popular, right? I know that. That was my starting point. That is something that I've always described to people in my community, where I always tell people like, hey, look, being a leftist is all about taking L's. You're gonna take a shit ton of L's. Liberals don't fuck with you. Liberals don't agree with your worldview. Obviously, anyone on the right doesn't agree with your worldview at all. I respect your opinions, but comparing Trump supporters and Republicans to Nazis and racists does not make you look morally better than us. What are you saying? Like, you're protesting too much. That's not what I'm saying. I never said that. I did not say that just now. You have this fucking insecurity about your worldview, I think. Like, this is just you telling on your own self and the way you see the world. Okay? I did not say all Republicans are, or all Trump supporters are fucking Nazis and racists, okay? I don't know why you immediately rushed to adopt that moniker so willingly. I'm a Republican, but I live in South Carolina where all my friends are Hispanic and blacks. Okay, brother, I don't care about your background. I don't know why you just like jumped on to be like, I'm a Nazi, or people calling me a Nazi all the time or whatever. Okay. My point was not that Asmongold himself is even this. I'm saying that Asmongold uses vague language and weaponizes vague language to cover a broad swath of please don't babe me. What is babe? Asmongold utilizes broad language over a spectrum of ideology that reaches all the way to fucking like neo-Nazis and shit. When saying like people are getting bullied, and it also when he says people are getting bullied, that's also vague. Like, what does he mean by people getting bullied? I assume you mean please don't baby me or something, but like, what does he mean by being bullied? What does he mean by like people getting bullied for their own? Careful, don't let Hasanabi pull up your Twitter. It'll result in you reflecting your worldview and potentially improving yourself. Hell, I went out and got a job because of this guy. Nice. Yeah, it's literally, yeah, it is this tweet. Exactly. It's absolutely sickening to compare ICE law enforcement agents to Gestapo. Attacks and demonization of ICE and our partners is wrong. ICE officers are now facing a 413% increase in assaults. Our message is clear. Do not come into this country illegally. If you do, we will arrest you, deport you, and you will never return. Classic.
Nazi.
I love this video.
Wie bitte? Haben Sie mich gerade als Nazi beschimpft?
Na, Sie sind doch einer.
Das ist ja eine Unverschämtheit. Nur weil ich in der NSDAP und in der SS bin, bin ich noch lange kein Nazi. Wahrscheinlich bin ich auch noch rechtsextrem, oder was?
Ja, aber was sollen Sie denn sonst sein?
Ich bin vielleicht ein besorgter Bürger, der Angst
Maybe I'm just a concerned citizen afraid of foreign domination.
vor Überfremdung hat. Aber ich bin nicht
But I am not right
und ich bin
wing.
erst recht
And
kein
above
Nazi.
all, I am not a
Hey,
Nazi.
Sie da?
Hey, you there. Do I look like a
Sehe ich
Nazi?
etwa wie ein Nazi aus?
Nö, würde ich jetzt nicht
No, I
sagen.
wouldn't say so.
Na, sehen Sie? Aber der ist wahrscheinlich für
He
Sie
must
auch
be a
ein
Nazi too then, right?
Nazis,
Nazis,
lauter
Nazis everywhere.
Wenn einem die
When you're
Argumente
running out of
ausgehen,
ideas, it's
dann
easy to play
holt
the
man
Nazi
schnell mal
card.
die gute alte Nazi-Keule raus.
Das hat doch nichts mit
This has nothing to do with a Nazi card.
Machen sich das
That
Leben
life
sehr
makes it
einfach.
very
Nur
easy for
weil
you. Just because someone doesn't share the mainstream opinion, he isn't automatically a
die
Nazi.
Mainstream-Meinung nicht teilt, ist er gleich ein Nazi.
Aber
But being a Nazi already is the mainstream.
Ihr Nationalsozialisten
You
seid an der
National
Macht.
Socialists have all the power. Oh yeah, I forgot. In your world, everyone's a
In
Nazi.
ihrer Welt sind ja alle Nazis. Der Führer ist
The
wahrscheinlich
Führer
für Sie auch
probably is a Nazi
was?
too, right?
Ja?
Yes.
Jetzt reicht's aber.
That's enough. Insulting the Führer. Come along.
Willkommen.
Also, das sind jetzt über...
Ja, ja, ich weiß. Nazi-Methoden.
Why is this so 2025? I hate it. My God, these Trump people are racist. That attitude is what's pushing me to be a racist. Say what? Might as well. You say I'm a Nazi, so fine, I'll be a Nazi if that makes you happy. It doesn't. I bought this Waffen SS uniform for Halloween. Maybe you'll cry offensive, so maybe I'll just wear it every day. I just hate to do this. I feel bullied, really. Yeah. Is why they called Nazism alt-right, so they could be Republicans but at a distance, get the mainstream benefits but keep the Nazi worldview and bigotry? Yeah. This is a Matt Boers cartoon, my goat. I can't watch Mussolini Son of the Century. I've been trying to, but it's like not available in America yet on streamers online yet. Nazis have convinced normies that the mere mention of Nazis shuts down an entire conversation. I know. While they're in the process of fucking identifying themselves as Nazis is fucking crazy.
My question.
CNBC, was your worth at Doge worth it? There are a lot of people who dislike you, some of whom were your customers. What I've learned is that legacy media propaganda is very effective at making you believe things aren't true.
Is more about your work at Doge, for example. Was that worth it? You know, to the extent you are now, Elon, you were a somewhat divisive figure 2 years ago, but now you really are. I mean, there are people who love you, but there are a lot of people who dislike you, some of whom were your customers. And I wonder, was it worth the undertaking at Doge and everything else that you've done and how outspoken you've been in terms of the things you believe in to antagonize so many potential buyers and or users of things like a robotaxi?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, what I've learned is that legacy media propaganda is very effective at making people believe things that aren't true.
What would an example of that be?
That I'm a Nazi, for example. And how many legacy media...
Like, legacy media is so scared of actually slamming that moniker on someone. They're far too worried about, like, correctly applying it to someone who hit the double Sig Heil at the inauguration. Like, it's not, they're not just saying this about Elon Musk for no reason because they just want to like bully him or claim that it's just like they're just making up this claim out of nowhere, right? Homie didn't even say he was a Nazi and he brought it up. Yeah, it's just like, again, you're protesting a little bit too much, I think. The reason why they're saying that about you is because you have aligned with the AFD. You brought up the onslaught of neo-Nazi commentary back to Twitter after purchasing it. You follow a lot of neo-Nazi accounts that literally deny the fucking Holocaust. You constantly correspond with eugenics accounts that believe in like the Great Replacement Theory. You have actually repeated the Great Replacement Theory neo-Nazi propaganda points before, literally agreeing with someone who said Jews actually created the onslaught of third world migration into the Western world with an interest of destroying the Western civilization that is far superior to other civilizations. Like there are so many reasons, even before we get to the fact that he also dropped a double Sig Heil on fucking inauguration in front of hundreds of millions of people that were watching worldwide, like, of course people are gonna fucking make that assertion. Of course it's understandable that understandably people think that you are a Nazi because they respond to stimuli, the stimuli that you're putting out deliberately. You ever seen that photo of like that 8-year-old Nazi who sent a picture of himself in a Discord server and said, one of my top 5 most Aryan pictures of myself? I don't think that kid is 8 years old. I think he's like 17 or something, and he's Mexican and living in Texas, and I think I know what you're talking about. I saw it on my timeline the other day, and it put me down this like crazy fucking rabbit hole. I saw it last night, actually. I was looking at that last night to see like what these accounts are and how they operate. It's fucking crazy. There's like so many out and about. There are so many out and about like open fucking Nazi accounts on the platform that just like are constantly posting. They're constantly posting like insane Nazi propaganda, and they're not even like hiding it too. There's like, Waffen SS Enjoyer is the name of the account, shit like that. And they got like tens of thousands of followers too. It's wild. Meanwhile, while all this happening, the other thing that I was yelling about, or not yelling about necessarily, but the other thing that I was like joking about last night was this. Ethan is apparently still constantly obsessively posting about me, and one of the things that he fucking posted was a now deleted tweet from Twitter that I don't know where he even found it, of my tweet from December 15, 2016. Oh, hey, everyone, it's time to care about dead babies in Syria. Social media told me so. Now, at first glance, if you are not insanely motivated to assume that I don't care about the prospect of dead Arab children, for example, and if you're like an obsessive stalker, you might actually assume I'm saying that, you shouldn't care about dead Syrian children. Of course, as I have repeatedly talked about here, this is more so about the idea that like nobody cares about fucking dead children in Syria, and they should. And it's really fucked up that it's until it's far too late do people even entertain the notion of talking about dead children in Syria, just because it's a social media movement. Now, why am I saying that? It's because I'd written extensively on the subject matter, including my video at the time, "We Must Help Syrian Refugees," posted on the Young Turks YouTube page one day after it was actually published originally on Facebook. This was tweeted during the height of the bombardment of eastern Aleppo. The side of the city was being besieged. The Assad regime, Iran, and Russia indiscriminately bombed civilian spaces, hospitals, bakeries, and schools. Over 22,000 civilians were killed, at least 5,200 of whom were children. That was my point. My point was that people did not care about Syrians. People did not care about what Assad was doing. People did not care about the plight of Syrians. But like, why? Why do you post something like this? Why do you post something like this implying that I actually, in 2016, was, pro-Assad or something, or pro-dead Syrian children or something? Well, you only do that because, you yourself don't give a fuck about dead Arab children. You kind of like it because you like Israel. I said, with the image description, I said, moronic Zionist falsely assumes I too must not care about dead Arab children like the state he defends by using tweet out of context from December 15, 2016. And then my actual coverage on the issue from December 15, 2016 posted a day later. And what's crazy is his proof against social media told me to do so is the Young Turks page telling him to do so. That's me, man. My reply guys are so fucking stupid. Who's the person who tweeted that? I blacked out the account. It was a random account that tweeted that probably deleted it too, because they most likely found out the context of why I was saying that and felt bad. But that didn't stop Ethan from using it as a smear, as a gotcha, ironically enough. Now, of course, while I was, as I've shown you my coverage on this before, my coverage on Syria before back in 2016, again, a lot of these guys don't understand. They don't care about politics. They've never cared about politics. They will never understand politics. For them, it's just like a simple fucking haha gotcha, right? And there are plenty of people in their audiences who also don't care about politics, so it's very easy for them. It's very digestible. You make this very digestible when you do this shit. And unfortunately, the apolitical masses, the masses that perceive themselves as like being above caring about politics, will ride with this shit. Yeah, this is perhaps a decent way of ending this conversation. This was tweeted during the height of the bombardment in Aleppo. When people mention a random tweet you had about Syria forever ago and think you don't care about Syrians, please put a moment of this on the screen. Oh yeah, we must help Syrian refugees. When I said, oh hey, now the world cares about Syrian children, which is a tweet that an American Enterprise Institute government stooge always points to all the time to say that I don't give a f about Syria. I literally was writing this article at the time, and I was mad that people didn't give a f about Syrian refugees. It is a completely and utterly contextless tweet to post when I literally have documented, like when I have personally time and time again defended refugees across the board, defended people's lives that have been destroyed. That's what's so crazy, but these people would rather live in a lie. Yeah, this is the OG everyone tweet. It's time to care about dead babies in Syria. Social media told me so. Yeah, to all the idiots commenting, Hasan was frustrated people don't care about these atrocities unless it's trendy to do so. He'd been talking about Syria for years and released many cries about it, including this one from 6 years ago. Yeah, this is the big slam dunk that people have where they're like, no, you don't understand, he's actually pro-Assad. I saw someone use that. Yeah, if you go back and watch that video, you will realize like I'm criticizing the Assad regime and its practices in 2016 during the conflict that was unfolding. So what was Ethan Klein doing at that time, though? That tweet is evidence that you were, because he was a podcaster at that time, right? Assad is glad to know the full context. Yes, dude. If someone tells you that I am in favor of, why do you think people who don't like you give you any benefit of the doubt? I mean, it's not the people that don't like me, but it is definitely other random people that probably are confused by it. What was Ethan doing at that time?
Syrians are dying. Why does that not get more attention than a literal car roadster being launched into outer space? Sorry, one's way more fucking interesting.
It's true.
It's so crazy because I didn't even, like, I had no understanding of Ethan Klein at that point beyond like Vape Nash, right? And he's like literally, it almost feels like he's responding to me back in 2016. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, I was responding to the guy all the way back in 2016, and now look at this. In 2025, he's using this as an own. When people mention
Syrians are...
Well, this was his take back then. It's always projection. And it fucking... And it's crazy because, like... his fan base doesn't understand this, or they don't care. And that's what blows my mind. Like, you have no interest in the truth at all, really? Like, a sense of community. A sense of community is all you care about? That, like, this is it? This is your entire interest. It starts and ends with whatever the fuck Ethan Klein is focusing on that day. They always have to misinterpret your stances to argue against them. Interesting. Exactly. And it's so strange because it's like all you're doing is basically lying to a broader audience about what my fucking worldview is. Okay. Like, I don't care about disparaging Ethan. Okay. I know that his fan base does not realize that because, again, projection, they care about disparaging me. I don't care about disparaging Ethan. I don't give a shit. He's done plenty awful things on his own that people have documented a million times over, and his fucking fan base clearly doesn't give a shit about any of that. And that's fine. But like, I'm a political commentator. What use do you have constantly lying about my fucking political perspective? This is what I will never understand. It's like it doesn't make sense to me at all. You're so obsessed with Ethan. Why are you replying to him 6 years before he makes a hit story on you? Are you, this is a joke, right? You're making a joke because that's what he did. Oh, the joke you're making is that like I was addressing him 6 years in the past. Amber said it best. Beware of people entering communities primarily for community. Oh, entering politics primarily for community. You get shit like Destiny and Ethan. Yeah. It's one of the funniest aspects of this, and it's one of the most commonplace things I hear from people who are like, I'm a former fan, and as a former fan I couldn't believe like how much Hasan's points changed throughout time. It's like, I'm one of the most consistent political commentators, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? This is just stan culture masquerading as like politics, and it's so damaging the discourse. It's so damaging the political discourse. I saw a tweet, I think it was Ested that posted about this, where he was like, everything is stan culture. Everything is stan culture now. Team sports is stan culture. Like, obviously team fandom was already so close to stan culture, but like, people no longer care about the output. They care about like financial dominance. Okay? They care about financial dominance. Stan culture is dominating every aspect of our lives. We are so alienated. We are increasingly isolated from one another. And now stan culture won. Sports, politics, pop culture, everyone's a barb now. Derogatory. One of the worst things to happen to sports, in my opinion, has been fans talking like league stakeholders and owners arguing about things like market size and viewership. It's so crazy. Like, I don't want my fans to fucking ride for me from a point of like from a point of just like genuinely loving who I am. Okay, I want people to ride for the ideas. In the process, if you are correcting the record, that's fine. You know what I mean? If someone is like deluded, if you find someone in the wild who just has like the wrong opinion about what I represent, and therefore it disparages like your worldview, then yeah, you can correct them. But like, ultimately, the goal here is to spread a political message. The goal here is to spread a political message. And all these guys fucking do is just like enter this arena without any sort of interest in spreading a political message at all. And they end up leaving the sphere of discourse in fucking ashes. It's very, very, very frustrating to have to deal with this all the goddamn time. Oh. And then this piece of shit talked about going after Noah's funds raised for Palestine. Wait, what?
And let's say hypothetically I'm planning to sue a bunch of these people. They just keep raising money because Noah's like, let's prove to Ethan that we can raise the money to fight this lawsuit, which is fine. Like I said, I prefer them raise the money so that I know that at least there's something left when I win, right? Man, that's just math. That's just logic. That money's coming to me eventually, so it's good. If he was bankrupt, I wouldn't collect at all. So in a way, it's good for me that he's crowdfunding. But I do think it's funny.
But he's not crowdfunding for his lawsuit.
No, well, he said, I'm going to crowdfund, but I'm doing it to prove that we can. I said, instead of crowdfunding for the lawsuit, I'm going to crowdfund for Gaza.
But that's like an actual good cause.
Yes, it is.
So what?
So what's funny though is that he's asking his audience to chip in to prove, right, that he can crowdfund.
It doesn't prove anything like the sort at all.
There's got to be a limit. Like, he can't go and you think he's going to go?
Well, also more people are obviously more willing to give to a cause than going to a good cause versus some dude's lawsuit.
Yeah, totally. That too. But like at the end of the day, it's awesome. Yeah. I think it's fucking great. I love it. These guys are the.
You are way too kind to this freak. I'm not. He's out of his fucking mind, dude. Bro, he positioned himself as being against funding, like fundraising for a cancer charity. When D-Man says you hide your power level all the time, he's lying to his audience, but also sniping at you, laughing at how blatantly he can lie, and is trying to rile you up. Yeah, I mean, he has his own fucking self-inflicted wounds that he must deal with, okay? Yeah, Dan doesn't baby Ethan Klein. Notice how he starts ignoring Dan when he isn't agreeing with him? I know. Anyway, whatever. I mean, this is villain shit. This is villainous shit. It's also incredibly stupid. What is this? Oh yeah, I saw this, the petite feet thing. I'm laughing so fucking hard. I've been seeing the screenshot going around and I never open. I'm losing it. Like, this is the kind of shit we post on Hasan Twit out of love for our demure diva. Petite feet, feminist steps. Sounds like a lady when he's walking in the room. That's so strange, dude. Very weird guy. Like, he switches off from me being a dangerous radical terrorist to like having tiny feet or something. Okay, I have tiny feet. Yeah, sure. It's just a very, very strange, almost sexual obsession. Anyway. Invite this loser on to debate your Syria tweet and call him a coward when he doesn't. That losers always hate watching clearly. No, these guys don't care. They don't care. They don't want to do that. Like, Asmongold's a great example of this. He will cut thousands of videos going forward, as he has already. He's done he will spend hours and hours talking about me, and then when I respond, he'll go, oh, you're so obsessed. And when I say, hey man, we can have a discussion if you want, as I've suggested numerous times, his fan base literally shuts off that counter. They just don't. They're like, nah, it's so much better if we just keep screaming from our hug box. Because they know that, like, if he were to test the metal of his ideas against someone who is more knowledgeable than him, he would look like a fucking moron. He would have to forcibly concede on a lot of positions to maintain his intellectually curious stance, like he's apolitical, right? That's it. You need to call them cowards. They can't hide from that. They are, but it doesn't matter. And debating isn't always productive. It's kind of glorified, I know, but like, there is only so much. There's only so much like back and forth I'm willing to entertain over clips where I will say like, yeah, look, let's do it. Let's have a conversation. You want to fucking talk shit? Let's do it. Let's have a normal, productive conversation face to face. And there is a reason why they don't want to do that. And the reason why they don't want to do that is because they recognize that they would look like fucking silly fools. Takes one to know one, kid. Takes one to know one, kid. You spew a lot of hyperbolic shit too. Just point to what I'm saying. Like, point to what your disagreement is. Don't fucking do these vague generalizations, okay? And secondly, I'm not the one shying away from talking to Asmon. He's the one who's running away. And the same thing goes for Ethan as well. Like, look at the back and forth that took place between me and Ethan when that actually had a conversation. You went from saying that he was going to talk to Sam Cedar, now he claims he won the debate. What debate? I thought it was a conversation. Yeah. They're just doing myth making over there. And you can engage in myth making as long as you, like, keep the cult tight, because this is basically cultish thinking. That's all this is. That's all this turns into is developing a cult. Purge the naysayers, no scrutiny allowed, right? I'm saying making generalizations is dangerous. What? Explain. You're still making a vague generalization. What side are you really? Every day it changes. No one knows. I support no sides. You are all idiots. Again, you are contradicting yourself in the past two statements that you made. Stop vague posting. Just fucking say what it is. Say what your say what your gripe is. I'm so sick and tired of like having to constantly try to pick apart what kind of petty grievance is being addressed in the chat. Their community is not capable of having a conversation. Every conversation has been called a debate. I mean, it's whatever. It's just that's also another. There's also another like incredibly toxic mentality that persists online, especially with like online political discourse. Everything has to be a fucking debate.
Whether you have decided yet how much you're going to spend on the upcoming midterms, is it? You spent a lot more money on the last US election than you envisaged when you were speaking here 3 years ago. Are you going to continue to spend at that kind of level on future elections?
I think in terms of political spending, I'm going to do a lot less in the future.
And why is that?
I think I've done enough.
Is it because
the damage is done? The damage is done. He's already caused irreparable harm to political discourse in this goddamn country with Twitter, and that is before he dumped $200 million into Donald Trump's campaign so that he could directly sit at the top of the table, at the adults table, and personally get involved with the destruction of the regulatory apparatus.
It's a blowback?
Well, if I see a reason to do political spending in the future, I will do it. I do not currently see a reason.
Oh, also, the Department of Justice is charging Representative LaMonica McIver over an incident outside of the ICE facility. So the Department of Homeland Security is going after fucking congresspersons as well, for the record, which we knew was going to inevitably happen, and here it is. But make no mistake, a world where the Brandonian administration or any Democratic administration engaged in this kind of prosecutorial targeting over political dissidents, over people that are of the opposing party, would be met with rallies, would be met with tremendous amounts of pushback. I think speaking with asthma would be constructive. What I really want to know is whose side everyone is really on. I am not an asthma supporter. I meant no disrespect. I agree with 98% of your takes. I think speaking with asthma would be constructive. Okay, then take it up with him. He's the one who doesn't want to entertain it. I have never said I won't speak to Asmongold. Do you understand? Also, you said generalizations are an issue or something. He's the one who cowardly will launch attacks from his hug box instead of entertaining a back and forth conversation. We're live at the same fucking time. He could just as easily have a conversation with me. We are friends on Discord, you know? It doesn't take much for Asmongold to entertain a conversation with me. He has done it many times over, and I've always been very respectful and very charitable to him, regardless of my differences in opinion, regardless of the fact that I find his worldview, or at least the way he presents himself online, to be repulsive.
That was the moment outside of an immigration detention center in Newark where the Justice Department claims a Democratic Congresswoman, LaMonica McIver, assaulted a federal agent. She is strongly disputing the charges. Justice correspondent Scott McFarland is following this and joins us now. Scott, so what is the government saying?
And Naked Morning, we could see those charging documents as early as this morning in this case of 38-year-old LaMonica McIver, a first-term Democrat from New Jersey. The video from earlier this month outside the Delaney immigration facility shows the confrontation with federal agents, McIver, a couple other members of Congress, and Newark Mayor Ras Baraka. The group was there for a routine inspection of the facility, but after Baraka was arrested, the scuffle ensued. McIver calls this a purely political prosecution and says it was the agents who created an unnecessary and unsafe confrontation. The misdemeanor case against Baraka was dropped Monday by the U.S. attorney. She said for the sake of moving forward, but at the same time, the U.S. attorney announced this assault prosecution of McIver. The Department of Homeland Security argues the group stormed the gates and that no one is above the law, but Democrats are rallying behind McIver. Gail, they're saying this is an attempt by the Trump administration to intimidate members of Congress.
All right, Scott, thank you very much.
So today on Capitol Hill, House lawmakers are set to examine threats to ICE operations. It comes as a Democratic congresswoman faces federal charges. She's accused of assaulting a police officer during the storming of that New Jersey ICE facility earlier this month. Border Czar Tom Homan joins us right now. So Tom, I said initially this was the right call. I'm glad they conducted the investigation. They didn't overcharge, but they didn't undercharge as well. What's your reaction?
Well, I said from day one, you cross that line, we're going to ask for prosecution. You cannot support ICE. You know, shame on you. You can push back against President Trump's immigration agenda. Whatever. You can protest, but you cannot cross that line. You can't knowingly impede a law enforcement officer, ICE officer. It's a crime. You can't knowingly conceal and harbor an illegal alien from ICE. You cannot, commit criminal trespass at our facilities and endanger our employees. And you certainly can't put hands on an ICE agent. So, she's going to have to pay the consequences for doing what she did. She broke the law, and we're going to hold her accountable.
Tom,
ICE agents are gods, dude. ICE agents are gods. If they're standing in front of you and you're standing in their way, okay? If they're standing in front of you and you're standing in their way, they have every right to kill you if they want to. You know what I mean? That's just how it works. You can protest, but in a way that if your protest actually stands in front of an ICE agent, then sorry, you're going to jail, you know? Okay, Intrepid Gamer, just like I said, the reason why his opinions are diametrically the opposite of mine is because for a lot of people who are apolitical or present themselves as apolitical or centrist, their entire worldview is motivated by what they perceiving me as an enemy. Okay, that's it. If tomorrow I was pro-Trump, some people would probably take up, anti-Trump positions because they just don't care about politics. They care about going along with drama. They care about going along with like fighting against like a perceived villain. That's it. Like if Asmongold came out and was like super fucking pro-Palestine and there were other disagreements that I had, I would continue to maintain my charitability towards him, at least on that issue, on every issue really, but like I would be honest about that. There are people who I don't like who, for good reason, there are people who I don't like, there are people who I don't agree with that for honest and decent reasons are anti-Israel, okay? And they're pro-Palestine, more importantly. And I recognize that. Then there are people who are sinister in their perspective, who are anti-Semitic and anti-Israel and simply using the Palestinian plight as a way to cut nefarious anti-Semitic propaganda. And I don't agree with those people, and fuck those people. I openly say it. Anyway, let's continue. No, Candace Owens is in the second camp. Tucker Carlson is in the second camp. These are nationalists themselves. These are fascists themselves. They demonstrate fascist ideology.
also the activists as well. If she wanted to conduct oversight, she could have scheduled an appointment, arrived there, and they would have gladly showed her the facility just like they did for our own Rachel Campos Duffy. But she showed up with a mob and they assaulted the cops.
Exactly. This is politics. This is politics over public safety, politics over common sense. I mean, that facility's one of...
Out of genuine curiosity, who do you think has valid opinions on Palestine, but you nevertheless don't like / disagree with? Vosh, Glenn Greenwald, Dave Smith. Half of the Republican Party that is, you know, not the Republican politicians, but at least like Republican voters that are anti-baby murder. Drake. Yeah, Vosh does not agree with me. I know. He also has like some fucking weird ass take on how he thinks that Israel is bad and wrong, but also no one should resist against Israel, especially if they're resisting against Israel but in a Muslim fashion. Yeah, Drake was one of the first major, I was just talking about this today. Drake was one of the first major artists to sign a ceasefire in Gaza proposal, openly putting his name out there. He was one of the first major artists, super early on. Anyway, yeah, there's some very cool breaking news here. Spain's Congress of Deputies has just approved an arms embargo against the state of Israel. Cool things are happening. Change doesn't occur overnight. I will take it. It might be too late at this point, but still, you know, I'm glad that it's gotten to this point. It should have been at this point October 17th, 2023, but
finest facilities in this nation. And when
Trump and Pete Hegseth are going to make an announcement. We'll get to that.
To any congressperson or any news station wants to come in.
Actually, you know what? Here, let's just get into it right now. They're doing the Golden Dome announcement.
Existing defense capabilities and should be fully operational before the end of my term. So we'll have it done in about 3 years. Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles, even if they are launched from other sides of the world, and even if they're launched from space. And we will have the best system ever built. As you know, we helped Israel with theirs, and it was very successful, and now we have technology.
Why is this so
far advanced?
Low, the audio?
But including hypersonic missiles, ballistic missiles, and advanced cruise missiles, all of them will be knocked out of the air. We will truly be completing the job that President Reagan started 40 years ago, forever ending the missile threat to the American homeland, and the success rate is very close to 100%, which is incredible when you think of it. You're shooting bullets out of the air. I'm also pleased to report that the one big, beautiful bill will include $25 billion for the Golden Dome to help construction get underway. That's the initial sort of a down deposit. And we have probably, you're talking about, General, we're talking about $175 billion total cost of this when it's completed. This afternoon, I'm also announcing that I will appoint, very importantly, General Gutlein to lead the ambitious new effort as the direct reporting program manager for the Golden Dome. Very talented man, and I'm very honored to have been the one that helped to have really created Space Force. Space Force has turned out to be a tremendous success. We were third in space, and now we're #1 in space by a lot. It's not even close. And Mike is a 4-star Space Force general, the recipient of the Defense Distinguished Service Medal, one of the most respected people in the world having to do with defense. You know, we have offense and we have defense. I bet he's good at offense too. And he has an unmatched background in missile warning technology and defense procurement. General Gutlein also knows that we need to move fast. No one is more qualified for his job, and everybody. This was a universal acceptance of General Gutlein. Everybody that knows him and knows everybody else has said there's only one man for the job, so I have a feeling we have the right guy. But now I'd like to invite Secretary Hegseth and the General to please say a few words and describe the system a little bit. And we appreciate you being here. The press has really been very fair over the last period of a couple of months. I don't know what happened to you. It was so much more exciting the other way, but you've been very, very fair. We have very high poll numbers, the highest we've ever had, and I think we're doing a great job. We had a tremendous trip to the Middle East, as you know. It was a really amazing trip, and now I came home, and this is the one I was really looking forward to this day, because this is very important for the success and even survival of our country. It's a pretty evil world out there, so this is something that goes a long way toward the survival of this great country. And as I said, we'll be discussing Canada. They want to hook in and they want to see if they can be a part of it and sort of make sense. I guess that's what I was talking about from day one, you know, it just automatically makes sense, and it won't be very difficult to do, but they'll pay their fair share. Thank you very much, everybody, and Pete, go ahead.
Well, Mr. President, add this to the long and growing list of promises made and promises kept. Ultimately, this right here, the Golden Dome for America, is game changer. It's a generational investment in the security of America.
Oh my God, is this gonna also be a permanent fixture? Oh God, this is gonna be a permanent fixture in the room. Oh, this is amazing. Oh, I hope he keeps this next to the Gulf of America post. Golden Dome for America, right next to the Gulf of America.
The technology wasn't there, now it is, and you're following through to say we will protect the homeland from cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles, drones.
Do these guys think America did not have some of the most complex, some of the most advanced surface-to-air anti-missile capabilities? Like, are we supposed to act like the United States of America already did not have the most advanced missile defense capabilities on the fucking planet? What is going on here? Are they stupid? What is happening? Our missile defense system against ICBM is not good on the continent. Yeah, our missile defense system against ICBMs is called America's positioning on the map. And you're wrong about that too. What the fuck? I'd like... There are multiple points of both failure and also multiple points of defense. Like, you have the nuclear sponge states, for example, where all of the fucking nuclear arsenal, where a majority of the nuclear arsenal is, because they're supposed to be the areas that you're, you know, nuking if there was ever a nuclear holocaust. I don't know what this, what the purpose of this is. I guess like
start doubling down on the protection of the homeland. Golden Dome is a bold and aggressive approach to hurry up and protect the homeland from our adversaries. We owe it to our children and our children's children to protect them and afford them a quality of life that we have all grown up enjoying. Golden Dome will afford that. I greatly appreciate your trust in me and your nomination in me and your trust in the team to deliver this. It is a great day for America.
And also, very importantly, it's we're the only ones that have this, we call it super technology. Nobody else has it. And nobody else has really near what we have. So this is a very exciting project. This is something that will, I mean, the General said close to 100% protection, so that's something we need. I think it's a very, and everything's going to be made in the USA, by the way, very importantly. So it's something that I've been looking forward to for a long time. And I just noticed you two, Jim, you're standing there. Behind you is a very important document, Declaration of Independence. And that was in the vault for many decades right under this area.
He loves that he brought that out. He loves that he brought that out. It was in a vault. I brought it out.
That was the original Abraham Lincoln.
We have a curtain on it.
And,
you see, we put a curtain on it because it will be damaged by light, they say, but I still keep the curtain off.
Exciting. You look over here, and above Ronald Reagan, you have Thomas Jefferson. That's Monroe from the Monroe document.
I doubt that it's the original one.
And you know who that is, right? Andrew Jackson. So we have a lot of very exciting pictures, and on the other side, likewise, some just some great presidents.
He's like a fucking child. But again, everyone's perspective now is childlike. Everyone's got baby brains.
Or nearby, but generally in the vaults downstairs, where we have some great. So it's very exciting. The place has become a little different than you first saw it, Jim, right?
Yes, much
better. It's a little bit different. It's slightly better. But to think we had them, and some were in the vaults for over 100 years. So it's pretty cool stuff. Everybody knows Jim Banks. He's a great congressman, and now he's a great senator from Indiana. And you might want to say a few words.
Well, your legacy with Space Force, Mr. President, is already big, but the Golden Dome is going to be an even bigger legacy for our country. And Indiana is going to help you make it. Right. The space satellites that are made in Fort Wayne, Indiana by L3 Harris, all the work done at Crane Navy Base in southern Indiana is going to be a big part of it. And Hoosiers are very proud of that. We're proud of you. Thank you very much.
It's going to be a big factor. Thank you, and good luck, and congratulations. You won that race by a lot. That wasn't even a contest, right?
Well, thank you. Thanks to you and all your support.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Please go ahead. This is Senator Kramer, and he's one of our best. Can't get any better. Go ahead.
Well, you're very nice, Mr. President, and thanks for this. And I remember the day in your first term when you called, and I was a brand new baby freshman senator on the Armed Services Committee, and you said, I want to have a Space Force. Would you lead the effort on the Senate Armed Services Committee? And I felt so proud thinking that you chose me, only to find out later no one else would do it. But nonetheless, it worked out really, really, really well because North Dakota has some great space assets, and that contributed to that, and to Golden Dome. No surprise that you would be the president that would come along and put the homeland first. And this is just one more example of that. So thanks for this and for allowing me this afternoon. And by the way, let me just add my strong endorsement of General Goodlight's role in leading this. I don't know anybody better, for sure, better equipped to do it than he is.
Everybody said that. That's for sure. Dan Sullivan, Alaska Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your continued leadership on missile defense. We were talking earlier how in 2019 at the Pentagon, you laid out a speech about the Missile Defense Review that had all these principles on missile defense that you articulated then during your first term, and now the Golden Dome is all of that. So you're continuing to lead. We really appreciate it. The Congress is stepping up, as you mentioned right now in the budget reconciliation bill, $25 billion for the Golden Dome. In what Senator Kramer and Senator Banks and I and many others, we're working on our, I briefed you on this before, sir, on our Golden Dome Act, which we think will have, in terms of legislation that can help cement be here, sir. And, Alaska is the cornerstone of missile defense right now in terms of ground-based missile interceptors, in terms of radar systems. And
can they stop saying homeland? I don't give a fuck if she bombs Fort Rape. No, that's not. First of all,
thank you.
Like, there's a very easy fix to all of this, okay? It's called not fucking with the rest of the world. It's not like the idea that like we're constantly under threat by all of these other countries when we are the dominant force on the planet with 800 to 1,000 open active military bases everywhere is so crazy. It's so crazy. Like, what do you mean? Dude, we are the threat to everybody. There is a real easy and very quick solution to all of this, which is called don't fuck with other people. Like, what the fuck?
Very protective. I think you can rest assured they'll be.
We act like diplomacy doesn't exist because I think at the end of the day, it is pure projection. Because like with us, diplomacy doesn't exist. We're fucking barbaric demons. So we just assume everyone else is also just as barbaric as us, but they are just not entertaining that because of our, I guess, defense capabilities, This is wild and a little scary because what the fuck is Donald Trump planning on doing that he is this worried about, like, hypersonic missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles coming down continental United States' direction? What the fuck's he gonna do?
I told you Canada wants to be a part of it, which be a fairly small expansion, but we'll work with them on pricing. We'll be dealing with them on pricing.
I also don't know. I don't like. Would a world war be waged this way? Like, even if there was like some weird thing that happened and all of the nukes were destroyed, no more nukes, right? So it's not going to be fucking nuclear holocaust instantly, okay? Then even in that situation, it wouldn't be like ballistic missiles being lobbed towards the United States. It'd probably be drone swarms, you know? Like, I suspect it would be the Chinese Navy, okay, launching drone swarms off the coast of the Atlantic and the Pacific, right? Like, it wouldn't be ballistic missiles, I don't think. Drones can't fly that far. Yeah, no shit. I'm saying that it would be off of the coast, off of the coast. You are wrong on this. He's doing it for the right reasons, and this will help us. I will not elaborate further. I think this is good.
It's pretty amazing, and this is in terms of technology, far advanced from that system.
Just one follow-up on the adversaries. Have you addressed Russia's ventures in space with a space-based nuclear weapon and told Putin to stop in your conversations with him?
We haven't discussed it, but at the right time we will. Yeah.
Mr. President, with the goal of keeping Americans safe with this, can you talk about the timeline? How long will this take to complete?
We think it's going to be about a little bit less than 3 years, and we'll have a big phase-in very early. You know, we're starting immediately with $25 billion. It'll cost about $175 billion complete.
The U.S. is very scared of hypersonics right now. We put an entire new site on Guam. We're putting new silos in Alaska. China is definitely the fear. Golden Dome is just the same thing, but on a bigger scale.
You know, some funding is tough and some is easy. When we
remember, by the way, I am reminded of yet another incredible campaign promise from Donald Trump, which was that we were going to cut spending in the military and no longer entertain silly wars that must not be fought. Really cool promise from Donald Trump that he is obviously following through on, you know, as you can see.
A military build-up along the borders towards Finland and Norway.
No, I don't worry about that at all. They're going to be very safe. Those are two countries that are going to be very safe.
And the second is, sorry, if I may, Volodymyr Zelensky is saying today that he's hoping for you to impose new sanctions on Russia. Are you considering that?
Well, that's going to be my determination.
Here, this is what I was talking about, yeah. This is a concept. Ace Combat is real in China. China's first aerial mothership, Shuchan SS UAW, is scheduled for its maiden flight in June. It can cruise up to 15,000 meters high, carrying over 100 small drones or 1,000 kilograms of missiles with a range of 7,000 kilometers. Don't worry, China's military is peace-oriented from the start. We grow stronger to deter aggression, unlike the U.S., always attacking other nations. Okay, ironically enough, that's what the United States also said. I mean, this is not like, this is not the actual plane. This is just a fucking rendering of it, but ICBMs, even without nuclear warheads, could impact so fast they'd be equal to hundreds of tons of TNT. The Bush administration looked into removing nuclear warheads from the Tridents and just let the impact do the damage. That was an Ace Combat. If America tried to make this, every drone would crash into each other. We'd go 70 billion over budget trying to implement a massive speaker system so it plays a Five-Finger Death Punch song when it deploys UCAVs, but it accidentally plays at the exact frequency that makes every bird in a 4,000-mile vicinity fly directly into the turbofans. L Hamas Pike W Israel. Embarrassing for you to openly say that W Israel.
Tremendous business into this country, but you have one of the biggest in the world being
the Honda Civics,
right?
The new Honda Civic made in Indiana. GM has added jobs. Eli Lilly moving pharmaceutical manufacturing from China to the United States, $27 billion. go on and on with good news in Indiana and across the country because of the tariffs.
Our country was cold as ice a year ago, and now we have the hottest country in the world. This is the hottest country in the world. Nobody even close. If you look at even this last trip that I made.
Also, they launched numerous dummy nuke missiles, so you don't know which one is authentic.
Being laughed at all over the world, and now we're the hottest country in the world by far. Dan, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I think when you look at the system that you've laid out, it's an idea in your executive order of a layered defense. So you have initial ground-based missile interceptors, which are made by some of the big defense companies, Lockheed, Martin, Raytheon. But the beauty of your vision, Mr. President, is that it's layered, it's open architecture, and it goes up into space. So this is going to be some of the new defense tech companies that are very interested in it and can bring missile defense at a cost.
We will missile strike grocery stores that increase the price of groceries. This is good trust. I think you don't understand what this is supposed to do.
The board in terms of companies, Senator Kramer and I just met with a bunch from last week that are interested in this, and you said it earlier, Mr. President, our technology.
This is a good take. I don't think Trump is going to start World War III, but I do think he sure loves all the conditions which are prerequisites for World War III. What does he know? That's my question. What is he gearing towards that he's like, honestly, we really got to make sure that we can withstand intercontinental ballistic missiles that could potentially strike the homeland. And no, it's not fucking aliens. Don't be duped by this shit. That's the other part that I actually despise about the whole like alien UAP stuff. Those revelations are simply done to get people on board with like the Space Force and stuff like that. I do not entertain any of the things that the government has revealed about aliens, okay? I think it's all silly. I'm just shocked that you're just an alien non-believer. I'm not. I am not a non-believer of aliens. I'm just looking at the environment. I'm looking at our government. I'm matching the government's track record historically, and I don't think that they would be revealing this kind of stuff. Oh, I'm shocked that some of the alien conspiracy people are so not skeptical when it comes to the fucking government telling them that like aliens are real, and we just chose to reveal this. Like, you should exercise a little bit of healthy skepticism here, okay? Wasn't it the initial skepticism to official government statements that made you think that aliens were real? And now that the government is like admitting to it, you're like, you need to read up on it. Okay, stop. All right, let's just continue.
Everybody, thank you very much.
Elon Musk be a part of this. Thank you, press.
No cuts to men.
Thank you, everybody.
No cuts to men.
Respectfully, I don't think you know enough. Oh god, this is why I don't talk about the alien shit, because it brings out all of the most annoying chatters. I don't even think it's an intentional distraction from the real issues. I think there is always a nefarious purpose behind why the government will say stuff like this. Okay? But I don't think it's like a simple distraction, because there is not even much to distract people with nowadays. Like, all you need to do is wait it out for the 12-hour news cycle to move on. I think the purpose of it is to beef up our defense industry, specifically when it comes to, like, I guess, the Space Force and whatnot, and to potentially push like, alien conspiracies have been applied by the CIA in times of hostility. Like, the CIA has used the CIA has utilized fake alien conspiracies in areas that they want to destabilize. It feels like they're just applying that same principle domestically somehow. Anyway, let's get back to this fucking alien, by the way. Speaking of aliens, I mean, Tom Homan literally is like that Man in Black character that was like, that had an alien inside of him that melts. You know what I mean? The alien that was like operating him. That's unironically what he looks like. Like, we are doing everything we can to deport aliens. That's what we do. Deporting aliens is what we do. I'm not an alien. Please do not say I'm an alien. I'm not. Why would anybody entertain that? Ugh.
Facility, come on and look. We have the highest detention standards in the industry. That facility puts to shame any other facility in the state of New Jersey, any state or local facility. This facility puts it in shame because of the detention standards are so high. Anybody that looks at any of our facilities will say, well, that was a waste of time because these detention facilities are actually really well built, really well maintained. Detention standards are highest in the industry. So come on and look at it, but you can't break into the facility. You can't.
Why does Hasan hate everyone? That's art. He's so divisive. Hey, look, I'm not banned for no reason. Let's see how fast I can get it again. I mean, I'm not gonna ban you. Have fun with it, Chad.
Force you away in the facility, and again, you can't put hands on an ICE employee. We're not going to tolerate it.
Tom, let's talk about these self-deportation flights. I think the first one arrived yesterday. You guys are going to...
Tell me that's not Tom Homan, bro.
In water. More. More.
Gonna pay folks $1,000 if they choose to self-deport. I was actually skeptical if this was gonna work, but it looks like folks are already taking these flights. How did you convince them to self-deport?
Because if they don't, they're going to face serious consequences. You know, what we started doing, we're enforcing two laws that we haven't enforced in a long time. Number one, failing to register. If you don't fail to register after 90 days of being here, we're going to prosecute you criminally. Then we're going to deport you. And if you hinder your arrest, if you don't open the door, if you don't answer our questions, if you don't assist in travel documents to your home nation after being ordered deported by the...
Dude, that's crazy. He's like, listen, if you actually know your constitutionally protected rights as still a protected undocumented citizen, okay, because undocumented or documented, you still have constitutional protections. But if you actually try to entertain the notion of defending yourself, well equipped with your constitutional rights, we're still going to deport you in the process of deportation. Okay, so if we have the beat on you, it's over, is what basically Tom Homan is saying. It's like, if I have chosen off of a list why you can't be on this fucking you can't be on this soil anymore, I'm just gonna do it regardless. And we can do it the easy way, we can do it the hard way.
The immigration judge, and we're going to prosecute you for that, which is 8 U.S.C. 1253. So we'll prosecute you, we'll put you in prison. When you get out, we'll deport you. We're not playing games. There are going to be consequences. Leave on your own. If you leave on your own and work with us, you can get your affairs in order. It makes sense for them and their families. and leave yourself an opportunity to come back to this country as a visitor or as a student, or if you have a U.S. citizen child, they can petition for you as a parent of a U.S. citizen. There are other avenues to come to this country the right way. But if we have to formally deport you, we got to go find you, and we got to put you on a plane and formally deport you. There are consequences. There are bars from 5 years to 20 years. You can't come back. Some of the bars are forever. So leave on your own and give yourself some opportunity in the future to be part of the greatest country on earth.
Tom, I only got about 30 seconds. I just got to get your reaction to the former VP candidate, Tim Walz, going after ICE, saying all of these words, accusing them of...
Like, dude, you are restoring the Fourth Reich. You are one of the soldiers, one of the major generals of the modern day Adolf Hitler regime. And you're going to talk about the comparisons being sad? I can't stand when right-wingers who literally are screaming bloody murder and pushing for some of the most violent deportation policies upon a population that does not deserve this kind of criminal enforcement, a population that instead deserves amnesty, turning around and complaining about how mean people are to them.
Essentially of being Nazis as well. What's your reaction? You used to run ICE.
It's disgusting. Every man and woman in ICE straps a gun to their hip every day and wear a Kevlar vest to arrest the worst of the worst. Look at the numbers. ICE is almost a
Yeah, Guatemalan moms. The worst of the worst. Who's the worst of the worst? Random people that have lived here for like 10 years who have never done a crime.
I said about 80.
Yeah, you don't understand. The worst of the worst, like Turkish American Fulbright scholars trying to get their PhD. The other side of the story that I think is very strange is that Donald Trump, with his immigration enforcement actions, is directly undermining the brain drain that has kept America's technological prowess competitive at the global stage. Doing this, especially at a time when China has become a competitor that is slated to overtake the United States of America on development and has already become an industry leader in certain areas like artificial intelligence and solar panels and things like that, like the next step in energy. It is alarming that Donald Trump is also saying, like, no, we are going to be barbaric. Like, we are purposely going to make ourselves dumber. Going after doctors, teachers, going after people in higher education because they have not done a loyalty pledge to Israel is so strange at a time when you are looking at the global competition in research and development and recognizing that a big part of the reason why you want to fight against China is because you're worried about their domination in research and development. The reason as to why America's been such a dominant force on the planet also comes from the brain drain. Like, that's part of the reason. The best and the brightest used to come here. They used to fly out here and get educated in American colleges. Luckily, they would get a much better education leading up to the college education that they get here from their own countries, because that part America is not so great at. Okay, there is a major class disparity here for what kind of education you get K through 12 here in the United States of America, whereas in these other countries they do get a significantly better version of K through 12 education, and then they would come to the United States of America demonstrating excellence in their field. And America would benefit tremendously from their academic prowess. Now they're deporting fucking like doctors and PhD candidates and shit over parking tickets or over not saying 10 Am Israel highs every morning.
2,000 people in the United States, taking them off the streets, including his state. We've taken very dangerous people off the streets of his state, made his state safer. While he's sleeping at 3 o'clock this morning, there's ICE agents out there arresting public safety threats and national security threats in his state. You ought to be thanking ICE and not vilifying them.
Great time, Holman. Thanks, brother.
A Democrat New Jersey congresswoman now facing federal charges for allegedly misconduct or for alleged misconduct toward law enforcement during the chaotic protest outside of that ICE facility earlier this month.
I mean, you see it in the video right there. Alexis McAdams is live in Newark. She was there initially when all of this broke out. Alexis, what can you tell us?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we were out there the day that the Newark mayor got arrested. Things got pretty chaotic, and it wasn't as chaotic, though, according to investigators, you guys, as a few minutes before that arrest happened, after they say Representative LaMonica McIver was pushing and shoving ICE agents. Now the congresswoman is looking at federal charges here, serious felony charges that we're told, after all this happened. Watch. Okay, so that's LaMonica McIver right there. You can see her on your screen for people watching at home saying, who is this lady? She's right there. She's shoving and elbowing an ICE agent, according to prosecutors. The video released by DHS is just one of many pieces of evidence, I'm told, that interim U.S. Attorney Alita Haba tells Fox led to several felony charges of assaulting, impeding, or interfering with law enforcement. Haba posted this on...
I don't even know the exact details of this event that unfolded or like how it got to this chaotic situation, but on principle, I think trying to fucking arrest congresspersons of the opposing political party for being at a demonstration is ridiculous. It is a escalation, certainly. It's the type of escalation that Republicans actually fantasized about happening to them and their politicians under the Biden administration. This is also part of the reason why the Department of Homeland Security admitted to my detention and subsequent release, while simultaneously claiming that the lying for likes was done on what? Lying for likes was done on the basis of my targeting being political. They are worried, on the one hand, of looking as though they are targeting political dissidents. They're still worried about that, because that right there is something that the Republican base does not support either. Some do, certainly. The Asmongoldиans will probably fucking say, nah, this is base, this is good, just don't do the crime if you can't do the time. All that shit. But there are plenty of Republicans who, on principle, don't appreciate having their political enemies being targeted, because they worry that that was a major concern from them for years and years and years, being targeted on the basis of their politics. Now, I'm not being hopeful when I say this. I'm not being naive when I say this. Make no mistake, there are still, of course, plenty of Republicans who are purely driven by spite and want this kind of fascist enforcement against political dissidents. They love it, and they not only entertain it, but they support it and they push for it. Okay, this is everything that they wanted. But there are a lot of normies out there. There are a lot of normies out there who will look to this, who will look to this kind of enforcement becoming more commonplace and not appreciate it. I'm telling you. Because if that wasn't the case, then ICE would not say, the Department of Homeland Security would not have released a statement saying that I was lying about my my detention happening because of my position as a political dissident. What the administration chooses to deny is just as important as what the administration chooses to omit and what the administration chooses to recognize as the truth. When you look at that statement, the very fact that they came out and denied instantly that I was targeted on the basis of my political identity that means that they're still worried about it at this stage. They might not be tomorrow, but at this stage, they're still worried about looking like they are engaging in political posturing like this. Because if they thought that this was already popular in and of itself, I think they wouldn't even deny it. They'd be like, yeah, he's an extremist. This political dissident is not simply a political dissident. He's an extremist, and therefore that is the reason why he was targeted. This is testing the waters of political targeting in terms of how the media will react to it. Because this is a out and about, clear-cut example of the right-wing administration targeting a political dissident who is a member of the opposing party. This is the first step of entertaining legal battles and looking at what the public's reaction will be like to jailing opposition party members. Do you understand? If this goes well for them, if this if they see that their own base of support is demanding more of this, they will do more of it, and they will do it openly. Dems need to nonstop flood all media about Palestine to get Americans to demand cutting the cord to Israel. Until then, Democrats can fuck right off. Brother, we're talking about something entirely separate here, even though it is connected, okay? Like, even Israel in and of itself is not actually about Israel. Even the targeting that people engage with, even the targeting that people withstand on the basis of like not being sufficiently pro-Israel, is actually not about Israel at all in the eyes of the Republican Party. They're just using that as a talking point to undermine the First Amendment. They're using that as a talking point and burying it under immigration enforcement because that's their most popular, up until this moment, that's their most popular mechanism of enforcement, one that is actually under the control of the executive authority. They're using that to erode constitutional protections and civil liberties. It's not going to stay just at the fake anti-Semitism smears that they slap on the people and as they actively try to criminalize people who are supposed to be protected by the First Amendment. It will move to other shit. It will inevitably move to other things. Anti-Christian bias is another area that they can start discussing.
Saying that the Congresswoman violated Title 18. It all started earlier this month when 3 Democratic Congress members from New Jersey thought, hey, today looks like a good day to go to this ICE facility to do some oversight. So it was Robert Menendez Jr., LaMonica MacGyver, and Bonnie Watson Coleman. They showed up to this facility in Newark, said they wanted a tour. They waited, but DHS says they then just pushed their way past the gates of an ICE detention facility without permission, and it led to chaos. Newark Mayor Ross Baraka was actually arrested that day. Now his case has been dropped. They were only misdemeanor charges, so they wanted to go after the bigger case, we're told. Investigators tell me MacGyver blocked police from putting handcuffs on Newark Mayor Ross Baraka, so agents had to wait to arrest him for trespass outside. So that's why it happened a short time later. Despite all this video evidence, MacGyver said she didn't do anything wrong. She says the charges are purely political, saying in part it's meant to criminalize and deter oversight. This is what she said last week. Listen.
We were simply there to do our job, therefore oversight visit, and what you're watching in the video, and we don't have all of the body cam, and we hope that all of the body cam is released. It was very difficult to watch that happen, but absolutely, I did not body slam anyone.
And I actually talked to the Congress members out there that day, and she mentioned that Monica MacGyver rather mentioned that she felt like she was the one who was under attack by federal agents, but that's not what the body camera video shows, according to DHS. Representative Hakeem Jeffries and other leaders of the Democratic Party aren't too happy about this. We're being told that MacGyver's got to turn herself in at some point today, so we got an eye in the courthouse. We've got crews around Newark to see when and if she shows up, so I'll keep you posted.
So Alexis, didn't you also report that one of her big offenses was blocking the mayor from being cuffed?
Yeah. That's right. And you mentioned earlier, I was listening to you around 6 o'clock this morning.
I think it's pretty funny what they're like, yeah, this lady was body slamming our fucking Gestapo thug. Just fucking ridiculous.
Brian, and that's when they said they had to wait until he came back outside the gate. So according to Congress members that were there, they were saying, we didn't do anything wrong. You know, why is he being arrested on public property? But they're saying that's impeding when they were inside the ICE facility. They wanted to cuff the mayor because he wasn't supposed to be there. And then they said, hey, no, don't do it.
So the mayor got exonerated. He's on his own. And it's...
well, he cooperated. Yeah. He cooperated with the U.S. attorney, and so they dropped the charges. Thanks, Alexis. Ainsley, all of these people are looking for a moment, though.
You know, they really are, and a peaceful protest is fine. But what we saw there, the
Democrats need to do this more, by the way. Like, they need to do this more. They need to fuck shit up more. Like, it's crazy. Like they need to do more civil disobedience. They need to put themselves out there more frequently. Like, the reality of the matter is, the only power we have comes from the numbers that we have. That's it. That's it. That's the only power we have at the end of the day is discontent and showing discontent. Bad Empanada radicalize you? Oh my fucking god. Look, man, I like Bad Empanada's YouTube videos, but you've been in here for 25 fucking months as a subscriber. Please. I think you've heard me say these things a million times over. Like, what is happening, dude? There is a reason why we didn't end up debating but agreeing. It's because nothing he presented was actually something that I disagreed with.
did see her with her arm.
She's trying to push them.
Her elbow and then her arm and pushing through the cops, doing that to them. The same thing would happen to any one of us. It's not political. If you're pushing a cop, then you're going to get arrested or you're going to have charges. There's going to be some sort of a punishment. These guys put on their vests and their badges, like Tom Homan said earlier. They risk their lives to keep our community safe, and you can't treat them that way. Here's Tom Homan.
From day one, you cross that line, we're going to ask.
January 6th is peaceful tickle party. This, on the other hand, is the most violent act of terrorism anyone's ever experienced.
Secretary Noem, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff recently said that the Trump administration is actively looking at suspending habeas corpus. Last week you were asked about this, and I want to clarify your position because it's obviously really important to get this right. So, Secretary Noem, what is habeas corpus?
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country.
No,
I saw this clip this morning, and I could not comprehend how the former governor of an American state, the former governor of South Dakota, the dog killer herself, the dog annihilator, is oblivious to one of the most basic protections that the American Constitution offers. Oh my fucking God. How is this possible? It's like, it feels as though she heard someone else who doesn't understand what habeas corpus is describe like what Abe Lincoln did, okay? And then just picked up the pieces to be like, no, habeas corpus is when the president gets to do whatever he wants. That's what habeas corpus is. I'm not American, but what that lady said sounded wrong. Yes. Habeas corpus is a restriction on government, not an allowance of the government. It's a restriction on the government that impedes on the government's powers to erroneously claim that someone is a fucking criminal without showing merit, without showing evidence, without and restrict your liberties. It is due process, and it goes beyond the American Constitution. It's a far older concept than just the American Constitution. Oh my fucking God! It is like it is perhaps one of the most significant developments of the Western world. If you want to think about it as like the invention of the Western liberal democracy, habeas corpus is at the heart of that. This is why I bring up the fact that courts existed even when fucking kings did. Okay, kings had overwhelming power, and yet courts still fucking existed even when monarchies were around. Like, what are we talking about? This is like going beyond monarchies. This is something new. Like, we're not even trying to say, we got to roll time back to when we had monarchs. We're saying we want to roll time back to before we even had courts. Yeah. Here, habeas corpus, from medieval Latin, "you should have the body," is a legal procedure by which a report can be made to a court alleging the unlawful detention or imprisonment of an individual and requesting that the court order the individual's custodian, usually a prison official, to bring the prisoner to court to determine whether their detention is lawful. Habeas corpus is generally enforced via writ and accordingly referred to as a writ of habeas corpus. It is a summons with a force of a court order. It is addressed to the custodian, such as a jailer, and demands that a prisoner be brought before the court. It is one of the most important aspects of due process, and ironically enough, it is the exact opposite of what she suggests it actually is. It is literally the opposite of what she is saying. It almost feels like she learned what this concept was just to say the reverse of it. Like, how do you accidentally arrive at the exact opposite position? How can you be this fucking stupid?
Suspend their right
let me stop you, ma'am. Habeas corpus, excuse me, that's incorrect.
President Lincoln used it.
President Lincoln used it. No. This is why I'm saying, like, she heard someone else. She heard someone else try to describe this to her. The person that she heard this from probably was also wrong. Also, I think Maggie Hasan here should let her fucking cook. Should let KRISTI NOEM cook. I don't know why she's cutting in to correct the record. Just let her fucking openly say the wrong thing and let her look like a goddamn moron. She heard it from Tim Pool and half remembered it. Oh my God. Yeah, she means Abraham Lincoln used habeas corpus is wrong. Okay, it's the opposite. Okay.
Excuse me. Habeas corpus is the legal principle that requires that the government provide a public reason for detaining and imprisoning people. If not for that protection, the government could simply arrest people, including American citizens, and hold them indefinitely for no reason.
They fully know what habeas corpus is. They are actively trying to manufacture cassette and mislead the public to destroy habeas corpus. This has been their goal all along. No. They do want to destroy habeas corpus. They've openly said that they want to suspend it. Okay, but that's not what KRISTI NOEM is doing here. She's just stupid. It goes along with the agenda of the administration, but that doesn't mean she is aware of what she's doing. No, she's just fucking dumb. Because the correct way to mention it would be to say Lincoln suspended it. It had to be suspended. Like, and this is a time of unprecedented danger, and that's why regardless of all of the hurdles that the radical terrorist Democrats want to present against our big beautiful agenda, we must do what is right in this time of unprecedented violence. That's the reason why we have to fucking revoke habeas corpus. Like, this is impossible. It's an you know, you have to sometimes forego these kinds of constitutional protections in an effort to make sure that Americans can live a life of peace and security. Like, that's what you would say if you know what the fuck you're talking about. Bobby, don't give them the talking points? No, dude, come on. Are you stupid? They know there are people who are capable of crafting this message. KRISTI NOEM is not one of them. She's just stupid.
Habeas corpus is the foundational right that separates free societies like America from police states like North Korea. As a senator from the Live Free or Die state, this matters a lot to me and my constituents and to all Americans. So, Secretary NOEM, do you support the core protection that habeas corpus provides, that the government must provide a public reason in order to detain and imprison someone?
Yeah, I support habeas corpus. I also recognize that the President of the United States has...
Yeah, she just learned in real time because Maggie Hasan fucked up and literally explained it to her.
The authority under the Constitution to decide if it should be suspended or not.
It has never
Let us be clear, though, that this president...
It has never been done without approval of Congress. Even Abraham Lincoln got retroactive approval from Congress. So I have been asking executive branch nominees a simple question over the past few months. If the president orders them to break the law, I've been asking, will you follow the law or follow the order? I want to ask you a more specific question here. If the president tries to suspend habeas corpus and a federal court reverses the president's order, will you comply with the court order and uphold habeas corpus, or will you follow the president's directive?
We are following all federal court orders and are complying with that, as is the president, and every decision that I make as well.
That is obviously not true for anybody who reads the news. There are federal court orders right now including returning somebody who was deported mistakenly. But to be clear, this is about a fundamental legal right that ensures that we live in a free society instead of a police state that would have a sham legal system like Russia or North Korea. So I'm glad that you have now committed to following court orders. I'm glad you believe in the basic freedom for Americans if ordered to do so by a court. And again, I want just to make clear that it is critically important that even if the president tries to suspend the right of people to know why they've been detained or imprisoned, if a federal court reverses that order, that you will follow that order, and I hope all members of the administration will, because it's obviously critical that some of the people, for instance, who've been deported by mistake, who didn't get due process, be...
Once again, I have to go back to the basics and describe why due process is important. Due process is important because without it, any fucking member of law enforcement or deputized person can just decide that you are a criminal and without trial, without due process, expeditiously send you to a slave labor prison in El Salvador. And without due process, anyone and everyone could be Hamas. Without due process, anyone and everyone could be considered a non-citizen. Because without due process, you can't prove that you are actually a citizen, or you can't prove that you are actually innocent. Okay? This is precisely the reason why it's a terrifying thing that the Trump administration is trying to entertain. They wouldn't do that? You're fear-mongering? Oh, shut up. That is the whole purpose. If they wouldn't do that, then they wouldn't be entertaining the notion of fucking revoking habeas corpus. What the fuck are you saying? Stop. Stop trying to troll me with this dumb shit, okay? Chunky Gurga. Stop. It's not funny when you guys think you're trolling, haha. Yeah. They're law enforcement because they're good people. I know. You got me. You trolled. I know. I'm in the process of explaining something and you're portraying yourself as, look, you're portraying yourself as like the average dumb guy as a joke because you're like, oh, this is such a stupid thing to say that like obviously no one would take this seriously. The problem, on the other hand, is there are people that are this stupid. We are in a totally new planet right now with political discourse. You need to understand. Not saying that like you shouldn't be hog posting or whatever. I love that. I think it's funny, and we love entertaining hog posting around these parts. But like you have to understand, there are literally people who do actually have this perspective. So while I'm in the process of explaining why it's important, like when you hit me with that, I'm gonna assume instantly that you are one of those people. Maybe it's my fault, and it probably is my fault, that I've entertained too many fucking dumbasses.
Senator.
But it is alarming where political discourse is nowadays. You've been reinforcing it. I mean, maybe it's because I stare into the abyss too much.
Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you and I served together in Congress for 15 years. We didn't always agree, but I believe we shared some common values. A belief in defending democracy and human rights abroad, and honoring the Constitution at home. That's why I voted to confirm you. I believed you would stand up for those principles. You haven't. You've done the opposite. And you used to speak with conviction about the importance of foreign aid as a tool to advance American values and interests. Then you stood by while Elon Musk took a chainsaw to USAID and other assistance programs. That has left a staggering toll. Broken trust with countries, openings for China and other adversaries, and countless preventable deaths of children and others. Take Sudan, for example. The freezing of U.S. humanitarian assistance forced the closure of nearly 80% of the emergency food kitchens there. 2 million famine-affected people were left without access to food. People died because of those actions. Mothers, fathers, and children. Tons of emergency food that could have saved their lives was left rotting in warehouses because you and Elon Musk refused to let USAID do its job. Sudan is a country where, by the administration's own determination, a genocide is unfolding in Darfur. But here's where it goes from cruel to despicable. While cutting off food aid to Sudanese families living through an actual genocide, you're fast-tracking white South Africans for refugee status under a manufactured claim that they are the victims of genocide. You tried to block the admission of individuals who had already been approved to come here as refugees while making bogus claims to justify granting such status to Afrikaners. You've made a mockery of our country's refugee process, turning it into a system of global apartheid, where...
Why can't they say Gaza? I don't know why he didn't bring up Gaza, but Van Hollen is not like as pro-Israel as the rest of these motherfuckers. Like, from what I understand, I mean, obviously maybe it's because he's standing right next to Cory Booker, and he's worried that Cory Booker might assassinate him.
Political ideology and race, more than truth or need, matter. And while you've turned away from a genocide in Sudan and invented one in South Africa, you teamed up with President Trump to throw the Ukrainian people under the bus, and have been played like a fiddle by Vladimir Putin. Of course, Donald Trump not only said he would end the war in Ukraine on day one, he also said he would end the war in Gaza.
Stop trying to make Cory look cool. I'm not. I'm saying he's a stooge for AIPAC. Cory Booker is staring intently at Van Hollen to make sure that he doesn't say something, make sure he doesn't sympathize too much with the Palestinians. Okay, here, it's coming up. Let's see. Look at Cory's face, by the way. Oh my God, this is fucking hilarious. Hold on.
Trump not only said he would end the war in Ukraine on day one, he also said he would end the war in Gaza on day one. And yet last week, you were all running around to Gulf states, giving away very sensitive American AI and chips technology, but doing nothing to end the war in Gaza. and get the remaining hostages returned. You know that for 78 days, the Netanyahu government did not allow a scrap of food to enter Gaza to reach over 2 million civilians. 57 children have died from malnutrition so far, and more than 14,000 children are in imminent danger of dying of starvation. As Cindy McCain said last week, and I quote, "Families in Gaza are starving while the food they need is sitting at the border." That is a gross violation of both U.S. and international law. What did you do? Nothing. Not once did you publicly call upon the Netanyahu government to end the blockade. Fortunately, other countries spoke out, and now we see a tiny trickle going in. Where have you focused your energy instead, Mr. Secretary? Well, your first trip as Secretary of State was to El Salvador, not to promote democracy, but to cozy up to President Bukele, who calls himself the world's coolest dictator. The result was a cash for collusion deal to deprive people living in America of their constitutional rights to due process. The Supreme Court, in a 9-0 decision, instructed you to facilitate the return to the United States of Abrego Garcia, who the administration admitted was wrongfully deported to El Salvador. Your response? You've openly flouted judicial orders. When asked whether you have been in touch with El Salvador to return Abrego Garcia, you boasted, quote, "I would never tell you that. And you know who else I would never tell? A judge." Clearly, you don't care about the Fifth Amendment right to due process, and you don't care about the First Amendment either, since you've been very busy snatching students off of college campuses for exercising their right.
Why always the Netanyahu government? Because our institutions are comprised of fucking cowards who don't want to say the truth. And yes, that also means Bernie Sanders. This is part of the reason why I'm actually frustrated with Bernie Sanders. The reason why I'm frustrated with Bernie Sanders is because he should be leading the charge on this. He should be giving his colleagues the courage and the permission to say the fucking truth, to make Americans understand our direct involvement in this. And he says all of the right things, and he also pushes the conversation in the right direction, but he won't entertain the notion of it being a genocide, and he won't entertain the notion of this being anything but Netanyahu's own personal agenda. Bernie Sanders occupies a very important space in the Senate as the most popular senator, the most popular politician. If he was leading the charge on this, especially as a prominent Jewish figure in American politics, I think there would be more American politicians that would demonstrate the courage necessary to say the truth. That's it. And yes, a lot of these other guys do it because they are paid for by AIPAC, but they're paid for by AIPAC, and they also personally have an investment in the continuation of Israel's death and destruction. Bernie Sanders is not even fucking paid for by AIPAC. It's just pure ideology. It's pure it's pure fantasy in his mind that like Israel and Zionism represents something that makes sense to him, that you know, it's a project that could have been wonderful and beautiful. Is just being bastardized by right-wing elements, being co-opted by right-wing elements, when the ideology in and of itself is clearly a exterminationist one, built around the foundational principles of religious, ethno-religious supremacy.
Right to free speech. You dredged up a relic from the McCarthy era to claim that student protesters posed a threat to the foreign policy of the United States. Give me a break, Mr. Secretary. You know as well as I do this isn't about national security, it's about punishing free speech. And you know that in America, the government doesn't get to use its power to punish speech it doesn't like. Yet in March,
thank you for the 10
you boasted about revoking student visas, saying, and I'm quoting, "We do it every day. Every time I find one of these lunatics, I take away their visa," unquote. Let's look at one of those lunatics, Mr. Secretary, Ms. Ozturk. Her crime was co-authoring an op-ed in her college paper critical of Tufts University's response to the war in Gaza. Your own department found 0 links to terrorism, no anti-Semitic statements, but you still yanked her visa and shipped her off to detention in Louisiana. And the list goes on and on. The federal judge in the case of Mohsen Madawi, who is the Columbia student who was ambushed by federal agents at his citizenship appointment, said, and I quote, this is the judge, "Legal residents not charged with crimes or misconduct are being arrested and threatened with deportation for stating their views on the political issues of the day. Our nation has seen times like this before, especially during the Red Scare and Palmer raids. Like the McCarthy-era witch hunts of the 1950s, your campaign of fear and repression is eating away at foundational values of our democracy. Back then, it took one voice, Attorney Joseph Welch, to cut through the hysteria with the simple question that marked the beginning of the end of that shameful era. He asked Senator McCarthy, have you no sense of decency? And I would ask you the same, Secretary Rubio. But you have shown through your words and your actions what the answer is. And I have to tell you directly and personally that I regret voting for you for Secretary of State. I yield back.
May I respond?
You may sit.
Well, first of all, your regret for voting for me confirms I'm doing a good job, based on what I know.
Well, that's just a flippant statement, Mr. Secretary.
Can I respond?
I mean, it's a flippant statement, yes, but it quite literally is the underlying value of right-wing politics is that, oh, I'm triggering the libs, so I must be on the right side. This is how this works. When you don't have like a discernible worldview or any sort of interest in world building, any sort of future that you want to show, that you want to work towards, your entire worldview revolves around being at contest with those who do have something. Oh, I've triggered you, so I must be doing a good job then. Yeah, the things that Van Hollen brings up in his speech aren't necessarily just like, Marco Rubio, you are a bad guy and you're triggering me. He's saying you have betrayed principles that you claimed you cared for. You have shown yourself to be a hollowed out human being, which, by the way, for someone like myself, obviously we already knew that. I don't fucking trust Marco Rubio. I never trusted Marco Rubio. This was expected of him, right? But like as a senator, this is senator versus senator statements. Like he's not saying you triggered me. He's saying you have betrayed all of the principles that you claimed to represent when we voted for you. They should not have voted for him, for the record, including fucking Bernie Sanders. 99-0. Don't forget, 99-0 is how this man was appointed to Secretary of State.
Mr. Chairman?
You may.
I didn't ask.
Senator, please.
If I can see it, and I'm not a senator that's spent 40 fucking years in Congress, how did Bernie Sanders not recognize that this would come back and explode in his fucking face? He just was like, oh yeah, he's a war hawk. He'll do the right thing. He'll push for the American agenda, and that's the best we're gonna get, instead of some, ooh, God forbid, weird guy who might every now and then shift American foreign policy in a direction that might not favor our military industrial complex. Like, none of it makes sense. You look indecent when you vote for a war hawk like this. You had no reason to vote for a war hawk like this. It's stupid.
Let the Secretary.
I'd be happy to, but then I can respond to his.
Your time's up, Senator, and willfully used, I might add.
Well,
your remarks do not represent the view of this committee.
Well, Mr.
Secretary, please.
Well, I can't respond to everything he said because much of these are untrue, but I'll go through a few. First of all, I'm actually very proud of the work we've done with USAID. For example, I don't regret cutting $10 million for male circumcisions in Mozambique. I don't know how that makes us stronger and more prosperous as a nation. I don't regret psychosocial support services.
I raised Sudan, Mr. Secretary.
Can I respond,
Senator, I'd ask you to suspend. You had 7 straight minutes of
I chose to use my time that way, Mr. Chairman. That's my right to
Please
use
suspend
my time that way.
Musique non-stop. Thank you for 25. Get the subs.
Secretary Rubio.
Well, I can go on. I mean, there's other things here. We spent $227,000 for Big Cat's YouTube channel from USAID. We spent
The fuck is Big Cat's YouTube channel? Wait, what? Dude, what the? Oh, is it Big Cat's Rescue? Is that what it is, or is it? Big Cat is a Barstool guy? No, dude, it wasn't Big Cat from Barstool that got $250,000 from USAID. Wait, is this it? No, no shot. This is 100 and. Oh my God! Wait, what? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. No, this has got to be an opportunist who slapped on this after the fact. The USAID thing on the banner after the fact. No, no, no, no, no, no. They're trolling. They must be. Oh my God, I don't think they're trolling. They have all these PSAs in different languages. Oh my God. Big Cats, Big Opportunities. Natural security. From natural security to national security. Big Cat Rescue, known for its advocacy and sanctuary for big cats, has a long-standing relationship with USAID from their website. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it isn't necessarily that the federal government is spending funds on or spending resources on like wildlife preservation. What's frustrating about it is that just like everything that the fucking government spends money on, it is an entirely idiotic endeavor to waste any dollar, a singular dollar, on a fucking YouTube page with 134 subscribers, dude. What are we talking about? This is exactly... Oh, it just makes me so mad as someone who makes YouTube videos. Like, I understand the cost of making something like this, okay? It could be spent better. This is not one of those instances. This is not one of those instances where it's like, well, why is, you know, $1 million going into R&D for cat piss? Like that grants like that are good. They advance scientific discovery. This, on the other hand, Big Cat Rescue is a different YouTube. Oh, it is? It's this? No, I don't think this is the one that's like linked back to USAID. I think it was the channel that we looked at. Yeah, it was Big Cat, Big Opportunities, chatter. It was the previous channel. No, it was. It's this. Not Big Cat Rescue. It's the other one that we looked at. It sounds stupid. I think you're falling for Rubio's narrative, big guy. I'm not. Also, $225,000 is pennies. It's nothing to the federal government. So him pointing to that is so idiotic, okay? They're not actually cutting any fucking funds. They're not cutting funds in a meaningful fashion. Make no mistake. They are not doing that. They're just lying about it. Wait. I think I accidentally turned off my fucking...
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyway, it's just like, it's nothing. It's pennies on the dollar, but it's just yet another instance of like classic government expenditure, silly government expenditures. Anyway, all right, we're moving on. Totally and utterly inadequate. Starmer says the world cannot allow Gaza to starve. We're going to talk about the international community's response, the new community's response. I got to pee though first.
Mr. Speaker, with permission, I'd like to update the House on the 3 recent trade deals we've struck in the national interest. But first, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say something about the horrific situation in Gaza, where the level of suffering innocent children being bombed again, is utterly intolerable. Mr. Speaker, over the weekend we coordinated a response with our allies, as set out in my statement with President Macron and Prime Minister Carney last night. And I want to put on record today that we're horrified by the escalation from Israel. We repeat our demand for a ceasefire as the only way to free the hostages. We repeat our opposition to settlements in the West Bank. And we repeat our demand to massively scale up humanitarian assistance into Gaza. The recent announcement that Israel will allow a basic quantity of food into Gaza, a basic quantity, is totally and utterly inadequate. So we must coordinate our response, because this war has gone on for far too long. We cannot allow the people of Gaza to starve, and the Foreign Secretary will come to the House shortly to set out our response.
He's trying to deny the kid starver allegations, bro. He knows what his name is. He knows his name is Kid Starver. He's like, nah, I don't like that. People keep calling me Kid Starver, and I am not a child starver. Please. Yeah, meanwhile, they have contributed to the death and destruction in Gaza aggressively. Here's Declassified UK. Breaking. The Ministry of Defense has confirmed that declassified that UK spy flights for Israel will continue. RAF spy planes heading to Gaza have left the UK base on Cyprus on 5 of the last 6 days, according to flight data. Yeah, Israel's partnership with the UK for security is crucial. The RAF support aids in protecting Israeli civilians from Hamas's relentless attacks. Oh, brother. What's really interesting about all of this is that, like, they are finally arriving at least the optics front, which might even, like, they're becoming Erdogan, okay? This is the position that they should have been day one. They're hitting the Erdogan technique, where they just start talking about Israel in a mean way and even aesthetically claim that they are going to implement a blockade against Israel, while simultaneously still offering all of the military support necessary to Israel. I asked the Foreign Secretary what exactly are British air bases being used for during the genocide in Gaza. He refused to answer. Yeah, he went to, bro, Kid Starver went to Cyprus, okay? Kid Starver directly went to Cyprus, where there are British military bases that conduct operations above Gaza at the behest of Israel in this security cooperation agreement that they have. It's fucking bullshit.
Supplied to Israel over the past 6 months? What arms are being supplied now to Israel? What RAF Akrotiri is being used for? Is it supporting the Israeli war machine? And can he inform the House categorically that no component part of an F-35 jet made in Britain is supplied to Israel to continue their bombardment of Gaza?
Yeah. There was also a previous court case where they directly supported the UK continuing to offer F-35 jet components to Israel. That literally just happened. Like, that happened recently, no? Wasn't there a court case where the UK court found that the United Kingdom was allowed to still send F-35 jet components to Israel?
Yeah. Can I say to him, judgment, that he asked me a similar question a few weeks ago, and I gave him the answer that we suspended arms sales. That was a sober decision made. They're not being given to Israel for use in Gaza at this time. That is a strict decision under our export licensing regime, save for the carve-out we've made for F-35s, which I know he disagrees with, but that is the position, because we're not prepared to disrupt supply chains across the world.
Yeah. Save for the F-35 components. Minister of Health calling Zara Sultana so cheap for saying the UK should stop selling weapons to Israel.
Between October and December 2024, the government approved over £127 million in export licenses to Israel, exceeding the combined total under the Tories for 2020 to 2023.
You want to know something crazy? There's a comparison I'm going to make here as well to Israeli society, or at least like some outspoken people in Israeli society right now. These are the people, the Zara Sultanas and the Jeremy Corbyns of the world are the people that are desperately trying to preserve the soul of these countries. Okay? A lot of these fucking animals don't understand that. They are so invested in their completely distorted worldview that revolves around might is right politics, where there is no right and no wrong. The only thing that is correct is whatever we say goes. That they don't understand that in the process of scolding these people, they are once again dehumanizing themselves. These are the last people that are desperately trying to claw back some semblance of humanity for the Western world. A humanity that we do not deserve to be associated with, by the way. Okay? We are fucking barbaric animals. And that's precisely what's going on in Israel as well. The reason why I make this comparison is because I saw another like idiotic Hasbara account, I think it was like Neo something, post these the Succession, these articles in a negative fashion, not realizing that these articles that she's posting negatively are unironically on the morally correct side. But she doesn't realize that, and I think actually she might have realized that and deleted it. Nope, here it is. Haaretz, ladies and gentlemen, Neo Berg posts, possibly the most famous Iranian Jew on X, advocates for Iranian monarchy and restoration, Iranian monarchy restoration in Israel, anti-woke. Okay? She posted the Succession, these article titles as a negative. If you are a Jewish Israeli, you are complicit in the killing of 53,000 Palestinians from Odeh Bizharat. Gideon Levy writes, stop calling it a Gaza war. Stop being a part of Netanyahu's genocidal legacy. Alon Idan, destroying Gaza with love. Israel's new yogi Nazis. That last one is about specifically the holistic yoga lovers in Israel that are fucking firmly committed to the genocide. They are basically neo-Nazis that love. They're crunchy granola neo-Nazis. Okay? Can you imagine posting this as a negative? Like, how oblivious are you? How oblivious are you to the way the world fucking views Israel that you literally post some of the only saving grace in Israeli society as a negative, with the assumption that your audience is also going to respond to it like it's negative? Here's Daniel Mate responding from Bad Hasbara, son of Gabor Mate, brother of Aaron Mate. One of the last flashes of redemptive honesty in your society, and you think it's contemptible. You are going to go down in history as having chosen self-destruction over the kind of insight that changes things. This to me demonstrates how fucking deluded you are. Okay? This to me demonstrates how far gone you are in your worldview, how invested you are in your worldview, where nothing at all can change your trajectory. Like, can you imagine looking at the last bastion, the last hope, the last redeemers of Israeli society in any way, shape, or form, looking at that and then turning around and being like, fuck these losers, they're a bunch of capos, the capo newspaper. Look, that's the first response. Insane. Insane. Golan, Israel becoming a pariah state, is killing children as a hobby, from the Times of Israel. Yair Golan, the head of the opposition Democrats, issues a scathing denunciation of the government and the war in Gaza, saying that Israel is killing children in Gaza as a hobby. there are at least liberal Zionists, okay, who fucking understand how bad this shit looks to the Western world. So they're trying to massage the narrative to basically have something redeemable. Now, I don't put the other three article writers in the same degree here, okay? I need you to understand something. This is very different than what I showed you. What I showed you earlier, the thing that she was complaining about, these guys, they have a different mindset. They do actually have redeemable opinions, especially Gideon Levy. I might not agree with them the entire way, but it doesn't matter. They do have like, at least clearly from what I read, what I saw bits and pieces of this article and what I know of Gideon's perspective. I'm not entirely familiar with Odeh Bizharat, but like the article title stands alone, like those guys are, they're correct. Yair Golan, on the other hand, is doing this as a mechanism of propaganda as well. Like, he is literally saying, like, we've gone too far. You know what I mean? There is a number of baby murder that is appropriate. We've just gone above and beyond that, and now people fucking hate us. We've become a pariah state. We are becoming a pariah state, not realizing that you already are a pariah state. Israel is on the way to becoming a pariah state. It already is, like South Africa was. If we don't return to acting like a sane country, the left-wing leader, a former IDF deputy chief of staff, says in an interview with the public broadcaster. And a sane country does not fight against civilians, does not kill babies as a hobby, and does not give itself the aim of expelling populations, he says. The government is full of vengeful types with no morals, no ability to run a country in a time of crisis. This endangers our existence, Golan says. I suspect he got a lot of pushback for this statement, which is already like fucking bare minimum. You know what I mean? It's a day late, a dollar too short, and yet still this is considered completely unacceptable in Israel. Sentiments like this is completely considered unacceptable. Okay? Knesset debate reveals not everyone thinks starving Gazan children is a bad thing. Here's another article headline that I wanted to show you. From 40 Babies hoax to this bookend. Moshe Feiglin on Channel 14. Every baby in Gaza is an enemy. Every baby, every child, every baby in Gaza is an enemy. The enemy is not Hamas. We need to conquer Gaza and colonize it and not leave a single Gazan child there. There is no other victory. Prominent Judeo-Nazi maniac Moshe Feiglin on another genocidal rant this morning on Channel 14. Every society, no society is monolithic. Every society has discourse. Every society has back and forth. There's always going to be a diversity of opinions. But in Israel, the diversity of opinion revolves around how much genocide and what kind of weapons you can use. How much starvation is appropriate. It's not about, there is no real conversation surrounding the notion that we shouldn't be doing an occupation at all. We shouldn't be starving children at all. What the fuck are we doing? It's more so, is it okay to starve all of the Gazan children? Or can we at least, like, maybe give them one plate of fucking food and one slice of bread for the day as we kill them over and over again? That is the real debate happening in Israel. It is completely cooked as a society. Of course it's a fucking pariah state. They've lost their goddamn minds. Israel is also terrifying because it resembles America's future if left unchecked. If people don't fucking currently wisen up to the way that the Trump administration is moving, we are going to become Israel very shortly, okay? It's already beginning, and we're ironically using Israel as a mechanism to bring Israel here. Fuck. Yeah, yesterday Ofer Kosif tried to tell Dr. Abdallah Makat, who operated in a public library in Gaza, was burned to death with his entire family. But for the Knesset, this was too much to hear. For the war criminals, humanizing even one Palestinian is forbidden. He basically brings up the story of Dr. Abdallah Makat, who operated a public library in Gaza and was burned to death with his entire family. Let's take a look at the response. I don't speak Hebrew. There is no fucking, there's no subtitles here, but let's take a look at what they're saying.
ישראל שרפה את ספרייתו, השטיחה את שכונתו וביתו. תצאי, אם את לא יכולה לשמוע, את יכולה לצאת. מוזמנת לצאת. לא, אל תדאג. אני לא אתן לזה. טוב, חברת הכנסת טלי, אין מה לעשות. אני לא נותנת לתומך טרור הזה לומר שאנחנו זוכרים.
I mean, I don't even think we need to translate. I can tell what she's saying. She just says, "Tell Hamas, you love Hamas. Why do you love Hamas?" There's a bunch of Hebrew speakers in the chat. They say they can translate it, but she's saying he's a terrorist supporter and she won't let him speak. Yeah. If you can't hear it, leave. I won't let this terror something. They're telling her to leave. Can't tell what she's saying, Lamau. Yeah, she's going Hamas, Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. That's what she's doing. I mean, that's what it is. She said, no politics here. No politics here. Hamas, Israel, #1. Hamas, #2. Hamas, not #1.
Tali. לפני כשנה ישראל שרפה את ספרייתו, השטיחה את שכונתו וביתו, ואמש הוא נרצח ביחד עם אביו, עם אשתו וילדיהם.
הוא מאשים את חיילי צה"ל ברצח, זה מה שהוא עושה עכשיו. אתה לא יכול לאפשר לו. הוא מאשים את חיילי צה"ל ברצח. אסור לך לאפשר.
הוא לא אמר חיילים, הוא לא אמר חיילים.
מי בעזה? אני, אתה? מי בעזה?
Let me guess, is he saying go to Gaza? I'll send you to Gaza, something like that? He is accusing IDF soldiers with murder. If you can't hear it, leave. I won't let this. Her previous job was a Senegor for rapists, and she was the worst victim accuser. She's a real devil. He accuses Israeli occupying force soldiers in murder. Yeah, he is doing that because he is doing that because that's the truth. Like, these guys are so this goes to show exactly how out of whack Israeli society and Israeli Knesset is, where these guys are like, no, I don't even want to fucking hear. I don't even want to hear the notion that like our big, beautiful, brave soldiers are killing someone who's innocent. Tell me he's a rapist, Palestinian, barbaric, Nukba force operative that was going to cut the boobs off of every Jewish Israeli woman and play soccer with it. That's the modus operandi here. That's like the insanity that they're operating with. People are operating with the notion of Rabbi Shmuley, like the paranoid fantasies of Rabbi Shmuley, basically. Okay. Here, look. If you want to hear it, like, if you want to hear what some other incredible takes are coming out of Israel, let's take a look. I'll tell you more than that. Every child, every baby in Gaza is an enemy. It's so funny to me, even though it's obviously gross and terrifying and horrible, all of the worst things. Like if you feel like you hate Israel, let me tell you, you don't hate Israel hard enough. Okay, there's no amount of hatred that's hard enough. Okay, I will just say that. But on the other hand, there's something really dark but also ironic and somewhat funny about the fact that, like, in Israel they openly are entertaining this stuff, right? And in America, when you say they're openly entertaining this stuff in Israel, you get branded a fucking anti-Semite. It's so weird. It's like, but they're saying it. Like, what do you mean? I'm just reporting on what they fucking said. The fuck are you talking about? What are you, like, what? No, in order to be a defender of Jewish people, you have to literally close your eyes and shut off your ears and bite your tongue and not say the truth about what the fuck is going on in Israel. They've lost their fucking minds, okay? A truly and utterly depraved society. Of course they have to be truly and utterly depraved at this point. They're doing a fucking genocide for 19 months. You can't maintain a genocide for 19 months on an outgroup, okay? Without a healthy dose of dehumanization propaganda that has to set in, that has to be an incredibly important part of your identity. That's it. Like, think about how much people freaked out about that one dude in Hamas on the I think he was like the Lebanese branch guy who was like, because of what Israel has done to us, 1 million October 7s is justified against Israel, right? He said that shortly after October 7, and everyone was like, this is genocide, this is genocidal. Okay, there's been 19 months of genocide, and every single Israeli politician at this point, with the exception of like 3, have literally been like, it's a genocide and it's good and we need to do genocide specifically to the fucking babies. Like, they keep saying it. What do you mean? If that statement in and of itself you think is genocidal, when the dude is fucking saying like, what Israel has done to us justifies 1 million October 7th, what the fuck are you talking about? If you think that is a genocidal statement, what the fuck do you think this is? We need a new word for it. You can't just say this. Both of those things are in the same fucking universe, you know? It's crazy. That's why I don't shy away. Like, previously, there are plenty of people in this community that would probably tell you that previously, like Jewish members of this community especially, would tell you that in the past, like 2 years ago, or even like a couple months into what Israel was doing in Gaza, if I were to compare it to the Nazis, or if I were to compare what's happening in Gaza to the Holocaust, there would be a lot of people that would be like, oh, that's a bridge too far, I think. Now, you won't hear anybody fucking respond to that in a negative fashion. Everyone will say, no, this is it's not a one-to-one comparison in terms of like the total numbers, but that is precisely what's going on. It is a mechanized death camp. It is mechanized death, just like the Holocaust was. And it's happening in an open-air prison that is now turned into an open-air death camp. Now think, why is it that the public sentiment has changed this dramatically? It's because people realize what's going on. And that's also part of the reason why, that is also part of the fucking reason why, look at this dipshit. Every child, every baby in Gaza is an enemy, he says. That's the reason why the UK is at least trying to aesthetically present themselves in opposition to what Israel is doing, while still calling it a fucking war, by the way. The reason why, bro, it gets worse. Former Israeli Minister of Knesset quotes Hitler while discussing the Gaza war. As Hitler said, I can't live if one Jew is left. We can't live here if one Islamo-Nazi remains in Gaza. He has a whole segment on his Wikipedia dedicated to his Hitler statements. He has said something like this more than once. His Hitler comments are... I'm sorry, what? Feiglin has openly stated that though he is not opposed to peace, peace is not his goal and would not be on top of his agenda as prime minister. Rather, his focus on reforming Israel as an essentially Jewish state by acting on several campaigns on the religious, social, and legal and security fronts. Yeah, he said that, by the way, back in fucking, I guess he said it in, when? June 16th, 2024. This is what dude, I'm serious. I mean, like, look, people say, like, this is an edge case or whatever, right? Like, this is an edge case. It's like, chatter. It's not like what fucking Benjamin Netanyahu or other prominent members of the fucking security cabinet or the governing coalition are saying something that different. They just don't, like, directly say Adolf Hitler said this and it's good, but they sound like Adolf Hitler. They repeat Adolf Hitler's arguments all the time. This guy's at least fucking honest about it. You know what I mean? He's directly giving credit to the man who originated the quote. That's it. That's the only difference. So, like, the idea that these are like random edge cases is so fucking stupid, okay? There is a link to Hitler comments of this guy. Oh my God. In an article in Haaretz, Yossi Sarid quoted Feiglin in context of demonstrations against the Oslo Accords as saying, Hitler was an unparalleled military genius. Nazism promoted Germany from a low to a fantastic physical and ideological status. The ragged, trashy youth body turned into a neat and orderly pact of society, and Germany received an exemplary regime, a proper justice system, and public order. Hitler savored good music. He would paint. This was no bunch of thugs. They merely used thugs and homosexuals. Feiglin clarified his position to the Ma'ariv newspaper that just because he considers Hitler a military genius, this does not mean he admires him. He was banned from Britain. I mean, I guess at least he's honest. Like, I don't know. I mean, he's right here. He's saying babies in Gaza are my enemy. Like, this is his quote. So is it all that crazy for him to also be like, yeah, and Hitler actually was fucking a figure worthy of admiration? Like, is that strange for him to say? Is it really? When you think about it, is it really that crazy for this guy to admire Adolf Hitler? Yeah, he's Jewish. Yeah, he's in Israel. Yeah, his immediate family members most likely were fucking executed by Adolf Hitler in the Holocaust. So you're like, how do you live in this situation? Like, how do you live with yourself is of course something that you can think about, but it's like after a steady dose of dehumanizing propaganda where you dehumanize yourself, it's understandable where he's just kind of looking at it and being like, fascism is fucking awesome. Is he an elected official? Yes. Some of the wonderful perspectives that you hear in the diverse body that is the Knesset in Israel. But to be fair, like I stated, oh, he's not anymore? He almost was. Wait, I thought he was a part of Likud. Initially. Was he not a part of the Knesset when he was in Likud? He was from Likud. I don't think he is any longer. He's a former minister of the Knesset, but he was in the Knesset. And now he's the head of the Zehud party, the Identity Party, which is like the Libertarian one, right? Which is really funny. Yes, the Libertarian Party. I love the Libertarian Party being like, as a Libertarian, Adolf Hitler is a figure worthy of much admiration. Yeah, I saw in the Wikipedia it said he was a part of the Likud and the Knesset from 2013 to 2015 and then swapped over to the Libertarian Party. Are people actually this knowingly fascist? Like they recognize how fascist they are? Dog. One of the parties in the governing coalition that has members in the war cabinet is literally called the Jewish Power Party. Okay, you know how like they have white power party? Like imagine it's called the Jewish Power Party. It's like half of, yeah, Otzma Yehudit. It is, no they don't? Yes they do. What the fuck are you talking about? No, they don't. That is literally the name of Itamar Ben-Gvir's party. What the fuck are you talking about? No, they don't. What is happening here? Why are you denying reality that is one Google search away where you were like, it's so objectionable. This must not be true. No, they don't. Like, what the fuck do you mean? No, they don't. Just Google it. What did he say? What the fuck did he say? What did he say? I missed his response. Liberals being Nazis, but they still in the closet? What? Okay, I can't have a conversation with that person. He's too stupid. Anyway. Yeah, Google is Hamas, brother. Anyway. Yeah, nah, but they left the coalition for like a few months. As you can tell, they really changed a lot, and now they're back. Of course. And better than ever. Oh. Yeah, Israelis literally admit they're fascists in New York Times interviews. Like, this happened not that long ago. A New York Times interview with a West Bank settler, she proudly admits that she is a fascist. Like, what are we talking about? Yes, I can admit that there's something fascist about what we are doing. There's something, I can admit there's something fascist about me. I'm not hiding it. I don't believe there's any other way.
Your uncensored lack of political correctness definitely shocked me.
No, it's not an old ass video. This is after October 7. I think she went down there to fucking interview some of these goddamn settlers. They're fucking freaks. You misunderstood. He was in disbelief. He's saying Israeli libs are Nazis in the closet. Yes, because Zionism is Nazism. Okay, Zionism, especially in this modern iteration of Zionism, is impossible to contend with as anything but Nazi ideology. That's it. You can fantasize about a different kind of Zionism, but like if motherfucking Albert Einstein recognized that that version of Zionism did not exist in 1948, how the fuck are you 77 years later still fantasizing about it? Like Albert Einstein was like, yeah, no, this is some fascist bullshit. We gotta stop, okay? Either you have a perfectly peaceful binational commitment to fucking living alongside the indigenous population, or you're a fucking Nazi. And now when you say that in 2025, people go, oh, what do you mean? Oh, I can't believe you're saying that. And I'm not saying that because like Albert Einstein is like brilliant or whatever the fuck, okay? I'm not. I'm just showing you that a guy who was there when Nazi Germany was happening very quickly as a Jewish man, recognized what the fuck was going on in before 1948. He was like, nope, this is done. We're done with this. This is crazy. Okay. I'm not saying Einstein is dumb either. I'm just saying that like it doesn't even require someone to be particularly fucking brilliant to be cognizant of what was taking place. He had fucking eyes and ears, dude. One of my family members said I should go to Israel to learn about it on the ground, then said IDF isn't a terror organization. I said, well, Irgun and Lehi were Jewish terrorist paramilitaries that created the state of Israel and got folded into the IDF. And they said, I don't know what Irgun or Lehi are. How can you even have an opinion on Israel without knowing that? Dude, you want to know why? That's the only way you can have an opinion on Israel, because that is the opinion of, I suspect, an American Jew, right? A person that may have like gone to Israel once or twice, a person that has probably gone to Israel once or twice, that is just like utterly unknowledgeable about the fucking history of this nation state that they want to defend. Because the best possible way for a Westerner who's far removed from living in Israeli society to defend Israel is with a healthy diet of propaganda and certainly a lot of lack of knowledge. If you don't have those gaps in your knowledge of the history of Israel, you are going to have a very hard time with the contradictions that unfold in front of your eyes. This is the reality. This is why so many people who do learn about the true history of Israel go, okay, fuck this, I'm out. It's easy, especially for an American Jew or a Westerner, to fucking say that because you don't have that same association. You didn't grow up there. Why the fuck would you care? Yeah, you're like, okay, that's just some psychotic shit happening over there. That's nothing to do with me. What the fuck? I don't give a fuck. Anyway, truly just a fucking repulsive Nazi society at this point. And they are, as I showed you yesterday, like Benny Gantz I have smoke for separately. He also says some fucking dumbass shit. Bezalel Smotrich yesterday was flexing. He was flexing at a fucking press conference being like, we are literally committed to the ethnic cleansing of every Gazan and the world has yet to stop us. That's what he said. Okay, he said that.
עזה הוא אויב. האויב הוא לא החמאס, והוא גם לא הזרוע הצבאית של החמאס.
I just googled Einstein on Zionism and it says he was positive about it. Are these lies? Einstein very openly declared the version of Zionism that every Jewish person, especially Jews that were around during the Holocaust, had a very positive, understandably very positive association with Zionism initially. Okay? Einstein also was one of those Jews. Of course. Ironically enough, I talk about this on my Oxford speech, which I'm gonna get to in a second. They thought, oh great, we will have a land without people for a people without land. The Jews in that situation were the people without land.
כמו שהפצ"רית שלנו מספרת לנו שאסור לנו לפגוע בחמאסניק אלא אם כן הוא חלק מהזרוע הצבאית. כל ילד בעזה הוא האויב. אנחנו צריכים לכבוש את עזה וליישבה ושלא יישאר שם ילד עזתי אחד. אין ניצחון אחר. ואני אומר לך יותר מזה.
Yeah, well, this is modern Zionism, okay? If you want to understand modern Zionism. Anyway, the European Union has officially agreed to review its trade agreement with Israel due to the worsening humanitarian situation in Gaza. They don't think it's enough that they're allowing like 1 or 2 fucking trucks to enter into the Gaza Strip. And they are finally deciding to posture aesthetically against. Finally starting to posture aesthetically against the events that are unfolding, against the genocide, without calling it a genocide. This is the first step. It might be far too late at this point. I welcome any step in the correct direction. But 19 fucking months, dude. Jesus Christ.
Speaker, we are now entering a dark new phase in this conflict. Netanyahu's government is planning to drive Gazans from their homes into a corner of the Strip to the south and permit them a fraction of the aid that they need. Yesterday, Minister Smodlik even spoke of Israeli forces cleansing Gaza. Destroying what's left of residents, Palestinians, being relocated, he said, to third countries. We must call this what it is. It is extremism. It is dangerous. It is repellent. It is monstrous, and I condemn it in the strongest possible terms. Clear. There is a UN plan ready to deliver aid at scale, needed with mitigations against aid diversion. There are brave humanitarians ready to do their jobs. There are over 9,000 trucks at the border. Prime Minister Netanyahu, end this blockade now and let the aid in. Regrettably, Madam Deputy Speaker, despite our efforts, this Israeli government's egregious actions and rhetoric have continued. They are isolating Israel from its friends and partners around the world, undermining the interests of the Israeli people, and damaging the image of the State of Israel in the eyes of the world. I find this deeply painful as a lifelong friend of Israel and a believer in the values that were expressed in its Declaration of Independence. As the Prime Minister and fellow leaders said yesterday, we cannot stand by in the face of
no more lifelong friends of Israel, bitch.
It is incompatible with the principles that underpin our bilateral relationship. Rejected by members across this House, and frankly, it's an affront to the values of the British people. Therefore, today, I'm announcing that we have suspended negotiations with this Israeli government on a new free trade agreement.
The situation in Gaza is catastrophic. The aid that Israel has allowed in is of course welcomed, but it's a drop in the ocean. Aid must flow immediately without obstruction and at scale, because this is what is needed.
By the way, this is exactly what happened with South Africa. The West was fully on board with apartheid until it was a political burden. Now most people think the West was always anti-apartheid. Apartheid probably would have ended earlier if it were not for the US and UK. Yep. Does Israel have to let in humanitarian aid to Gaza? Survey. Israeli Channel 13 News. 53% no. 34% yes. 13% don't know. This, by the way, is a survey conducted on the Israeli Jewish Society and Israeli Palestinian citizens of Israel as well. Their designation, not mine. So when those numbers are 53% no, I would love to see what the demographic breakdown of that is. For the record, yeah, Moin Rabbani, as he points to, this is all symbolic. After 19 months of genocide, Great Britain has decided it needs to send an unambiguous message to Israel. The accelerated delivery of weapons from Britain to Israel, initiated by the Starmer government, to enable the intensified mass slaughter of Palestinians will continue without interruption. So will the import of illegal products from illegal settlements that sustains the illegal Israeli occupation. But London will pause negotiations with the genocidal apartheid state about a UK-Israel free trade agreement. The Starmer government will continue giving Israel everything it needs to continue with the genocide and apartheid, but make a performative gesture of punishing Israel by withholding from it something that has not been provided. The unambiguous message: keep up the fantastic work, we've got your back. Too clever by half, pure smoke and mirrors. The reason why they're even issuing this statement in and of itself is important, though, because the reason why they're issuing this statement implies that they want to, at least on the propaganda front, sever ties with the seemingly unconditional support that they've offered Israel. It's a step in the right direction. It's a step in the right direction. They're trying to save face, but the very fact that they recognize that there is face saving that must be done implies that more good things could happen in the future. That's all I'm saying. I'm just explaining to you that obviously this is not going to be a real game changer in the short term. It's not going to be possibly a game changer in the long term, but it is somewhat positive because it moves the needle in the appropriate direction. Israel becoming this toxic, repulsive pariah state in the eyes of the politicians is a little different than Israel becoming a toxic, repulsive pariah state in the eyes of the public. Because at the end of the day, given that we do not have a real democratic process in the Western world, it is just a sham, a mockery, as we have found out, as it's in full display. That sham is in full display with the direct difference in opinion from the broader public on this issue versus our politicians on this issue. The very fact that the politicians are playing catch up here, even if it's for aesthetic reasons, implies that more reckoning could come down the line.
I've made these points also with my talks with Israelis. Also, I've had talks with UN and the regional leaders as well. Pressure is necessary to change the situation. It is clear from today's discussion that there is a strong majority in favor of review of Article 2 of our association agreement with Israel. So we will launch this exercise, and in the meantime, it is up to Israel to unblock the humanitarian aid. Saving lives must be our top priority.
Israel's Prime Minister has condemned the leaders of France, Britain and Canada after they called for an end to his country's renewed military offensive in Gaza. Benjamin Netanyahu called their remarks a huge prize for Hamas and insisted Israel would continue to press for what he described as a total victory over Hamas. Well, the joint statement signed by Sir Keir Starmer, Emmanuel Macron and Mark Carney says,
"Dog, don't make Hamas look good." Simple solution, you know what I mean? You made your bed. You know what I mean? You made this fucking bed, big dog. What are we talking about? Oh, wow, this is Hamas. You're playing into the hands of Hamas. This is why I said, like, as the depravity of Israel becomes impossible to defend, and by my estimation it was impossible to defend like 10 days in, obviously, but it becomes even impossible for politicians to defend it. More and more people will also come to the conclusion that perhaps resisting against this atrocious terrorist state is not the worst fucking thing. Obviously, there's a healthy dose of Islamophobia associated with this. So I'm not expecting like Americans to fucking praise Hamas anytime soon. Okay? But Israel itself has made Hamas the actual responsible party here. The actual party that is reasonable in comparison to Israel, because genocide is unreasonable no matter who's doing it. It's that simple.
While they have always supported Israel's right to defend Israelis against terrorism, the current escalation is wholly disproportionate. And it warns if Israel does not cease the renewed military offensive and lift its restrictions on humanitarian aid, we will take further concrete actions in response. Well, Israel eased its complete blockade of the territory on Monday and let in a handful of aid trucks, but the UN says far more supplies are needed. The bombardment of Gaza has continued overnight with reports of deadly airstrikes. This comes not long after the UN's humanitarian chief has called the first delivery of aid into Gaza for 11 weeks a drop in the ocean. We'll speak to our diplomatic correspondent Paul Adams in a moment, but first let's hear from Yolande Knell in Jerusalem. Yolande, first those comments then from the UK, Canada and France and the reaction from Israel. Talk us through what's been happening.
Well, we've had the Israeli Prime Minister condemning that joint statement, saying it's a huge prize for Hamas and that it will invite further atrocities of the kind that was perpetrated on the 7th of October 2023, the deadly attack on southern Israel that killed some 1,200 people. He also said that Israel would continue to defend itself by just means until total victory. But I think, you know, this won't be so easily brushed off by the Israeli leader, because these are important allies of the country, the UK, France and Canada, that have come out with this very harshly worded statement, really some of the strongest criticism that we've seen so far of Israel's handling of the war, and threatening concrete actions as well, without going into what those might be. Now, this all happening as we continue to see Israel's deadly bombardment, this intense military offensive going on in the Gaza Strip overnight.
I feel like these people are literally robots, dude. That is crazy. They are robots. Like, immediately, right after the official government statement is against Israel, they drop the fucking passive voice. Like, overnight. What happened? Like, do you not have any humanity? I don't understand how they can just, like, yesterday say Israel has a right to defend itself, and then tomorrow, as soon as the government offers permission, just like you didn't spend the last 19 months of genocide constantly fucking broadcasting the most defensible position for Israel, as though you didn't do that at all. You just turn around and go, Israel has been doing incredible bombing campaigns in Gaza. That is crazy. That is fucking insane. Actually crazy. This goes to show how important words are, how important using certain terms are. Because if Keir Starmer, the kid starver, was calling it a fucking genocide, the BBC would too. Straight up.
The Hamas-run civil defense is saying that at least 44 people have been killed, most of those within the space of about half an hour, we understand from local sources, when there were Israeli strikes that hit a school being used as a shelter for displaced people in Gaza City. In the southern part of the Gaza Strip, there was a fuel station that's disused, being used as a tent city for displaced people that was hit, a residential building of 3 stories as well. And, you know, Still, we're waiting to see what aid goes into Gaza in the course of the day. Lots of safety and logistical issues given the ongoing Israeli military offensive. But now that Israel has eased this blockade, it's been a total blockade of the Gaza Strip for 11 weeks now, with no food, no medicines, no fuel, no shelters going into Gaza. There's really a dire humanitarian situation. And we've heard that only 9 lorry loads of aid were cleared for entry into Gaza one day ago. A senior UN official has told the BBC this morning that there's clearance that's been given for 100 or so lorry loads. But of course, this is being seen as a drop in the ocean, given the huge needs of a population of 2 million people.
Yolande, for the moment, thank you very much. Yolande now in Jerusalem. As we said, we'll speak to Paul Adams in just a moment, but Yolande was referring there to the aid situation in Gaza. Well, the UN's humanitarian relief chief, Tom Fletcher, a former British diplomat, has been speaking to the BBC in the last hour, saying just 5 aid trucks were cleared to enter after Israel's blockade was lifted, but are stuck on the border.
Well, that's a drop in the ocean. And let's be clear, those 5 trucks are just sat on the other side of the border right now. They've not reached the communities they need.
Bro, this has been ongoing. That's interesting. Perhaps some people will ask, wait a minute, did this happen overnight? I'm confused. Because it sure feels like it happened overnight, the way you changed up. The way you changed your tone. Not Tom Fletcher, I'm just saying, like, the way the BBC changed its tone is crazy. Like, is this... It must have happened just last night, right? Because otherwise, why would the BBC not cover all of the preceding events? All of the preceding events that must have been quite similar to this starvation campaign. Interesting. This is not about Tom Fletcher, chat. The reason why I'm saying this is because I still value the permission structure that opens up when brave people tell the fucking truth. People in positions of power demonstrating bravery is still important. This is why. Because the impact of this, is your nan, your da, watching fucking this coverage and becoming more radical and in their understanding of the situation. If that wasn't important, Israel wouldn't spend a fuck ton of money and advocacy groups that they've designed specifically to stop people from learning the truth and saying the truth, to make it impossible for people without any punishments whatsoever to say Israel's doing a fucking genocide. Okay, that kind of permission matters, because once politicians say it, then the media feels less fearful about covering it truthfully. And then when the media covers it more truthfully, the numbers that are on the side of the Palestinian population grows. People no longer feel a sense of fear in supporting Israel. They never felt a sense of fear in supporting Palestine.
Need to reach. And, you know, let me describe what is on those trucks. This is baby food. Baby nutrition. There are 14,000 babies that will die in the next 48 hours unless we can reach them. This is not food that Hamas are going to steal. No, we run the risk of looting. We run the risks of being hit as part of the Israeli military offensive. We run all sorts of risks trying to get that baby food through to those mothers who cannot feed their children right now because they're malnourished.
Tom Fletcher. Well, let's speak to our diplomatic correspondent, Paul Adams. And these comments from these 3 allies of Israel, Paul, I mean, how significant are they?
It feels pretty significant. I mean, that some of that language that was used in the statement issued last night was almost unprecedented. You know, the level of human suffering in Gaza is intolerable, they said. They described the Hamas attacks of October the 7th as heinous and said that Israel had the right to respond. But they described the escalation as, in their words, wholly disproportionate. And the fact that the long statement included a warning towards the end of further concrete steps certainly will have the Israelis wondering.
Yeah, you got to do your 10 Am Israel highs before you ever dare criticize the beautiful state. How can I talk to someone that wants to support Palestine but does not support Hamas? I mean, the question is simple. First of all, you don't have to support Hamas. Like, what the fuck do you mean support Hamas? You're an American, or you're in London, in England. Like, we are not capable of supporting Hamas, okay? It's not a real thing. But in terms of like talking to people that are like, well, I like Palestinians, but I don't like Hamas or whatever. The easiest question is, what the fuck would you do? What would you do? What would you do if your family is being murdered by this invisible force that's bombing your fucking home? What would you do? And it's not a stretch to say, that, like, of course you would rise up in fucking arms against that. It's a reality that Israeli politicians have also recognized. Members of the Shin Bet, like leaders of Shin Bet, have openly stated, as have former prime ministers, have stated that if they were on the other side of that fucking border fence, they would join Hamas or whatever terrorist group existed at the time that Israel considers to be a terrorist group. That's it. The entire notion of like these guys are scary brown terrorists, like we have to fucking remember October 7 all day every day, is fucking ridiculous. Look at what Israel's doing, dude. Get the fuck out of here with October 7, October 7, October 7, Hamas, Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. The average person fancies themselves to be like a radical individual who wants to engage in self-defense when their fucking taco order is busted, when they get a shitty taco order. Meanwhile, they're talking about like genocide and actually recognizing that a genocide is happening, but then you're not supposed to do anything about it. Like, what are we talking about? What the fuck does this doesn't make any sense. You don't have to fucking ride or die for Hamas. It doesn't matter. There is nothing you can do in terms of like defending Hamas or supporting Hamas anyway. It's literally fucking illegal in most parts of the world, and even in America, where it is legal, you can legally say you support Hamas. They're still trying to make it illegal. Okay? Just literally say, who do you think is the more responsible party? Do you think it's Hamas, or do you think it's the fucking settler colonial state that is doing death and destruction to all Palestinians?
Whether some of Israel's closest allies are now beginning to think about things like recognize.
Okay, but ignoring October 7 is just stupid. You are erasing a tragedy that killed children. Yeah, so did the Nat Turner rebellion. How much do you talk about how fucked up that was when covering the horrifying crime of chattel slavery? October 7 was a tragic event, okay? I've said already, by my estimation, no one else's, by my estimation, when you target civilians, that is appropriate to consider an act of terror, okay? Having said that, what? I'm not saying it's perfect, but ignoring it is just as crazy. What do you mean? No, dumbass. I've never ignored October 7. I'm saying that October 7 is virtually nothing in comparison to what Israel has done. Israel has done 1 million October 7s. What are you talking about? Israel has done an October 7 basically every 2 days for the past 19 months. This is not ignoring October 7. I'm saying you sound like a fucking moron if you keep talking about October 7 right now. Even before October 7, Israel has done an October 7 to Palestinians once every couple fucking years. How do you think October 7 happened? Yeah, when I'm dismissive of motherfuckers bringing up October 7 right now, I'm like, because you're doing that to defend genocide. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. Okay? That's it. For me, if you're bringing up October 7 at this point, you're a fucking freak. Like, you're a psycho. Straight up. You're just basically telling me that you only think Israelis are human and you don't think Palestinians are. It's that simple. Because there's no way you have the same fucking metric, dude. There's no way. There is no way you have the same metric for pain and violence. It's both sidesing the Holocaust. Literally standing terroristas? Yes, people that fucking bring up October 7 at this point are de facto standing terroristas, as in the terrorista state of Israel, okay? Yeah, it's like mentioning 9/11 in comparison to millions of people killed in the Middle East. Fucking ridiculous. What is this? I can't. The link is busted.
Recognizing the state of Palestine, something that the French have indicated they might do at a conference in New York next month. Possibly reconsidering arms sale. Britain has already had a partial suspension of licenses since late last year. Possibly revisiting the kind of trade deals that countries had with Israel. There are many, many measures that would be available if countries decided that a red line has finally been crossed and that it is time not just to issue harsh words of condemnation, but to actually show Israel through action that enough is enough.
Well, there's already an international criminal court warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu. So he politically surely is having to weigh up his options very carefully, considering the makeup of his government.
Yes, I mean, look, that's been a reality now since the middle of last year. He knows perfectly well that there are countries, including Britain, where he cannot safely travel without the possibility, a theoretical possibility perhaps, but a possibility nonetheless, of being arrested. I think the point that some of Israel's actually some former Israeli leaders, including Ehud Olmert, the former prime minister, make is that this prime minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has led Israel into territory that the country has simply never been in before. And that territory is that of an international pariah. And what you see in the comments over the last few days, and particularly that statement last night, is the very real spectre of Israel plunging further and further into that kind of territory, which, if you consider the level of horror and outrage and international goodwill towards Israel that accompanied the attacks by Hamas on October the 7th, is an astonishing
These people are so gross, dude. Oh, we must acknowledge the atrocities. It's like, acknowledge that it's a genocide and advocate to invade Tel Aviv right now with the coalition of the willing. Okay? That's what must be done. You either fucking stop Israel dead in its track through the diplomatic options readily available, and if they refuse, you invade Tel Aviv. That's it. That's it. There's no other way at this point. I'm sorry. There is no other fucking way. A coalition of the willing, if the diplomatic option is not there, if Israel does not respond to the diplomatic option, then you have to have a coalition of the willing get together and stop Israel militarily through a military invasion. The fuck? What is this appeasement shit? What do we have to do? Wait for them to invade Turkey or something? Like what? What is it? Because the reality of the matter is, despite British surveillance and despite like suspicions that the concentration camps were actually death camps, the Holocaust wasn't fucking live streamed in broad daylight, okay? This is precisely the reason why the Allied forces only got into the battle to fight against Nazi Germany because they were acquiring territory, okay? It was not like a lot of people obviously and understandably think about the Holocaust as the most insane thing that took place, the most violent thing that took place, because it's true. That is the most violent thing that took place during World War II. Having said that, people didn't fucking know that it was going on, or at least had no scope of understanding of what was taking place at the time. They only fucking went to war because Germany was belligerent and was fucking invading every other goddamn country. That's the reason why the Western force actually fucking invaded. Now we know what is going on. We see it. It's like having a fucking live stream camera inside of the fucking gas chamber. Basically every day, babies that are fucking decapitated. Every day there is another toddler whose head has been blown off by a fucking missile. How do you look at that and say we have to put we can't put an end to this? October 7, October 7, October 7. What the fuck do you mean October 7? Jesus Christ.
Khan Yunis has been the focus of some of the fiercest attacks in recent days. Israeli airstrikes and ground operations have closed in on the city, forcing thousands to flee and leaving many dead and wounded.
Oh my god, this person is so fucking gross. I'm glad you actually clapped this dumb fuck. Lovely official. Fucking, you know, follow your leader, okay? Follow your leader. Ay, ay, ay. We're talking about the fucking atrocities that are unfolding. And this dumb fuck posts an Israeli Hasbara account with dead bodies on it to be like, Hamas sniped people, Hamas sniped people. Like, look, Hamas is actually killing its own people for taking flour aid from trucks to make bread. Follow your fucking leader, bitch. You are a Nazi, okay? And your end will come. Your end will come just like every other fucking Nazi's end came, okay? Remember that. Have that fear in the back of your mind every single fucking day of your existence going on from this point onward. Remember that. One day you will find yourself in that fucking bunker, okay? Disgusting filth.
The Nasser hospital is the largest in the city. It is also one of the only hospitals still functioning. A team of British doctors and surgeons is now working there. They are specialists in plastic surgery.
Delusional, you flipping out, going to make this worse and worse, LMFAO, but you are freaking out? What are you saying? $55-month subscriber. What the fuck are you saying, bro? Rip? What do you mean, rip? I don't understand. I don't even understand the point you're trying to make. You're saying my anger at a time when the rest of the world is at least aware enough to admit that Israel's doing some fuck shit. My anger is going to make Israel do a harder genocide? Is that what you're saying? Israel's getting their notes on its exterminationist policies from a fucking Twitch streamer? Please clarify your position. Yeah, the angrier one gets over Israel doing a genocide, the more Israel has to do genocide. You're making it worse. You really don't believe you are pushing so much people away from flipping out? How are you going to convince the masses? Convince the masses? If there was a democratic process, the masses would have already decided long ago for Israel to stop this death and destruction. There is no democratic process here. That is precisely the reason why, after 19 months of genocide, there are at least like government officials that are finally saying enough is enough. It's not the fucking masses that I must convince. It's the notion of democracy itself that you need to drop. What the fuck? 55-month subscriber being like, wow, I can't believe how uncivil you are. You have given me $5 fucking dollars or $6 for 55 months following since March 6th in 2019. That means you heard me say America deserved 9/11. That means you were there when I got banned for saying, for calling a chatter a cracker bitch. That means you were through thick and thin. You watched me day in, day out. What the fuck are you talking about? Your expectation is that I remain civil in the face of a live streamed baby holocaust? Are you fucking stupid? What happened? Hey man, you're the one freaking out, not me. Yes. You are a fucking worm-like individual if you don't actually freak out at the sight of dead children every fucking day. That's my point. You didn't learn a single damn thing. What the fuck? That is crazy. Also, there is nothing in here. This is such a cowardly way to try and criticize me. Like, there's no like, your statement is something that I disagree with. It's just simply assuming that people will hear what I'm saying and actually continue to fucking defend Israel's genocide. Is that what you mean? The rest of the global south was already on that fuck Israel tip in perpetuity. Now the Western world, especially younger generations of the Western world, have arrived at that justifiable conclusion. Okay? Wake the fuck up. Wake up. Smell the fucking roses. Or maybe you got stroked out like John Fetterman or something, and you're now running on this like a weird pro-Israel slant after 55 months. Mind-boggling. Go ahead, dude. Explain to me what you have an issue with. Yes, I agree with that. I'm saying the older generations. Fuck the older generations. And even the older generations are not on board with this. 80% of the Democratic Party's base of support, including people over the age of 65, say fuck Israel, okay? They say Israel must commit to a fucking ceasefire. And they've been saying that for months. It's not even just the older generations. There are very few places where you can see a majority support for Israel. Israel is one of those places, obviously, where there's a majority support for Israel and its actions. And the other place is Congress and parliaments in the Western world. That's it. And unfortunately, those two are the power players here. If you are to analyze public sentiment on Israel, in spite of the censorious regime, in spite of the constant contextualization of unlimited violence that Israel subjects people to, Israel subjects Palestinians to, look at this fucking poll, dude. 18 to 24-year-olds. Whom do you support more? Israel at 54%, Hamas at 46%. Just wait. This is precisely what I've been talking about. This is what I've been talking about. If the only two options are Israel versus Hamas, and people start recognizing what Israel's actually doing, they're gonna be like, yeah, Hamas is awesome. Fuck you mean? That's not going down. That's only going up. In Chatter's logs, Amazon abuses way more people than Kick with gambling. Kick W. Oh, he's just a dumb fuck, like a perma dumb fuck, perma contrarian. I am not pro-Israel, never been, but okay. Yes, the very fact that you have to maintain a permanently contrarian position in here and adopt idiotic framing over the course of the past fucking seemingly 6 years, right? And even you, a dumb fuck, can't admit that you like Israel means that the public sentiment has shifted dramatically. That's my point. Even enlightened centrists such as yourself go, optically, I don't really like what you're saying about Israel's genocide. Suck my dick. Israel can suck my dick too. And you can also suck my dick. Fuck you. And fuck Israel. Dumbass. Hamas wants to kill civilians. Hamas wants to kill civilians. Hamas wants to kill civilians. I think you meant Israel, right? Once again, another point that I love when Fox News uses is that Hamas is a more moral, okay, a more moral organization than the Israeli government is. This is an undeniable fact. Hamas and the Al-Qassam Brigade and its military actions, Hamas and the Al-Qassam Brigade and its military actions were significantly more moral than Israel's genocide after October 7. Why do I say that? Look at the civilian targeting metrics and you will realize that reality. This is before we factor in the obvious reality that Israel is a settler colonial state. It is a belligerent occupier. It doesn't have a legal right to fucking even blow up the Gaza Strip, which it is created an enclosure around. All of this stuff. It's not. Israel is a mistake. It was a 77-year-long mistake. That's the mistake you have to fucking turn around and say is the mistake. Not the fact that Israel sometimes mistakenly, does a genocide. Israel is a settler colonial apparatus. Israel is a settler colonial fascist country. It is doing a genocide, and when it wasn't doing a genocide, it was still a fucking apartheid. Okay? That's it. So if you have condemnations for people who actually fucking kill civilians, as I do, your condemnation should be overwhelmingly against Israel, because Israel is the power player in this dynamic. Hamas's very existence and Hamas's methods evolving since 1978, when it fucking started off as a goddamn Islamic charity, is directly because of Israel's violence increasing. That's it. That's it. Do you think if Israel did not do the Nakba that there would be this much resistance against Israel? Do you think Hamas would exist if it wasn't for fucking Israel destroying Palestinians' lives? Of course not. The fuck? You have to literally unironically subscribe to the notion that like every Palestinian is just a barbaric, rapist, anti-Semitic fucking monster to actually entertain this idiotic idea. It's just pure racism. It doesn't work in any other capacity. You have to literally think every Muslim is like a barbaric, rapist horde that wants to just kill all Jews and fucking cut their boobs off and play soccer with them or some shit. That's it. You calling a chatter a dumb fuck after 55 months is why it's hard to support anyone on the left. Not a good look, gang. Oh shit, man. You know what's not a good look? Being a 55-month subscriber and being such a dumb fuck that you still actually try to make an argument that like Israel is actually doing a genocide because people like myself are actually calling it correctly a genocide. Attributing Israel's violent actions in the Gaza Strip to someone like myself is unironically dumber than anything you could have ever fucking come up with or anything that you've ever heard from my mouth. okay? Me calling that dumb fuck ass take a dumb fuck ass take, regardless of the fact that he's given me $330 fucking over the course of the past 6 years, should help you recognize that I'm a fucking honest person, okay? I don't suck up to chatter just because they've been in here for an extended period of time, because when you're in here for an extended period of time, your support financially is meaningless if you don't learn anything. If you are in here for 6 fucking years constantly giving me $5 a month to avoid the top of the hour ad breaks or whatever the fuck, okay, or because you love what I have to do, you have to learn something. You have to learn something. Notice how I'm not actually attacking you as aggressively as I did to that guy, because he's been in here for 6 fucking years. You only have been in here, I guess, sporadically for 1 year. So obviously, my smoke for you is significantly less. So please, don't assume that the customer is always right. This is one area where if you want me to treat you like a fucking human being, if you want me to treat you like a goddamn human being, you have to behave like a goddamn human being. You can't just turn around and be like, I don't really like that you're being mean to a chatter. Okay? You are, once again, also exhibiting the same exact tendency that other chatter exhibited, where you go, you calling that chatter a dumb fuck after 55 months is why it's hard for people to support anyone on the left. You are drawing a conclusion about the broader left from a fucking Twitch streamer and how he is yelling at a fucking chatter who has said something incredibly stupid. Your expectation is what? That when a 55-month chatter comes in here and says something stupid, I say, yes, sir, please, sir, thank you more. No, please give me more of your brilliant, enlightened perspective. After all, you give me $330. So whatever you say goes, sir. Is that what I should be doing? Is that how we build a broader leftist coalition? That's what it hinges on? A dumb fuck Twitch streamer and the resentment that he feels, not only towards that chatter, but the resentment towards myself. I feel disgusting when I have someone who has been in here for 55 fucking months and it didn't learn anything. I feel like I'm a fucking failure. Okay? Motherfuckers will come in here and be like, you're so audience captured. You're such a pussy. You say these radical things because you're worried your audience is gonna call you out for it. And then when I fucking yell at a dumbass in here, they go, oof, he's so mean to his audience. Have you seen that? Which is it? Am I fucking audience captured? Or do I tell it like it is? I have a goal. I know it's very difficult for people to comprehend this because they're so fucking used to dumb grifters everywhere, projecting their own fucking personal insecurities and their own lack of interest in pushing for a fucking political movement. I have a goal, okay? I know, it's shocking. The goal is not just to put money in my fucking pocket, because if that was my goal, I'd be a right-wing grifter, okay? I wouldn't have to entertain any of this shit. I could ban whoever the fuck I want, do whatever the fuck I want, purchase whatever the fuck I want, and be as racist as I want to be, you know what I mean? If that was something that I was interested in, that's what I would do. Even if I'm not personally racist, I would still be racist just for money. I do this because I care about this. I know that's a difficult concept to grasp because everyone has become so fucking nihilistic online, where everyone is like, there's no way a person could advocate for things for others, things that actually don't even benefit them immediately, things that actually might harm their financial status in the long run. There's no way that they would do that. There is a reason why. There is a reason why there are not that many people with my fucking financial status advocating for the things that I'm advocating for. And it's not because I'm audience captured, and it's not because I rely on people giving me money to keep saying this, especially because the alternative is much simpler. You don't have to be brilliant. You don't have to be charismatic. You don't have to be entertaining. All you need to do is sit there, play fucking Trump videos and go, yeah, based, as cockroaches fucking fly out of your asshole, to literally build a massive fucking community, because that's how easy it is to grift to the right. Because right-wingers are dumb fucks. Right-wingers are the most malleable bots that I've ever encountered in my entire life. I could convince a right-winger adult to eat a bag of dog shit in a matter of 3.5 minutes, okay? That's how simple right-wingers are. That's how easy it is to manipulate them. Look at the most prominent right-wing. Look at the most prominent right-wing commentators. You got Asmongold, Charlie Kirk, Dave Rubin, Tim Pool. Not a single one in that group where you'd be like, well, this is an entertaining guy. At least Asmongold was an entertaining guy at a certain point. He knows how to entertain people, but the other ones aren't. Anyway, where's that fucking dumbass 55-month subscriber? What's he saying now? Remember, this will go up. The more people recognize the fucking utter depravity of Israel's actions, the more people will understandably turn around and say, this makes sense. Resisting against this makes sense. Oh, he just left, I guess. He got his... You call me a dumb fuck, but okay, you probably will lose all your supporters eventually or have such a tight bubble that it's only your people. I want to pull... I'm inviting this fucking asshole. I'm inviting this fucking asshole into the... I hope he's still in here. It's not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough. I need more. I need more. Don't, bro. No, I have to see what he has to say. I have to see what this fucking asshole has to say. Chatter, respond. I've invited you. I'm doing that instead of listening to my own Oxford speech. Respond now. He doesn't want to. I'm good, Lemafea. Why not? Why not? I'm giving you the fucking audience. I'm giving you everything you wanted. I'm taking you seriously like a person. Are you not a human being? Are you not? Are you a little peon? Is that what it is? You're fucking worried? What is this? You wanted to be noticed. I gave you the notice that you desperately crave. Why would you back away? When did I want to debate you? I made one comment and you went crazy. Just ban me, bro. I'm not gonna fucking ban you, dumb fuck. Yes, of course I'm gonna fucking flip out when you say something so stupid because you're a 55-month subscriber. I need you to be a little bit smarter. Do you not understand? Nothing pisses me off more than seeing someone who spent a decent amount of time in this fucking community behave in such a stupid way. You want to know why that hurts me more than anything else? That hurts me more than anything else because like it means that like I haven't been able to help this person understand anything. Like if he was just a 1-month subscriber, I wouldn't give a shit. It wouldn't have destroyed me this much. Yeah, lol W, the classic I'm crying on the fucking inside. Lol utilized primarily by people who are just like, I'm actually dying on the inside. You fucking cooked me.
To succumb to nihilism because there are many other crises out there, especially including the crisis that the Palestinian people face every day. And the truth matters and your voice matters. So continue to keep up the pressure. Great weather. Seriously. What's up, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker. I just did one of these talks at Cambridge University at Cambridge Union yesterday. And after seeing Oxford, immediately after that, it feels like a quaint fishing village in comparison to what's going on here. Having said that, however, there was a lot of contest at Cambridge Union. And judging by how the Q&A session goes in the aftermath of this speech, I'm going to make up my assumption on whether the age-old conversation, whichever way that unfolds. Is Cambridge better than Oxford? Is Oxford better than Cambridge? We'll find out. They were very ruthless over there. I'm just letting you know. They even said that apparently I was more controversial or more contentious than Ben Shapiro. So it's interesting times. I gave a speech yesterday, and I didn't want to do the same exact speech here, so while I wrote that speech on the car ride from London to Cambridge, I wrote another one on the car ride from London to Oxford today. Both are going to be haphazard and put together, but it's a serious one, so bear with me. This is not something I normally do. I have the gift of gab. I talk all the time, 8 to 10 hours every single day, specifically on controversial, polarizing political issues, but today I'm going to try to streamline my thoughts a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you in this storied, deliberative hall, following the footsteps of much more credible and much more intelligent thinkers as nothing but a simple man. A simple man who understands right from wrong. And sometimes that's all that matters. In the words of my friend, the late, great Michael Jamal Brooks, there's nothing complicated about apartheid. There's nothing complicated. The morality is clear. If the roles were reversed and a captive Jewish population of 5 million were being systematically starved, sieged, and dominated, as its ancestral lands were being destroyed, there would be no confusion or complexity. It's super simple, he used to say. There's one group, Israel, that has enormous power. It's the most powerful country in the Middle East. It's backed by the United States, the most powerful country in the world. It acts on a population of people with total impunity. It is never held accountable for anything, so there's no symmetry in this relationship, period. That's why I don't think there's any need for obfuscation. No arguments of complexity, no reasoning for preemptive genocide. Israel is an apartheid state, and its inception was a violent one, with the displacement, the forced displacement of 700,000, which gave birth to a settler colonial entity that continues to dominate the lives of more than 5 million Palestinians. Its demographic concerns are never seen in the same lens that we view nationalist and fascist projects of the past. It also happens to be one of the most impressive nationalist projects the world has ever seen. From the revitalization of Hebrew as a language to finding a nation state for a revolutionary people who had been historically oppressed. Victim to countless pogroms, the Holocaust, Israel could have been a story of success and overcoming great odds. Except its inception was built around a vicious lie that this was a land without people for a people without land. And this lie was very quickly also countered by the likes of Albert Einstein, who was supposed to be the first president of Israel. He turned down that opportunity. Having appeared as a witness before the Anglo-American Committee of Inquiry, established in 1945 to consider the issue of Jewish immigration to Palestine, Albert Einstein famously wrote, "I have served as a witness before the Anglo-American Inquiry Commission on Palestine for the sole purpose to act in favor of our just cause. I am in favor of Palestine being developed as a Jewish homeland, but not as a separate state. It seems to me a matter for simple common sense that we cannot ask to be given the political rule over Palestine where 2/3 of the population are not Jewish. What we can and should ask is a secured binational status in Palestine with free immigration. If we ask more, we are damaging our own cause. And it's difficult for me to group that our Zionists are taking such, and it's difficult for me to grasp that our Zionists are taking such an intransigent position which can only impair our cause." And his fears were very quickly realized. That was in 1946 when he wrote that. Only 2 years after, in April 1948, 2 Zionist militias, Irgun and Stern Gang, entered the Palestinian village of Deir Yassin and slaughtered hundreds of Palestinian men, women, and children. Those who were not slaughtered or tortured initially were paraded in the back of trucks in the streets of Jerusalem. only to be executed later. This was a warning for all of the other Arab villages of what's to come. This was a calculated atrocity to carry out the forced expulsion of 700,000 Palestinians from their homes, never allowing them to return. This is what is known to Palestinians as the Nakba, catastrophe. Einstein wrote a letter at this time. In his letter he said, "When a real and final catastrophe should befall us in Palestine, the first responsible for it will be the British." Sorry. He was right. "And the second responsible for it will be the terrorist organizations built up from our own ranks. I am not willing to see anybody associated with those misled and criminal people." Now, the people that carried out these acts of horror would later become prime ministers of Israel. The Nakba was, in the words of historian Ilan Pape, a master plan for the mass expulsion of the Palestinian population, also known as Plan D or Plan Dalit. Hundreds of thousands were expelled before Israel's so-called War of Independence had even started. Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion, to use Pape's words, orchestrated an ethnic cleansing of Palestine. These were not merely nationalists or settlers run amok. This was clearly defined state policy. Einstein considered the early Zionist militias to be violent, and Menachem Begin's Herut, a political party closely akin to its organization, methods, political philosophy, and social appeal to the Nazi and fascist parties. Einstein understood the dangers that nationalism of this sort presented. After all, he fled Nazi Germany. He had seen it firsthand. Nowadays, this sort of analysis is met with tremendous resistance. Given our comforts living in the heart of empire, we focus more on the feelings of those in the West rather than the violence that our tax dollars contribute to. Israel could not carry out its occupation without unlimited Western weapons and Western support. This is where propaganda to the West plays a very important role. Facing centuries of violence, Israel uses the very real fears of anti-Semitism to reinforce the necessity of a Jewish ethno-state, often claiming that no Jew would ever be safe if it wasn't for Israel. This is something that you hear all the time. You even heard it from my demented geriatric President Joe Biden. He said that as well, this ridiculous statement. The United States is home to almost the same number of Jewish people as Israel. So when Joe Biden says something like that as the President of the United States of America, although he thinks this is servicing the defense of Israel and America's interest in Israel, I see that as a veiled threat, an abdication of his responsibility to American Jewish citizens, our brothers and sisters. Israel is no more a champion of Judaism than ISIS is a champion of Islam. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. Saudi Arabia's decades-long blockade against Yemen is worthy of criticism. If someone were to consider that Islamophobic to say, everyone would laugh at you. America's unjustifiable and illegal occupation and invasion of Iraq was not done at the behest of Christianity. If someone were to turn around and say, George W. Bush said, God told me to invade Afghanistan and Iraq, that's actually a Christian act, most people would laugh at you. Criticizing that would not be considered being Christian phobic. This is not anti-Christian bigotry. Claiming that a religious and ethno-supremacist apartheid state that is currently engaging in a genocide has anything to do with Judaism is unimaginably anti-Semitic, however. This is precisely why this rhetorical tactic is applied by those who cynically wish to defend Israel and those who seek to use criticisms of Israel as a cynical ploy to traffic in anti-Semitic rhetoric. Anti-Semitism is a canary in the coal mine of fascism. It's one of the oldest bigotries that has caused those of the Jewish faith a tremendous amount of pain. From pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for instability and economic volatility people in power cause. A resilient, nascent anti-Semitism is a constant threat, especially as economic instability makes those in power seek out old targets. They're not very creative, usually. They just always rehash the same propaganda over and over again. This is precisely the reason why I am terrified of the conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. The conflation is dangerous. Valid criticisms against the state, especially as all of the violence is unfolding, and everyone can see it, valid criticisms against the state committing these atrocities and tying it back to Judaism is a cynical ploy to stop all matter of conversation is truly terrifying. And I think it directly causes anti-Semitism to fester. Perhaps this is why I'm often asked the question, Hasan, why does America have so much loyalty to Israel? And I think there are a lot of people who ask this question because they genuinely want to understand. They don't get it. But then there are some who ask it because they want me to say anti-Semitic things. They want me to say, oh, because Jews control the media or the government. This is not true. This is not the reality at all. But the very fact that people have that resilient, nascent, unexamined anti-Semitic tendency is truly terrifying, especially in this moment. Because it's a real question that can lead people down the rabbit hole of anti-Semitic conspiracies about Jewish control over the American state and media. Simply put, Israel is an asset. It is an unsinkable aircraft carrier in a resource-rich region. It is one of the most valuable allies that the United States has for its interests in the region. At different points in time, Israel has served different purposes for the United States, its primary benefactor. It's been a Cold War ally. It's been a punisher of misbehaving Middle Eastern oil states. It's also been a partner in Western espionage. This is why I often jokingly state that even if every single American Jew was a card-carrying anti-Zionist overnight, America would still continue to have the exact same Israel policies. And that is absolutely the truth, especially when you look at the latest J Street poll that was conducted on American Jews. 70% of them wanted to halt arms transfers to force Israel to commit to a ceasefire in Gaza. Either Joe Biden didn't hear that, he didn't see that, or he didn't care. Or maybe this has nothing to do with the wishes of American Jews. After all, there was another study that was conducted leading up to the election. And for American Jews, it was the 9th out of the top 10 priorities. Israel was the 9th priority. Because this trope of dual loyalty is oftentimes applied by those who are defending Israel who think that they're actually being pro-Jewish, when in fact they're not doing that. It's the exact opposite. But contrary to popular sentiment, anti-Semitism is also not the guiding principle of Palestinian resistance. They are singularly focused on ending a 76-year-old colonial occupation. The standard of violence is always set by the colonial entity. The maintenance of apartheid is an unimaginably bloody affair. Checkpoints, separate roads, indefinite military detention of Palestinian children, refusal of permits to build water wells, wholesale destruction of villages, letting rabid right-wing settlers operate like the Klan in the occupied West Bank, and offering military protection to their campaigns of ethnic displacement are all parts of the often invisible violence that plays a role in the daily existence of Palestinians. But because it's systematized, we do not have that same attitude towards this kind of violence because it's state policy. It's not a non-state actor conducting these affairs. So we read it very differently. Almost a century of domination, land grabs, and ritualistic humiliation of an indigenous population is always going to be violent. And the retaliation to that violence will always increase as the captive population becomes more desperate. The notion that Palestinians are not simply seeking an end to the occupation, but instead operating with an ancient desire of anti-Semitism might be a comfortable narrative that feeds into people's cognitive dissonance. But there are plenty of former Israeli leaders who disagree with you. And I want to give you some quotes. From Ami Ayalon, He's the former head of the Israeli intelligence agency Shin Bet. Not exactly a guy who's, you know, card-carrying, woke, college campus, pro-Palestinian encampment guy. He famously declared to ABC that if he were Palestinian, he would fight against Israel and would do everything to achieve liberty. Now, his words are not uncommon amongst many of Israel's former leaders. Ehud Barak said something similar as well. But the first Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, also understood the need for Palestinian resistance despite his dedication to destroying it. He stated, "If I was an Arab leader, I would never make terms with Israel. That is natural. We have taken their country. Sure, God promised it to us, but what does that matter to them? Our God is not theirs. We come from Israel. It's true, but that was 2,000 years ago. And what is that to them? There has been anti-Semitism, the Nazis, Hitler, Auschwitz. But was that their fault? They only see one thing. We have come and stolen their country. Why should they accept that?" We do not judge the violence that unfolds in retaliation to the systematic enforcement of brutal practices, whether it be slavery or apartheid in any other context. The Nat Turner Rebellion, the Haitian Revolution, the violence that unfolded in the liberation of Algeria, the militancy of the ANC. These are all very violent endeavors, but they can never match up to the structural and standardized violence which exists in the maintenance of chattel slavery, in the maintenance of colonialism, and in the maintenance of apartheid. So if you were to tell me that the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was inappropriate or too violent, I would laugh at you. I would have you committed. That would be an insane thing to say. So, in the face of countless atrocities that have unfolded over this past year, child mutilation, drone copters sniping children, drone copters playing the sounds of wailing children seeking out help in an effort to lure out unsuspecting Palestinian civilians with the express purpose of murdering them, bombing virtually every aspect of civil life in Gaza, the world's largest open-air prison. I think it's time that we have to have an honest conversation about Israel, because there are a lot of intelligent people in here, and if we don't have an honest conversation, we're never going to be able to solve this problem. This is especially a volatile time as well, because right now we are facing a crisis of fascism in the Western world. These nascent movements are growing all across Western liberal democracies. You have the Reform Party here in the UK, you have Donald Trump in the United States of America, who is significantly more violent in both his rhetoric and much more vindictive than the first time around. You have the AfD in Germany, you have Meloni in Italy, Geert Wilders in the Netherlands, and so on and so forth. So in this time, we need to make sure that we can restore confidence in legacy publishers and in mainstream media, and yet they have time and time again dropped the ball. A lot of people, especially in the democratization of media, especially with inventions like TikTok and social media, can personally see exactly what's going on in places like Gaza in a way that they never were able to do so before. And when you see something that's going on, and the immediate contextualization offered by oftentimes an IDF guy on CNN does not match with that reality of child mutilation, baby murder, things of that nature, you start losing faith in these mainstream institutions. And I'm truly terrified of what is to come if we don't fix this problem. And it's on all of us to play a role in speaking the truth. So I urge all of you to not give in to pessimism, to not give in to your nihilistic tendencies and think, well, we've done our encampments and the schools did not respond positively. They're still giving money to Elbit Systems or whatever. I urge you not to succumb to nihilism, because there are many other crises out there, especially including the crisis that the Palestinian people face every day. And the truth matters and your voice matters. So continue to keep up the pressure, because there are decades where nothing happens and there are weeks where decades happen. Free Palestine.
That was the speech I delivered 5 months ago. That was the speech I delivered 5 months ago. They uploaded it 13 hours ago on Oxford Union. It was half off the cuff, half half off the cuff, half wrote in the car ride over there. Not my best. I mean, you know, this is not something that I do. There was a Q&A afterwards. We watched the Q&A because they released the Q&A beforehand. I don't know. I just, like, you can pinpoint who watched the video and listened and who didn't. I think like I don't know. I'm far from the best speaker. I'm not very good at like reading a speech off of a piece of paper in front of me. Will you allow me some mostly aesthetic critique? Sure. But you know, it's all right. When I called Joe Biden demented in the halls of Oxford University, I think it's appropriate to do that because it's the truth. I'd laugh at you for never pronouncing Menachem Begin's name correctly. Am I saying it wrong when I say Menachem Begin? Isn't it? Isn't that how you say it? I mean, fuck him. You're right, but was Oxford? You're a little too tight, and I guess official. I can't think of the right word. I agree. Menachem. Manichum. Read the G. Begin? Is it Begin? Oh, I didn't know that.
And
all right, well, that was my Oxford speech. It's a good time to release it, even though they are under pressure. Oxford Union is under pressure right now. They're being investigated they're currently being investigated by like the counterterrorism unit, I think, for one of their speeches that they released. Meanwhile, as European leaders are finally applying a little bit of pressure to Israel, just like marginal, just a little baby amount of pressure. Here is what Israel is preparing for. Apparently, Israel's making preparations to strike Iranian nuclear facilities. New intelligence suggests Israel is preparing possible strike on Iranian nuclear facilities, U.S. officials say. CNN, the U.S. has obtained new intelligence suggesting that Israel is making preparations to strike Iranian nuclear facilities, even as the Trump administration has been pursuing a diplomatic deal with Tehran. Multiple U.S. officials familiar with the latest intelligence told CNN. Such a strike would be a brazen break with Donald Trump. Don't know about that. U.S. officials said it could also risk tipping off a broader regional conflict in the Middle East, something the U.S. has sought to avoid since the war in Gaza inflamed tensions in the beginning of 2023. Israel right now, strike while the iron is still hot. Yeah, they're fucking delusional, man. They are delulu. They have lost their fucking minds. They have lost their goddamn minds, dude. They're insane. U.S. has obtained new intelligence suggesting that Israel is making preparations to strike Iranian nuclear facilities, even as the Trump administration has been pursuing diplomatic ties with Tehran. Not even sure if U.S. has actually been pursuing that, by the way. Such a strike would be a brazen break with President Donald Trump. Officials caution it's not clear that Israeli leaders have made a final decision, and that, in fact, there is deep disagreement within the U.S. government about the likelihood that Israel will ultimately act. Whether and how Israel's strikes will likely depend on what it thinks the U.S. negotiations with Tehran over its nuclear program, but the chance of an Israeli strike on an Iranian nuclear facility has gone up significantly in recent months. Dude, I swear to God, Israel is not going to stop until literally fucking Iran just drops the Israel equivalent of bombs on top of Israel. Like, what the fuck are they doing? Like, they already played this tit for tat before with Iran, where they exploded Ismail Haniyeh, the principal negotiator that was negotiating with Israel, by the way, in the hotel he was staying at in Tehran. It is so crazy. Iran is not just going to attack Israel, it's going to attack oil refineries in the region if its energy grid is harmed in any meaningful capacity. They have said as much. I don't understand why Israel thinks it can do an 8-front war now with an actual more powerful military. The Israeli diaper force cannot do anything outside of ethnic cleansing. They can't even deal with Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is still a paramilitary force. Why the fuck do they think that the Israeli diaper force can deal with the IRGC? It's shocking to me that they are this insane. I suspect this is more of Israeli diplomacy, where they just like saber rattle with the hopes that like they can give a better hand to the United States of America. But yes, Zay Squirrel's tweet about this was seemingly correct. It's my assessment as well. I told you just as much, that I suspect that this whole like back and forth between fucking Israel and the back channel conversations that America was having with Hamas was simply just a sleight of hand. My first thought from seeing that is the U.S. may be using Israel as a back cop, so to speak, in negotiations. And if the U.S. can come in and calm things down afterwards, they endear themselves to Iran more. That's what that's the best possible scenario. That's the best possible outcome here. Having said that, however, I'm not so certain that we have cool heads, responsible parties here. I don't know. They're fucking insane. Israel's fucking insane, and Trump is not even Trump. America is fucking insane as well. The heightened worries stem not only from public and private messaging from senior Israeli officials that is considering such a move, but also from intercepted Israeli communications. Because like the thing is, Iran has been incredibly restrained to such a degree that it's obvious that they don't even really care about fucking Palestinian humanity here, okay? Like, they are the only game in town outside of the Houthis that have actually directly got Israel to stand down. So the very fact, oh here, Benny Gantz, Israel's more moderate liberal leader, advocating for the expulsions of Palestinians from Gaza, and says the fight against Hamas could last up to a decade. Many will ignore Gantz's statements and place blame on Palestinian rejectionism, a racist trope that's meant to detract from Israel's occupation of the Palestinians. The Israeli opposition leaders have frequently been attacking Netanyahu, not for war crimes, but for not bombing Iran sooner, not conscripting more Haredi men into the army, and for not sucking up to Trump enough. Or my favorite was when they were like, we hate you because you're not bombing Lebanon hard enough. And then when he started bombing Lebanon, they were like, okay, we don't hate you anymore. Thank you for bombing Lebanon. I need you to bomb Lebanon, please. I don't know at this point. But what I do know is Iran has been in this game for quite a while. I'm pretty sure that they're fucking, I mean, they're very well aware of America's tricks, okay? So I doubt that they would be open-minded to a warm, like an extended hand from the Trump administration. In 1982, the CIA and Mossad planned a coup to install the Shah's son in Iran. According to Samuel Segev, the plan had the approval of both the CIA and the Israeli cabinet of Menachem Begin, and only abandoned after Begin resigned in 1983. Most importantly, this plan was approved in February 1982. That is 4 months before the Iranians sent the IRGC to Lebanon in June. So if anyone asks you who started the Iran-Israel proxy conflict, it was Israel. Yeah. What is this? Did you respond to this? The fuck is this? Israeli Lebanese Christian? Hasan Piker from a safe Western mansion praises the resistance that turned their guns on my people. My father fought the PLO when they attacked us. Hezbollah promised liberation, then assassinated anyone who spoke out. We fled. Only Israel gave us refuge. You want me to respond to this fucking dog, dude? Are you stupid? Are you okay? Yeah, I don't care, man. Like, what? Okay, suck my dick. What's next? You gonna fucking send Luhai Ahmed or whatever the fuck that Yemeni dude is to be like, do you have a response to this? Are you guys so stupid? What's up? You're gonna fucking send me a Candace Owens video next and be like, Hasan doesn't know black liberation. George Floyd actually was a drug addict. Do you have a response? See, Candace Owens is a black woman. She knows what's going on. Is that what you're gonna tell me next? I don't give a fuck. Fuck this guy. And fuck you for thinking this guy's word matters anything. Anyone that is an Arab, non-Jewish Arab living in Israel, living inside of the borders of Israel, that defends Israel this hard is literally begging to be spat on every fucking day of the week. Okay? That's what this guy's position is. It's got to be like a sexual kink for this person to just constantly get spat on by the settler population when he's walking down the streets. I don't give a fuck what he has to say. Look at his fucking bio. That should be enough for you to be like, I will never listen to you. He's a fucking Nazi. Yeah, his Christian dad fought the PLO. Wonder what that means. Anyway, let's hear what this statement was. Let me give a reminder to the other side. The American side, which is negotiating indirectly, should try not to talk nonsense. To say that we will not allow Iran to enrich uranium is a huge mistake. No one is waiting for permission from anyone. The Islamic Republic has its own policies, its own methods, and it pursues its own agenda. Man, the Ayatollah is whack. Let me be real. Hasan is a kink for degrading his chatters. What? Dude, I can take a week off. I always feel bad for Iranian leaders because they want to do their thing, but they can't because the Ayatollah doesn't let them. Yeah, I understand that, but in this process, it doesn't even fucking matter, okay? If we're talking about America versus Iran in the region, like obviously that's completely irrelevant. The thing is, like, that's the biggest L for Iran, is like how fundamentalist its leadership is still, and it's directly a byproduct of just fundamentalism being associated with anti-Western imperialism. It's the most honest way of being anti-West. Okay, that's what the revolution was about initially, and it sucks because Iran is an incredibly diverse nation. Iran is a beautiful nation, and Iran should not be under such a fundamentalist rule, all things considered. And Iran wasn't under such a fundamentalist rule. And no, I'm not talking about the fucking Shah era either, okay? Like, that is obviously another reason. That is the primary reason. Western intervention is the primary reason for why Iran is so goddamn fundamentalist in its governance. But ultimately, if we're talking about state versus state violence here, like obviously Iran is going to defend itself. Forcing its hand into engaging in violent retaliation is idiotic. I don't know. We'll see. They are an incredibly restrained party here, though, in comparison to Israel. It's not even a fucking question. In comparison to the United States of America and its extension Israel, Iran is the far more restrained party. Okay? Just like Hamas is the far more restrained, far more diplomatic party in comparison to Israel, in comparison to the United States of America. And that's it. Dude, the funniest thing is this, like, the weird pedophile lolly YouTube guy has like 8 fans, but they don't stop being fucking annoying. Like, they will still be like, hey, why are you not talking about this guy? I don't know, maybe because he's fucking utterly irrelevant, dude. What the fuck? Like, I was watching a speech that I delivered at Oxford Union, and these guys who are volunteering this information that you wouldn't be able to get out of me in a fucking CIA black site with a black bag over my head, as like my nipples were clamped to a fucking car battery. I would not reveal that I voluntarily watch a fucking lolicon VTuber who is a fucking pro-Israel VTuber as well. Like, pick a goddamn struggle. And yet these people volunteer this information with regular frequency in the chat just to be like, I hear you're banning the mentions of this guy. Yeah, see, this is it. Look, this is a test. I don't think you guys understand. We're clapping all of you. I mean, I don't think you understand many things. We're clapping all of you not because I'm fearful of this person or his like intellectual prowess. It's because you're disgusting pedophile freaks. That's why. Here, let me unban you so you understand what I'm saying. You are a disgusting pedophile pro-Israel freak, so of course we're gonna fucking ban you. Why the fuck would I let a person who volunteers that they are a fan, like we ban Sam Hyde fans in here too. We ban them in here as well because they're gross. They're gross. They're volunteering this information. They're saying like, yeah, no, Sam Hyde, that pedophile Nazi, I'm a fan of that guy. Okay, that's enough for me to fucking clap you. It's not for any other reason. It's housekeeping. You feel me? It's actually pretty funny that they haven't, like, my mods haven't even auto-modded it because I personally like seeing how stupid people get. He's been having people record themselves typing his name in your chat and getting banned, and in turn reacts to those videos so more people go and try it. I know, but I don't have an issue with that because one, he has no motion. Two, I'm happy to fucking immediately ban disgusting little freaks like this, you know? Like, he is so low motion and low priority in this process that, like, I don't even mind the harassment raids that his community tries to do here. It's hilarious. That's part of the reason why we don't even auto mod it, because it's fucking it's funny. Yeah, thanks for coming in, dude, and self-reporting that you like this gross little freak. Yeah, also, it can't even be a harassment rate because it's like 2 people an hour. Like, all of that effort of being like, hey, you guys should please go there and get banned so I can react to it. And all of that amounts to like 3 people an hour coming in and being like, hello, I'm a fan of a VTuber who likes to masturbate to lolly porn, drawn children. That's who I'm a fan of, and I'm here on his behalf. What's up? Just testing. Will I get banned? And it's like, yeah, you got banned not because you're dangerous. You got banned because you're a fucking loser. You know? Oh, you're so mad. No. I deal with Asmongold on a daily basis. Asmongold's fans there are far more of them than this fucking loser. Mark thought you lied about your height.
That Cam is not. Hasan 6'3". Did that nigga lie?
I didn't. I'm 6'4".
That nigga is not 6'3".
He like 6'5", I think.
Yeah, he taller than me.
I think a little taller than me.
Yeah, he taller than me.
Somebody said, what if he slips again?
Maybe 6'4", 6'5".
Free gonna knock on hoop for real. Exactly. And that's another thing. He need to calm down. So Hasan is 6'5", bro. He's tall, bro.
I'm
he beat Christopher
6'4".
Lund. I seen it. I just don't need him out on the outside shooting threes. I need him getting boards. He gotta understand his job is there to get boards.
No, I got it. I can do that.
Cap, Free gonna hoop. YPK dunked from the free throw line yesterday. What?
Hasan is done this time. 1,000,000% is the funniest shit. It's also very stupid. Like like the dude who we're talking about is very, very, very stupid. He's not, you know. Not only is he a fucking VTuber who masturbates to drawn children, okay, which is insane. He's also very dumb. You are stupid. Okay. I mean, I am. I think the difference, however, is that, like, I recognize my stupidity, which I think gives me an upper hand in comparison to the normal stupids. Yeah, I'm gonna bring NMP with me. I heard he was also Israeli. I don't know if it's true because I want to know almost nothing about the guy. I don't think he's Israeli, but I understand why people think he is. You do whatever you want with that information. I don't know. I don't really care if he's Israeli or not. He's just fucking gross regardless. Bro, why are so many of your haters fans saying you associated with Diddy? Because they're fucking schizophrenic, chatter. Because they're schizophrenic. I think that's... You know, that's probably the best way to explain it. When you realize that like 98%... When you realize that 98% of things that my haters say about me is just made up, like it's that simple, just made up. And then the other 2% is just like close enough to the truth, but they've just like massaged it to a degree where it's just indecipherable from a lie. Then you realize like, yeah, if the things that my haters said about me were correct, like, yeah, I'd be a pretty fucking heinous person. But they're not. So what do you want me to do? Most of your ops are comic book villains, but sex criminals. They go too far with it. They literally pushed me into your community by being so crazy. Yeah, I think that's usually how it goes. Like that, I do think that like they're so repulsive and so commonly awful in broad daylight that they end up negatively polarizing people against them and cause them to become fans of mine. Efendim. Hiç açamıyorsun yani, hiç. İyi misin? Are you okay? Okay. I don't know, you look like you're struggling.
On the left side of your screen, there he is, just entering the Capitol. Now let's see if he makes any remarks.
Well, it's not a question of holdouts. We have a tremendously unified party. I don't think we've ever had a party like this. There are some people that want a couple of things that maybe I don't like or that they're not going to get. But I think we're going to have tremendous, not luck, we have tremendous talent.
There's 2 drama streamers that were all about hating you a year ago that take your side on shit now, and I never would have seen it coming. They said it's because of how insane people got. Nice.
This man has done an incredible job as Speaker. You know, we had a majority of 1. We were 1 heart attack away from losing the House, okay? Now we have 7. That's a big, because we won some elections, as you probably noticed, and we're going to win a lot of elections.
For years, in my mid-20s, I avoided you because people around me made you sound like some kind of skinwalker. People actively gaslit me about your political positions venomously. Well, I'm glad to have you here, chatter. Obviously, you realized at some point that those people were fucking lying. It is what it is. Same here. I was told you're a crazy anti-Semite, so I looked into why and kept agreeing with your positions, and now I'm getting called a radical.
Elections. We have an economy that's roaring. We took out 5.1 billion. If you take a look, 5.1 trillion with a T, not a B. 5.1 trillion out of the Middle East. They're investing more than that. It's going to be ultimately more than that.
Yeah, you can get Crunchyroll drops if you subscribe, by the way, before I forget. Yeah, my opposition is the League of Sex Criminals online. Like some of the most vicious and persistent sex criminals out there. So if you voluntarily explain and tell everybody that you're fans of them, then, you know, more power to you, I guess, brother. Have fun with that, I guess.
180 wide-body Boeing aircraft. They're spending money at levels that nobody's ever seen. Usually a president goes for a trip and he loses money. In other words, he gives money.
No, normies don't have a fucking horribly skewed view of me. If someone has any view of me that's beyond like, isn't that guy like a progressive guy? They're not a fucking normie. Okay? Normies don't know who the fuck I am. Like, true normies don't know who the fuck I am. That's it. Like, you think when my mom's friends call her up to be like, oh my God, I heard your son was detained by Customs and Border Patrol. Like, do you think that person is closer to a fucking normie? Or do you think normie is the guy who watches the VTuber, the pro-Israeli VTuber who jerks off to drawn children? Like anime versions of children that he jerks off to. Like, who do you think is more of a normie? Like Austin's mom, or person who is deeply invested in watching a sex pest that is currently battling numerous legal battles for distributing revenge porn to other people. Revenge porn that he both consensually and non-consensually shot of former content creator collaborators that called themselves orbiters. Who do you think is a normie? You know, people who fucking read the New York Times? Or people like that?
We went for a trip and we took out $5.1 trillion. Nobody has ever seen anything like it, and that's just the beginning. So I think we're a very unified party. The Senate's doing great. John Thune is doing fantastically. He's a great guy, and we're going to have a bill, the one big beautiful bill. I think it's the biggest bill ever passed, and we're getting.
What is this?
Said that you didn't adequately convince enough people to vote for the House Freedom Caucus.
You mean after this speech?
After this speech, that's what you
I think so. Well, what do we see at the voters? I think it was a great talk. It wasn't a speech. We talked about things. Who do you work for?
Notice.
Who?
Notice.
I don't even know what the hell that is. You gotta get yourself a real job.
Oh, that's awesome. Get yourself a real job. Get yourself a real job. Oh, that's so good. Fuck, man. He still got it. It pains me to say he still got it, okay? He's popping. I've never even heard of you. Get a real job.
In this new book, they allege that steps were taken to conceal former President Joe Biden's vast diminishing health while he was in office. Journalists Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson say they spoke to more than 200 people for this book, many people within the Biden administration and the larger Democratic Party. The result is called Original Sin: President Biden's Decline, Its Cover-Up, and His Disastrous Choice to Run Again. It is out today. Within that book, sources describe Biden's struggle to remember the names of longtime associates going back to 2019 and an increased reliance on note cards and scripted meetings, even with his own cabinet members. This comes just after, of course, the announcement yesterday of former President Biden battling prostate cancer. We're now joined by Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson here for their very first TV interview about the book. Gentlemen, good morning.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. I mentioned the prostate cancer. I think the announcement was Friday, but we were talking about it yesterday. Two things off the top. First, we all are sympathetic to the Biden family.
100%.
This is a tough fight. We wish them the absolute best.
Yeah, well said.
Second, we'll talk about whether the Washington press corps should have done more and known more, shared more during the administration. But for now, let's just talk about the heart of the book itself. At times, this president was almost completely out of it, gone, spent, and it raises the question of who was running the country at those moments. Was there a protocol in place? And then also, what was the...
Is he gonna rip into them like he ripped into Ta-Nehisi Coates? Double circ Tony? Jon Stewart made some funny jokes about this.
Man, my name is Jon Stewart.
Let's see.
Man, my name is Jon Stewart. What a program we have designed for you tonight, a bespoke artisanal effort that I think you are going to truly love. And Patrick McGee is going to be here. He is discussing. They call them McGee heads. That's the fandom, the Patrick McGee fandom. Here to discuss his new book about how Apple's actions in China shifted the entire global economy. The book is phenomenal. For a book about Apple, it's banana. That's a little, it's a fruit pun.
May 20th, that's Tuesday. Original Sin, that's...
Ukraine will be settled. It's not whether somebody can stop Netanyahu. Somebody, please. It's not whether Taylor's unfriended Blake. I don't know. No, like most people in America, I am most looking forward to reading a book. But when?
We're back with breaking news in our politics lead and a brand new excerpt from my upcoming book with Axios' Alex Thompson. It's called Original Sin. I'm not sure if you've heard of it. It's on Biden's decline. It's called Original Sin. I'm sure you've heard on May 20th. That's Tuesday. Original Sin. That's coming out in 3 weeks. On May 20th, that's just 19 days.
God damn, bro. He's farming this book so goddamn hard. It's so funny that it is so fucking funny that Biden came out and was like, I got cancer, like right before he released the book finally. I think it's like coming out tomorrow or something, which makes this fucking hilarious because now all the libs that were gonna read this book and be like, oh, I can't believe how old Biden was, now hate Jake Tapper and are like, Jake Tapper, you are enemy number one, persona non grata, you fucking piece of shit. And this forces Jake Tapper's hand into, oh, it's today. Oh, sorry, the book dropped today. Now this forces Jake Tapper's hand to do the ass tapping that we love him for against Joe Biden. One last time, even before the June debate, 86% of Americans thought President Biden should not run a second term, including 73% of Democrats. So if there's a scandal here, it is simply one of political hubris. The Democratic establishment who told themselves they are saving democracy, but undercut that message, instead cooking on CNN. Let's watch this first, and then.
Instead, what's your take on it all? What's your take on just the news or just the reaction or whatever?
I mean, I think that the reporting gives name to something that we have known, which is that President Biden, in the eyes of the American people, was clearly unfit to run for another 4 years. I was looking up some of the stats. An ABC poll in February 2024, before that debate.
I mean, there was a poll in 2022 as well, but that goes behind. That is before. That is before Jake Tapper started calling him old. So obviously that's, you know.
86% of Americans thought Joe Biden should be running again. 73% of Democrats thought he shouldn't be in the race. And I think even
that's before the
debate.
Right.
Even you go back to 2020, I remember being on the trail and people having concerns about Biden's age then. That's why he made the implications about being a bridge to the next generation. That's why he implied possibly that he would think about only serving one term. It's because it was necessary for him to win the presidency the first time. And so now.
Yes! Boycott CNN. Some bitch on Casey Hunt's show just said Biden's legacy would be tarnished by the book's discoveries. Tank Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson's book. Do not buy the damn thing. Yes. Blue MAGA. Oh my God, they want to do BDS. They want to BDS Jake Tapper.
Now that we've come to this point, I think what the book does well is lay out how much of an insider choice it was.
I fucking
and I
love
think that for
dude.
me, it just underscores how many of these public servants did not have the public in mind at all.
Yeah.
They decided amongst themselves that Joe Biden deserved another 4 years, and then decided that their political incentives meant the whole party fell in line. And so that, I think, is a real scandal, a political establishment, of political insiders, and really putting deference and tradition above their jobs.
Yeah.
And so, like, that's the takeaway I really have. It's sad for Joe Biden and his legacy. It's sad for a Democratic Party who I think really torpedoed a lot of their trust with their base voters. I honestly think it's sad for America because there was an election that should have been.
What do you think of then Hamas killing the protester in Gaza? Like Odeh Nasser al-Rabai was tortured and killed by Hamas militants in late March 2025 after publicly criticizing the group participating in protests. Yeah, that's really fucked up. You know what should happen? The genocide should end. You know what's really fucked up outside of that? The wholesale slaughter of every Palestinian man, woman, and child, and the purposeful blockade of aid going into the Gaza Strip in a deliberate effort to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip of the 2 million Palestinian population, dropping the metric ton equivalent of 5 atom bombs on the world's largest open air prison. I think that, you know, two things can be right at the same time, right? Do you think that do you think that Israel's genocide is going to put an end to things such as this? Is that what you think? Are you jealous that Hamas got to kill this one guy instead of an American weapon that was shipped off to Israel expeditiously? Is that what's going on? Is that why you brought it up? I agree. I don't support Israel either. I just seem like Hamas is not on the side of Palestinians either. Hamas is the only game in town that's actually fucking fighting against the Israeli occupying force. So you are wrong. Like, think about it. Israel is displaced millions, every single person in the Gaza Strip, and killed so much more. And you're like, this one guy that Hamas killed, according to reports that I'm seeing, is actually the true evil here. Like, what are you, fucking crazy? Are you insane? Are you on crack? Yeah, great. Dissolve Hamas, okay? Dissolve Hamas as a political entity and allow the Palestinians to fucking democratically elect who the fuck they want to elect. Is killing protesters, how is that helping Palestinians? Brother, do you not understand what I'm saying? Do you not understand what I'm saying? I don't care. I don't care about who fucking governs Gaza. I want the Palestinians to have sovereignty. Hello, listen to my words. Listen to my words. Who is a greater hurdle for the Palestinians getting sovereignty? Is it Hamas or is it fucking Israel? It's Israel, by the way. The answer is Israel. You're a fucking moron if you say it's Hamas. Wow, what a brilliant point you brought up. I can't believe Hamas killed a protester. Both are cancer to Palestinians. No, they're not. Shut the fuck up. Hey, I know, look, I'm not a fan of Israel. They've killed a lot of people. But I'll have you consider Hamas killed a protester. And it's really fucked up. It's like, yeah, it is. Okay, it is. You're right. Those people should be criminally charged after the apartheid ends, after the occupation ends. How about that? You want to do that? No, you don't. You just want to fucking keep chirping. This argument did not make sense during the Al Ahli hospital bombing, when Israel defenders were like, Israel would never bomb a hospital. Wow, where are those guys now? But even if it was literally a misfired Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket, which it wasn't, okay, that was just a lie that Israel told. But even if that was the case, like, what is the argument there? Like, only Israel gets to kill Palestinians? Is that the argument? Excuse me. I'm really jealous that that Palestinian Islamic Jihad potentially killed these Palestinians when Israel should have killed them. Is that the argument you're making? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? There is no way that you could both sides a fucking ethnic cleansing campaign. Like, there's just not a thing you can do. Yeah, it reminds me of the ones who say, you know, you would get killed for being gay in Gaza to people of the LGBTQ community. Yeah. Yeah, you would be killed for being gay in Gaza. You would be killed for being straight in Gaza too, except it wouldn't be Hamas killing you. It would be Israel killing you. It's such a shit argument. It's such a stupid fucking argument. It is such a dumb, stupid fucking argument. What the fuck are you saying? Do you listen to yourself? Like, it's like, wait, hold on. I need to, I need more information about the Jews that were sent to the concentration camps and what their political allegiances look like before I can make up my mind about the ethics of the Holocaust ass argument, you know? Hold on now. Were some of the Jews sent to the concentration camps or the gas chamber? Were they homophobic? I don't know. If they were, then maybe it was all right. Like, is that the argument that you're making? Like, what the fuck kind of stupid argument is this? What do you mean? Terrorists are bad to everyone and Hamas are terrorists is a simple point. You have no argument against it. No, I do. I have a mountain of arguments against it. You want to know what those arguments are? It's that Israel, by that same metric that declares Hamas a terrorist organization, is such a super terrorist organization that you can't even call them the same thing, because I use these words very carefully and there is no response to it from Israel defenders who try to say, oh, Israel's bad, but Hamas is worse. That's not true, okay? Israel is far worse than Hamas. Israel is a far larger terrorist entity than Hamas. Israel is Nazi Germany in this circumstance, and Hamas would be the brave resistance force against Nazi Germany in this circumstance, whatever form that might take. Their own political convictions or their own domestic affairs play no role in whether or not Palestinians are worthy of genocide. You are a fucking freak for saying this, but you don't understand it because the terrorism designation is a convenient one that you can slap on to just be like, oh my God, sorry, I hadn't realized this is old Germany. What? Yeah, it is old Germany. It's Nazi Germany. Israel is Nazi Germany. It is exactly like Nazi Germany. Okay? Yeah. Point to one fucking resistance group that has not executed collaborators, dude. I don't know. Maybe the apartheid should have continued in South Africa. After all, the ANC was executing in heinous ways collaborators of apartheid South Africa. So maybe the apartheid should continue? Is that it? Is that the argument? I don't know. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, they fought the Nazis, but they also fought, like, some civilian casualties also died in the process. So I guess, you know, maybe the Holocaust is valid. Is that your argument? No, of course not. You'd be a fucking moron to say that. Oh, the Nat Turner Rebellion was incredibly bloody. They killed children. They killed babies in their fucking cribs. So I guess chattel slavery as a practice should continue? No, of course not, right? So why the fuck do you make that calculation here? It's because you don't see the Palestinians as human beings. That's why. Like, everything that you try to say about Hamas is a million times worse for Israel. Hamas also steals food and aid for the Palestinians. One, that's not true, but even if it was, Israel is denying aid and food into the fucking strip. Also, Hamas are Palestinians. They're not like an alien organization. They didn't like get beamed into fucking the Gaza Strip. They're fucking comprised of orphaned Palestinians that Israel killed in previous incursions. What the fuck? What is this? What is this argument? What is this argument? Dude, I'm here to learn. Don't talk in that tone as I'm some fucking geopolitical guru. Then don't fucking assume such an asinine, idiotic stance as though you are knowledgeable. Hamas because they steal food and aid. Israel doesn't allow food and aid. Hamas doesn't even steal food and aid. You have no fucking evidence for this. As a matter of fact, Hamas, or at least the governing body of Hamas, the civil governance affairs of Hamas, the internal police force, unironically actually made sure that aid was distributed in an even manner. Israel killed the people that were doing that. Hamas actually executes the thugs that the Israeli occupying force arms and allows to operate that do actually steal the aid. You know who fucking executes those guys? Hamas does. Are you gonna fucking complain about that? The people that are stealing the aid, Hamas executes. with the limited capabilities that they have, as Israel is doing a 24/7 surveillance campaign and mass bombing in the fucking Strip. Hamas killed babies, you say? That one, I can't even fucking begin to explain. If you think that, like, if you think that Hamas is a far worse baby killing machine, you are delusional, okay? Israel has killed, what, at this point, 10, 20,000 times more children than Hamas did? Like, what is the number of children that Israel has killed? Like, I think there was one child, like under the age of 18. I think there was like 4 on October 7, which is a horrible, horrible fucking crime. Okay, not even sure if that was a byproduct of the Hannibal Directive before we even talk about that, considering that Israel also literally unleashed helicopter fire on the Nova Festival survivors that were trying to escape. That's number one. And number two, the children that were killed in the kibbutzim. And guess how they were killed in the kibbutzim? Israeli tank fire. So the idea that like those deaths are directly attributed to the to Hamas militancy is also, you know, we don't know. We don't know if that's the case or not. This isn't to say that Hamas didn't kill civilians. They certainly did. It's on camera. We've seen the fucking footage. That's an atrocity. I don't think that's appropriate in any way, shape, or form. Meanwhile, having said that, Israel has killed 18,000 children. What the fuck are you talking about? I think it was about 36 under the age of 18, one of them being an infant. Yeah, there was one. They just released 5,000 pages of dead Palestinian names, and the first 18 pages were babies under the age of 1. So having dead and alive hostages is okay because Israel kills them so badly? One must ask the question, if you care about the hostages, because like clearly you don't care about Palestinians, you only care about Jews in this situation. Palestinians are not human. Jews are the only people that you entertain as human beings, which by the way is a dynamic that also Hamas and every Palestinian understands, which is precisely the way that the reason why they took fucking hostages to begin with, okay? Even though it is illegal to do so, and I understand that. But it turns out Israel doesn't even care about Israeli Jews, because they killed most of the fucking hostages that died. So what are we talking about? They sometimes directly shot them because they mistook them for Hamas. Sometimes they blew up buildings where the hostages were inside of said buildings. Do with that information what you will. Israel is still starving its own Israeli Jewish hostages that are in the hands of Hamas by starving the entirety of the Gaza Strip. So when you are faced with that reality, why do you fucking turn around and go, dude, I'm not geopolitical guru? Okay, then know your fucking place. The word Tacuara was part of the name of the Argentine fascist movement, Movimiento Nacionalista Tacuara. The Tacuara nationalist movement. Nice. Good argument though, chatter. What happened? Cool, thanks. You little Nazi freak.
Days away in 1 week and 1 day. Coming out in just a few days. Comes out Tuesday. You will not believe what we found out.
Don't news people have to tell you what they know when they find it out? Isn't that the difference between news and a secret? You won't believe what we found out. No, that's why I'm watching. Breaking news in a week. Now, I don't know how the rest of the country is feeling about this book coming out, but I know New York.
To be fair, it's not like this is breaking news. Like, breaking news, water is wet. You can't wait to read all about it in my upcoming book, Water is Wet. You know, there is no surprise. There is no surprise here. Like, oh my God, I can't believe Biden was so old. A reality that virtually every American was aware of. This is only breaking news to members of the media that I guess bludgeoned their heads silly until they couldn't see Biden as a belligerent old man. Every time I say water is wet. Water isn't wet though. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Oh my science ass motherfuckers.
New York City, baby! The city! The city that never stops reading. That's our motto. Our motto is... I'm kidding, of course. That is footage from the reopening of the Frick Museum. By the way, it is New York, so you know the real name of the museum is the Collection. They just put it up there like, hey, the friggin' collection? What are we doing here? So what is this bombshell book about?
A new book is outlining new claims about former President Biden's physical and mental health. The book, Original Sin, claims Biden's health had become so severe that there were internal discussions about putting the president in a wheelchair.
He allegedly was napping during debate preparations.
Another bombshell. Former President Biden apparently forgot the name of his longtime aide, Jake Sullivan, and called him Steve.
My God! To be fair, when you forget a white guy's name, to be fair, and I say this with respect to the bombshell, Steve is not a bad guess. I think even Jake Sullivan at some point was like, is my name Steve? Because when I look in the mirror, I could be a Steve. Or Scott, maybe a Craig. The point is, the American news media were hungry for more.
A new Biden bombshell. Dropping bombshell allegations. A steady drip of new revelation.
Yeah, he showed you all. Respect to Biden, by the way, for coming out on top and hitting the ultimate button, the I have cancer, so I bet you're gonna feel stupid now button. The more I see how much the media hyped up this fucking book that is supposed to be this bombshell revelation, which is Biden is old. Okay, he was very old. Bombshell revelation, Hasanabi Twitter account 2019. Biden is very old. How could he have foreseen this? Oh my God. A bombshell revelation that 75% of Americans were aware of in 2022.
Damning claims.
Damaging new details.
Oh my goodness, they're dripping with details. A massive tsunami, the drip drip on Joe Biden's decline.
My God, Fox News built an entire Biden sucks border wall to hold back the raging drips of details and bombshells. Nothing could slow down this coming feeding news frenzy about Biden's cognitive health, other than maybe a report on his actual physical health, which was not good. But now we got ourselves a little problem. You've prepared an entire smorgasbord, charcuterie board. You know what I'm talking about, meat and cheese. You know what I'm talking about. Entire smorgasbord based on what you thought would be a relatively uncomplicated story about mental decline. News has the countdown clock. They got the book graphics. They got the CNN Happy Meal tie-in toys. But now, doing the story seems almost disrespectful. Can CNN thread the needle? How do you pivot from excitedly promoting your anchor's book to somberly and respectfully promoting your anchor's book?
Biden's health was very much in the news even before the cancer diagnosis was announced on Sunday. That's because of a new book by CNN's Jake Tapper.
This was already going to be a tough week, and this makes it much harder. And that is a reference to the fact that our colleague, Jake Tapper, and Alex Thompson have a book that's set to publish on Tuesday.
This very tough news, this very challenging news, and at the same time, the backdrop of our colleague Jake Tapper's book with Alex Thompson coming out this week.
It's so hard. It's such a difficult time, so unfathomable in terms of the pain this family must be feeling. And yet, if you act now, and you use the code / tap that book, you will obviously, this 20% off offer is not available for some reason in Tennessee. But the point is, forgetting about the fact how weird it is that the news is selling you a book about news they should have told you was news a year ago for free. It's just fun. It's just fun to watch them not only continue to push the book in light of this difficult news, but to actually frame this difficult news as perhaps even more of a reason to buy this book.
The timing of former President Joe Biden's cancer diagnosis is certainly dramatic, coming on the eve of a blockbuster new book about his health and his time in the White House.
Go on.
I'm sure some observers will say that the reporting in the book is even more important now.
Yet nobody's saying that. No observers will say it's more important now. Some observers might think, do these CNN people work on commission? Like, why are they hawking this f***ing thing? So, is this a Girl Scout cookie situation? Whoever sells the most Tapper book.
Jake Tapper fucking controls CNN like the goddamn Navy, dude. Like, the fact that all of these other anchors are like constantly pumping the book is so crazy. I guess partially because like Tapper is one of the most important commentators on CNN, which again, not a great look for CNN, but also Jake Tapper controls the media? No, just CNN. But also, I guess that way they get to like defend their coverage over Biden, or their lack of coverage over Biden's senility when it was very obvious.
Folks gets a Schwinn. Now, well, that is not necessarily the model they will get. I don't want to disincentivize people from working hard, obviously. I don't go through all the graphics before the show. While CNN had to shift from somber and caring to always be closing, Fox and the rest of the right-wing media had a very different problem. How to shift from "let's go Brandon" to "get well Brandon," and then as quickly as possible back to "let's go Brandon." Watch them work their magic and see how much weight the word butt carries.
It's a terrible thing for him and his family, so I hope he beats it. But look.
I hope he beats it, but not too fast?
I have 30 seconds for my...
You want to enjoy this? But what?
But look, I don't believe that they just found out Friday, but because they're not credible on anything they've done.
So true. Yeah, I'll bet he didn't find out Friday. I'll bet he found out like Wednesday. And then they were all like, oh my God, this is terrible. Should we tell this guy? And then they're like, oh, I don't know, why don't we tell the family first? And then they're like, yeah, but what if this guy really wants to know? I got to tell you, I think this all really highlights an opening in the greeting card market. We don't have enough cards that swing wildly from sympathy to accusation.
When's he gonna fucking rip more into? I thought he was gonna rip more into like Brandon too. Like, who gives a fuck?
To hear about Joe.
If this
weren't you raising money for cancer last week or something? What did you know exactly? I knew Brandon. Okay, you want to know something? I'll come out and I'll admit it. Okay. Listen. 2 weeks ago, I found out that Joseph Robinette Brandon had a debilitating version of ass cancer, also commonly known as prostate cancer. And when I found out that this was happening, I contacted iDubbbz, who I knew was raising money for cancer. I told him, iDubbbz, let's do a fundraiser for cancer. This way, I knew that as soon as I started fundraising for cancer, my podcaster co-host, former podcast co-host Ethan Klein, would inevitably position himself against cancer. He would join the side of cancer on the war against cancer. This way, knowing full well that once the news would hit mainstream media that Biden had prostate cancer, and I started talking about how I don't care that he has cancer, especially considering that he's a war criminal responsible for many cancer wards being destroyed in the Gaza Strip in the hands of Israel as he continued this death and destruction campaign gladly and willingly, and wanted it to continue so bad that he actually gave up the administration to Donald Trump, a fascist that would continue Israel's genocide on the Gaza Strip. I knew that Ethan Klein would turn around and now, all of a sudden, take an inconsistent position. After only 2 weeks prior, taking a position that was objectively pro-cancer, on the side of cancer, against the war on cancer, making him out to be an inconsistent person. That's precisely why I fundraised for a cancer charity and expected Ethan Klein to go against that cancer charity fundraiser, only to turn around and act like he cares about cancer once Joe Biden got it. Always 10 steps ahead. All right, I'm bored of Jon Stewart. I want to watch this video from Jared Moore, who I saw on my timeline someone actually promoting. He said, YouTube recommended me this video when it was at 40K views with a dude with 6K subs. It's the best video I've seen in months. YouTube homepage usually sucks and sometimes won't even show your subscribed channels, but dude, when it hits, it crits hard. The video's title is Cultural Nihilism and the Rise of the Grifter. Okay, the video is now sitting at 200,000 views by the channel Jared Moore. Now, some people have already probably watched this. I have not. I would like to watch it. I will also tell you, I already looked up the dude. He's a Hasanabi head. So just pointing it out before people go, oh, this is, you know, some of the criticisms that you're seeing here, you know, make up your own mind. But I'm very excited to watch this, seeing that even random accounts on Twitter are promoting this guy. and I suspect that there's going to be some cool stuff in here. Let's take a look.
Attention span to escape the grips of a Mr. Beast video. When the timer reaches 0, this 2013 Volkswagen Jetta will pull me across the pavement at top speed.
In 3 years' time, I'm going to be exposed for diabolical behavior as a Discord mod.
Haven't I seen this rope trick before?
Hasan, you may or may not have went into brothels with minors. I have not, but why are you fucking fantasizing about that? You fucking freak, you cretin, you gross little monster.
More importantly, will anybody care if they've seen it before? Jump cuts are starting to make me feel nauseous. I'm almost too sick to find the close tab button. Why do I care about this? Am I doomed to exist in an endless cycle of trivial curiosity and relief with nothing to take away at the end? Am I anything more than a hostage to my dopamine receptors? In a leaked internal document, Jimmy Donaldson, aka Mr. Beast, explains his vision and goals for the channel in a 36-page manifesto. Your goal here is to make the best YouTube videos possible. That's the #1 goal of this production company. It's not to make the best produced videos, it's not to make the funniest videos, not to make the best looking videos, not to make the highest quality videos. It is to make the best YouTube videos possible.
The Beast
Everything we
Festo.
want will come if we strive for that. This bears striking
Is that Mussolini? This guy's awesome.
resemblance to a 2015 Atlantic article warning about the commercialization of art. Now it's an audience you think of addressing. It's a customer base. Now you're only as good as your last quarter sales. It's hard to believe that the new arrangement will not favor work that's safer, more familiar, formulaic, user-friendly, eager to please. More like entertainment, less like art. Artists will inevitably spend a lot more time looking over their shoulder, trying to figure out what the customer wants rather than what they themselves are seeking to say.
I feel the retention. Just give us
99% of movies and TV shows would flop on YouTube. On top of that, they'd be wildly unprofitable, having no flexibility and long lead times that can't adapt to trends. We aren't here to make a small movie once or twice a year. I want to make one every week. LOL. Mr. Beast makes
Okay, I do want to point something out here. Hollywood is becoming Mr. Beastified. Hollywood is becoming more YouTube adjacent. Unfortunately, instead of vice versa, where there are YouTubers who are resisting against the temptation of the algorithm and digging their heels in and trying to make something that truly matters, but instead I would say that Hollywood is going the way of the slop tuber.
production, long-form Super Bowl commercials on a weekly basis. The scale of the production that's grown to be his trademark is impossible without corporate sponsorships. The millions he's paid from views on YouTube is often just enough to cover the cost of making the video, with a large percentage of revenue coming
Yes, Love, Death, and Robots had Mr. Beast in it, and it was a very cool episode.
From corporate sponsors like T-Mobile or his own business ventures like Feastables chocolate bars. This gets into a moral gray area when you remember that half of his 350 million person audience are children. One of the newest products he started to advertise are the Beast Labs collectible action figures. A toy with loot box style gambling that requires you to keep buying packs until you finally get the legendary Who Gives a Shit.
I can't wait to learn numbers, counting, colors, and shapes with you today.
No, not Miss Rachel. No, don't disparage my legend. She's a wonderful beacon of light in a sea of endless depravity. No, not Miss Rachel.
For all children's television programming, there's something required by the FCC called a bumper. This is to signal to children that the show they're watching has officially paused and advertisements have commenced. It was deemed unethical to have a child's friend, SpongeBob, tell them that the only way they could make friends this fall is if they purchased the new Prime Energy drink.
I want a 4,000 Gucci sweater. I want a house, an iPhone 15. I want Mr. Beast in my basement. I want a lion. I want KSI had Logan Paul in my basement.
Oh, God.
This lady in my basement.
The invention of the Gutenberg printing press led to the Protestant Reformation. The ability to mass-produce copies of the Bible gave people a more direct relationship with God. With the advent of the social media influencer, people now have a more direct relationship with advertisers, forming parasocial relationships with the people that try to sell them products. There needs to be a clear demarcation between advertisement and entertainment. What happens when there is no differentiation? The advertisement is the content, and the content can only exist as an advertisement. All of the consumer protections created by the FCC to regulate broadcast television still only apply to broadcast television. Is this relationship still a concern to our government, or is it the desired outcome for the next generation to be conditioned as more active consumers? Mr. Beast's biggest video was his recreation of the contest from the Netflix original series, Squid Games, an anti-capitalist satire set in South Korea where financially desperate contestants compete in life-or-death games for a life-changing sum of money. It explores how the ruling elite debase and humiliate us for their own entertainment, forcing the working class to strip themselves of their humanity and abuse each other just to keep their heads above water. Mr. Beast saw this and went, whoa, why don't I do that? Squid Games is not a warning for the future. It's a critique of the present.
Which one you want? This one? Okay, here's coin. I have one. Here you go. Okay, good luck. Thank you. You win? No. No? Okay, my coin.
Can I take it, please?
My coin?
Yes, can I take
Wait, my coin?
Oh my God, bro. The fucking fictionalized version of events these guys are recreating in real time.
Everything the show parodied is what Mr. Beast had already been doing to a lesser extent. He just brought it right up to the line before executing people.
If I have to do solitary confinement in order to do the things I want to do, then I will do that. You're gonna get $300,000 because it's $10,000 a day. I grew up poor in North Carolina. I said, excuse me? Like I was not having a good time. I just wanted to turn the lights off. And I'm vocalizing to people, I wish the lights would turn off. And I go up to my friend, my good friend. And I go, they're not turning the lights off. He goes, what? That's a war crime. We're not allowed to do that to terrorists. 24 hours breaking the Geneva Convention, I guess, is what we're doing. And you have power over people. When one person doesn't have resources and the other one does, and they hold it over your head, and you go, of course, yeah, I agreed to it. I needed it, of course. This is a note I got from the director, from Jimmy, when I'm receiving some cash. He said, Jimmy said, can you say to the camera how thankful you are that now you can...
Honestly though, Dogpack is cringe, extra, and annoying as fuck. I cannot believe him for the life of me. Who's Dogpack? Is this Dogpack? Isn't this the guy who did a Jimmy Beast video?
Pay back your student loans.
He was lauded for his YouTube recreation, getting more views than the original source material. In our entertainment landscape that values views and dollars more than anything else, there's no other conclusion you can really come to.
And all I thought about was art and music. Now I'm 36, and all I think about is money.
People argued Mr. Beast's video was superior because the original took 12 years for the creator to get into production. Meanwhile, a YouTuber can recreate it in a few months, stealing all the challenges and aesthetics and stripping it of the art and social commentary. He parlayed the success of the Squid Games video into a full-length series of the same nature on Amazon Prime called Beast Games.
1,000 contestants! Are you all ready?
It's hard not to put yourself in the shoes of the contestants, knowing what's at stake. There's a bizarre detachment to what the reality of money is for normal people. The show has a sanitized triviality regarding the stakes of what's happening. Someone will be seconds away from winning hundreds of thousands of dollars and fail to meet some arbitrary criteria, shattering their dreams. They could have been on the precipice of leaving a housing situation plagued with domestic violence, finally being able to leave the job they hate and starting their own business, or a parent being able to spend time with their children for once. Then Mr. Beast pulls a lever and says, "Bummer!" before a single mother's dropped through a trap door while he makes soy face into the camera. There were 2,000 contestants, so there wasn't a deep dive into anybody's individual story. You could just see glimpses of their life in between challenges. When deciding on picking team captains for somebody that would be bribed in exchange for eliminating their team members, somebody was trying to prove their integrity by saying, "I'm an Army veteran, I'm living out of my car." There was a murmur in the group. Did he just say he was homeless? I don't want to trust a hobo. A woman tries to stick up for him. He's not homeless, he lives in his car by choice. I think Mr. Beast should be in charge of military recruiting. Enlistment is down with Gen Z. Less people are willing to join the meat grinder just for a Dodge Hellcat. But what if the signing bonus was a Dodge Hellcat or a mystery box? We're already at the point we're sitting in air-conditioned offices, flying explosive drones into people's homes with joysticks. For every day your platoon is able to occupy Aleppo, your child will receive an extra $1,000 towards their college fund. I was joking about this, and then I saw the Pentagon was actually in communications to collaborate with Mr. Beast on a project. Apparently it fell through, but there was a cute little cameo from the Navy SEALs in Episode 5 of Beast Games, so we can only speculate on what level of involvement the Department of Defense will have on future content. I don't hate Mr. Beast. He does give more to charity than 99% of us ever will, and at the end of the day is just a guy that makes YouTube videos. He just gives me this queasy feeling that we're living in a dystopia, that if you lose your leg, your best bet is accidentally running into a YouTuber that thinks it will go viral if they give you a prosthetic leg. He thinks as much himself. Hating Mr. Beast would be like hating a hurricane. He was inevitable. The social media algorithms and distribution of new media were the low-pressure zone required for him to form.
That's a great, by the way, oh, fucking banger. God damn. God damn, that's a banger. He put it in better words than I ever could.
If you told a supercomputer to be the most popular YouTuber of all time,
the Beast was inevitable is so fucking true, dude. It is. The Beast is inevitable. Someone was going to unleash the Beast. No matter who it was, no matter which shape it took, it was always going to be like this.
He would be doing the same exact thing as Mr. Beast. He's reverse engineered YouTube's code to give us exactly what engineers in Silicon Valley think will keep us watching. When decisions are made solely on market research, algorithm optimization, and return on investment, the content becomes a procedural checking of boxes better suited for an AI than an artist. If Amazon or Netflix create an artificial intelligence to dictate programming, what will be lost from our culture? At this point, would we even notice? How did we get here? The year is 1990. Looming threat of nuclear war with Russia, mullets and baggy pants. Joe Biden is running for re-election and Mike Tyson lost his first fight. The Simpsons premiered on Fox. The year is 2024. Mullets and baggy pants. Looming threat of nuclear war with Russia. Mike Tyson lost his last fight, and Joe Biden lost his last re-election. The Simpsons finished its 34th season. 34 years of cultural stagnation.
Great.
The grips of nostalgia have destroyed the infrastructure of our institutions, and the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight was the final nail in the coffin of meritocracy. Their fight was a metaphor for the entertainment landscape at large. Mike Tyson representing Hollywood, the behemoth and cultural icon of the past, well past his prime, and being paraded out regardless of his ability based on his reputation that he can sell tickets.
I don't believe in the word legacy. I just think that's another word for ego. Legacy doesn't mean nothing. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm gonna die. It's gonna be over. Who the fuck cares about me when I'm done? People that think that I'm this, I'm great, I'm nowhere nothing. You're dead.
That was some real shit. That was some real ass shit he said right there.
Our legacy is nothing.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. That is something that I have not heard before. So thank you so much for giving me that kind of idea as well.
God damn. Smoking on the content pack, dude. Listen. Things look dire, okay? But fucking there are moments that are so perfect, like that last one that we experienced, where I'm like, yeah, that's fair, that's valid, that's good that happened. It had to happen.
Love you too.
And then his ass cheeks. I can't
Jake
show
Paul.
that.
the influencer, the self-made man that circumvented the traditional path to success.
It's every day, bro, with the Disney Channel flow. 5 mil on YouTube in 6 months, never done before. Past all the competition, man. PewDiePie is next, man. I'm popping all these checks, got the brand new Rolex.
Nobody told him he was the world's greatest boxer. He said it for us. A master in marketing and navigating the algorithm to get his face on the screen, fueled equal parts by love and hate, leaning into his role as the heel with people tuning in and buying pay-per-views just to see him get knocked out. But that doesn't matter. You don't have to be liked or respected to make it rich in America. You just have to be seen. William DeResowicz explains in his Atlantic article, the death of the artist and the birth of the creative entrepreneur.
No more gatekeepers, goes the slogan of the internet apostles. Everyone's opinion, as expressed in Amazon reviews and such like, carries equal weight. The democratization of taste. Judgment rested with the patron in the age of the artisan. In the age of the genius,
Listen. It's one of his first videos, I think. That's why the sound editing is a little crazy. Or, I mean, yeah, this is his second video. Adam Sandler's new special, The State of Comedy, and why he's still underrated. Whoa. He thinks Adam Sandler is underrated. That's crazy. Okay.
largely rested with the artists themselves. In the age of the professional, it rested with the critic. But now we've come to the age of the customer, who perforce is always right.
That's my shit, dude.
Or as a certain legendary entertainer is supposed to have put it, there's a sucker born every minute. Another word for gatekeepers is experts. Lord knows they have their problems, beginning with arrogance. But there's one thing you can say for them. They're not so quite easily fooled.
The breakdown in trust of the institutions after repeated failure has opened up avenues for con men to come in and fill in the gaps. Are they up for the task?
At the highest level of performance, you need a deeper understanding of the craft to appreciate the nuance that separates somebody from the top 10% and the top 0.1%. The best boxer in the world isn't focused on marketing, he's focused on boxing. There needs to be an infrastructure of support around them to package what it is they excel at to an audience. There's currently a legitimate heavyweight champion of the world, and nobody knows his name compared to Jake Paul. Somebody that's passably competent with an eye for promotion ends up overshadowing once-in-a-generation talents. Comedy clubs experience a similar problem with social media personalities touring the circuit despite never having done stand-up. Even the most respected comedy clubs are still a business and can't say no to a guaranteed sellout. Roughly 8 weekends out of their 52-week calendar will be booked by people with little to no live performance background.
Dude, Hasan, this video is so bad. This is the peak of anti-intellectualism and splop. Wait, what are you talking about? What is... I disagree vehemently with your position, chatter. What the fuck do you mean? He has said 0 wrong things thus far. Like, there was always a commodification of art, but it was never, in my opinion, it isn't. Talk about the Uyghurs? What? What the fuck is happening, dude? I'm gonna fucking shoot myself into the sun on a goddamn spaceship. No, there's always been a commodification of art, but it has never been fucking as streamlined. Like, even in the age of like, even in the Gilded Age, okay, with unprecedented wealth inequality up until this very moment, of course, which is definitely gotten worse than then. There was a concept of like a patron of the arts. Like, there were incredibly profoundly wealthy people that at least still, like, I can't believe I'm saying this, at least still turned around and offered public goods to everyone. Yes, it was a monument to their success. It was maybe some might even consider it to be an act of hubris, but there were still, like, they would build like fucking libraries. You know what I mean? There were still libraries. There was still a way for both public goods to exist and a way for art to thrive as well. That doesn't exist anymore. These motherfuckers literally sit around and post on Twitter instead and cry about why the working poor, the peasants, don't actually appreciate them more. No more fucking museums. And also on top of that, no more patronage, no more fucking funding of the arts at all. There's not even an interest of making it seem as though it's like worthwhile. Long live Asmongold, free Israel. What is this? Asmongold go offline or something? This is what I mean. People get their news from a fucking dickhead who lives in his who broadcasts to an arena full of people, okay, from his goddamn living room. And worse, sometimes even more people get their news from a guy who's living in rot. At least I went to school for this shit. He's not even demonstrating basic competence of being a human. And there are people who unironically go, no, that's my guy. He's fucking brilliant. Like, look, oh my God. And their fans are, holy shit. Hey, look, it's my favorite Nazi supporting terrorists with a Gucci bag. Bitch, if I was a Nazi supporter, you would like me. What are you talking about? You'd be like defending me online. That's the funniest aspect of this, is like, if I was a fucking Nazi, you would actually like me. You and I both know that's not the case.
One time I opened for Ed Basemaster, whose claim to fame was walking up to people on the street and asking them a question and then going. That's about it. I was hosting the show. I was booked to warm up the crowd, and then he was going to do costume changes, and while he's off stage getting dressed, I would go on stage and fill more time. I met him in the green room and was like, hey, my name's Jarrett. How long do you want me to do in between costume changes? He's like 2 to 3 minutes top. And make sure to get my character names correct. Don't mess it up. It's Gerard Douche, Mumbles, Skippy, and Chip Diamond. Make sure you nail those. And I'm like, yeah, all right, dude. So I go on stage, I do my host set, and then I introduce the first character, Mumbles, which is just a ripoff of Bubbles from Trailer Park Boys. He says hi, and then the crowd goes nuts, but he didn't have any material planned, so in character, he just starts talking about his real-life accomplishments. He's like, man, I'm so happy to be here.
I feel like if this person was qualified to talk about it, they wouldn't be doing it on YouTube, and he's not. The title of this video is just a combination of words for YouTube's algorithm. A nothing burger with no reference to any of the concepts mentioned or any academic production, typical YouTube content. You're watching a fucking Twitch streamer. It's not anti-intellectualism, it's just pseudo-intellectualism. You're watching a Twitch streamer. The fuck? I'm sorry that he's breaking down concepts in an easy to understand fashion. What the fuck? You're watching a Twitch streamer watch someone on YouTube, okay? You're not exactly reading a book.
Here, we got big things in the works.
No one said this was highbrow, but I think it's a pretty decent analysis of like what has took place thus far. Ay, ay, ay.
I just sold a project to Netflix. We're gonna be on Netflix, guys, and they're just going nuts. He's only up there for like 2 minutes, then he's like, okay, bring the host back up on stage. I go on stage and do my 3 minutes, and then I see from the sound booth they're telling me to stretch because he's not ready yet. So I just keep going, and I do 10 minutes. He comes back on stage for his next character, which is just a ripoff of Andrew Dice Clay. He's flicking his cigarette in the crowd. He still doesn't have any material. He's like, yo, we just sold a project to Netflix. So he just did the same thing again, but as his different character, because he didn't write any jokes for, he maybe had like 30 seconds of material, and then he's like, hey, we got big things in the works. Oh, I'm a celebrity, boom. I go back on stage, do another 3 minutes. He's not ready again. I do another 10 minutes. Then I bring him back on stage for a third time. I'm like, okay, this must be the big one. I go to the bathroom, I come back into the showroom, and the crowd is dead silent. He's like, he has this look of terror in his eyes. He's just like panicking and like scanning the crowd. He's like, where is he? Host, get back on stage.
I didn't remember the names Mumbles and Gerard Douche, and he didn't bother to remember my one Christian name. The show was about 45 minutes long, and he was paid $8,000. I did 37 of those minutes for him, and I think I got paid like $50. And I was still young at the time. I didn't think I was the one that deserved to be headlining. But it's taking away potential stage time from people further along in their careers that are trying to get better at this and trying to get to the point where they could sell out their own crowds. Somebody that the local hosts and features in our scene would be able to learn from by working with them for the weekend and building connections. Robert De Niro's first big break was playing a younger version of Marlon Brando in The Godfather 2. An elder statesman of Hollywood passed the torch for the next generation star to be born. When it came time for him to play the old mob boss at the end of his career in The Irishman, instead of casting a new face to carry on the mantle of the American crime movie, they used CGI to de-age a 78-year-old Robert De Niro to look 62 and play a 30-year-old version of himself. His wrinkles were smoothed over, but his arthritic skeleton lurked beneath the surface of CGI and special effects. He moved with the grace of Joe Biden climbing the stairs to Air Force One. They cast somebody who couldn't convincingly open a jar of pickles, throwing thugs through windows and stomping out rival gang members before hobbling away like your grandpa looking for his chair in the shower. Steven Seagal is playing Special Forces operators, reporting to his 89-year-old commanding officer.
Yo! Rapid old man in an army uniform and is like, well, I don't know if we can get up that mountain by sunrise.
Yo, calm down.
We're so preoccupied with name recognition.
No shitting on Steven Seagal, the GOAT.
We haven't been able to gracefully transition to the next class. We have a generation of super seniors still hanging out at the local high school, making teenage girls uncomfortable and offering them Quaaludes. The spots for writers and actors in general became much more limited following the boom of reality television after the 2007 writers' strike. The studios had an adversarial relationship with creatives and told them, we can do this for the most part without you.
You preach theater etiquette to my kids, put your phone away. You preach theater etiquette, put it away.
There's sheep right there. We're gonna have to speed up a little. She's zooming, dude.
Sure, you're a Shakespearean-trained actor, but will anybody watch your stupid play if Snooki is getting punched in the face outside? The scripted projects that were greenlit were mostly star vehicles and existing IPs, and the audiences didn't seem to mind. Audiences are still paying to see Frankie Valli wheeled out like he's in Weekend at Bernie's, blinking "Help Me" in Morse code, instead of trying to support new bands at local shows. It's a short-sighted model that's beginning to implode on itself. If we don't start investing in talent while they're young, once the older generation passes away, they won't have the experience needed to develop into...
Refresh the comments. The creator pinned something for you. Hasan, check the comments. I feel like Matthew McConaughey in Interstellar yelling at the bookcase. I watch every morning, Lamau. Told you. A great video, by the way. That's so funny. Chatting through YouTube comments. I don't know why he just didn't say something in the chat. What if the 5D chess play was actually, the chatter was actually the one chatter I was duking it out with, saying this is actually slop. This has no academic context. This is also YouTube slop.
There's sheep right there. We're gonna have to speed up a little. She's zooming, dude.
Sure, you're a Shakespearean-trained actor, but will anybody watch your stupid play if Snooki is getting punched in the face outside? The scripted projects that were greenlit were mostly star vehicles and existing IPs, and the audiences didn't seem to mind. Audiences are still paying to see Frankie Valli wheeled out like he's in Weekend at Bernie's, blinking "Help Me" in Morse code, instead of trying...
That's Austin. That's Austin is the audience for this. Like, unironically. We've talked about it on the Fear Am podcast.
Trying to support new bands at local shows. It's a short-sighted model that's beginning to implode on itself. If we don't start investing in talent while they're young, once the older generation passes away, they won't have the experience needed to develop into what the icons of the past used to be. The director of The Godfather, Francis Ford Coppola, tried to tackle the issue of studios not taking chances and stifling artists' creative vision by starting his own. In 1969, he founded Zoetrope Studios, a studio by artists, for artists.
Francis said, I've had it with these big Hollywood movies, I've had it with Hollywood, I don't want to do this, I want to do something more interesting.
Coppola shared his vision for the new company with Lucas.
I came back with great enthusiasm, and I told young George Lucas about this vision of like having a place out in the country, and we'll just make the bedrooms editing rooms, and we'll discuss the script in the garden, and we'll have lunch together, and there'll be, all these young people working together. We'll be independent.
He had clear paths for development, with in-house school and internships, profit sharing for employees, and mentorship programs, where the old guard of every position would take people under their wings and develop their talent for their future careers.
Maybe you could light the candle to show that, that new hope is springing.
This is good.
Their strategy was to parlay the success of each film and roll over any money they made into developing their next project. In 1982, investors lost faith and started to pull their funding. Coppola took out millions in personal loans and put up his house for collateral to make the film one from the heart. The film generated $600,000 against a $26 million budget. The studio went belly up and Coppola had to file for bankruptcy. He was forced to go back to the studio system, directing safe films to recoup his losses. After several successful business ventures and recouping his fortune, he was set on making his 40-year passion project, Megalopolis. Spoiler alert, massive piece of dog shit.
Do you think 1 year of medical school entitles you to plow through the riches of my Emersonian mind?
Entitles me?
Yes.
Entitles me?
Yes.
Entitles me?
Yes. So go back to the club.
The movie was based on Elon Musk's favorite book, Bad Sign, 12 Against the Gods. It's set in an alternate version of New York City, mixed with the Roman Empire, and tells the story of Caesar, a billionaire creative genius.
I've not said that. I've not seen this movie at all. I didn't want to waste time with it. To be fair, I have not even seen clips of it. I don't know anything about. When it came out, I instead watched what was it? The anime.
That discovers a new molecule that kind of looks like an Art Deco building and vaguely does something cool. His vision is to rebuild the entire city out of this material, and the mayor Cicero says, I don't know, that kind of seems like a waste of money. We have, thousands of people starving in the streets. We could use that money for healthcare. This is the villain of the film. The entire thing is just such a Hollywood elite power fantasy. At one point, the main character is arrested for
unlawful intercourse with a minor, statutory rape, and more coming. What are you talking about?
And then he has a team of Charlie's Angel-style supermodels break into the records department and prove that she was lying and was actually a 23-year-old, thus exonerating him of the sex crime. Caesar goes into debt mirroring Coppola's until an asteroid destroys the city and he gets to rebuild with his fancy Art Deco molecule. None of the material conditions of the starving masses are addressed, but he gets to rebuild the city with copper moving sidewalks like an airport terminal. This is the happy ending. Megalopolis lost $110 million of the director's own money, and there's something kind of beautiful about that. I am thrilled to accept the Razzie in so many important categories for Megalopolis, and for the distinctive honor of being nominated as the worst director, worst screenplay, and worst picture, at a time when so few have the courage to go against the prevailing trends of contemporary movie making. In this wreck of a world today, where art is given scores as if it were professional wrestling, I choose not to follow the gutless rules laid down by an industry so terrified of risks that despite the enormous pool of young talent at its disposal, may not create pictures that will be relevant and alive 50 years from now. What an honor to stand alongside great and courageous filmmakers like Jacques Tati, who impoverished himself completely to make one of cinema's most beloved failures, Playtime. My sincere thanks to all my brilliant colleagues who joined me to make our work of art, Megalopolis. And let us remind ourselves that box office is only about money. And like war, stupidity, and politics, has no true place in our future. He made exactly what he wanted to make and paid no mind to studio executives or what he thought would be profitable. He says, screw my kid's inheritance. Sophia's got that lost in translation money. She'll figure it out. He blew his life savings so we could see Aubrey Plaza's titties one last time before he died. He did that for us. Reusing the same roster of creatives can save money for a project's advertisement budget. It's much more difficult for people to go see a stage play set in the 1800s about a group of strangers waiting out a blizzard than it is for them to go see the newest Tarantino movie. You don't have to build up hype from the ground floor. You already have the goodwill from the success of the last project. But sometimes that goodwill can run dry and people become a brand risk. Ezra Miller was cast as the Flash and set to be the new face of the DC cinematic universe, and then proceeded to terrorize the population of Hawaii for the next 2 years. They were charged with allegedly choking a woman, assaulting 2 people at a karaoke bar, kicking in a couple's door and threatening to kill them, stealing somebody's passport, hitting a woman over the head with a chair, burglarizing a home, and has been accused on 2 separate instances of grooming 12-year-olds to join their sex cult. They became an Avengers-level threat that ascended to the level of cryptid. Chupacabra, Wendigo, Ezra. Parents in Oahu warned their children not to stay out after dark, otherwise the Flash would get them. Similarly, Marvel abandoned the storyline of Kang after the actor Jonathan Majors pulled a Homer Simpson on his wife, allegedly. Human beings are a liability. We used to go see the newest Scorsese or Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. Nowadays, the star isn't necessarily the creator or the leading man of the film, but the character themselves. Fictional characters are infallible. Batman can never Me Too somebody.
Robin, if you want to go on the next mission, first you have to do something for me.
Like what, Batman?
I've just been really stressed out lately and need something to decompress.
Well, golly, how can I help?
Do you remember rule number 1 of being a hero?
Never reveal your secret identity.
More broadly.
The importance of keeping a secret?
Precisely. Robin, grab the bat lube.
After Iranian General Soleimani was killed in a U.S. airstrike in 2019, a prominent cleric was asked, who can we take out as revenge against America for what they've done to us?
Oh, this is
He
a bar.
responded, think about it. Who are we supposed to take out? Spider-Man and SpongeBob? They don't have any heroes. We have a country in front of us with a large population and a large landmass, but it doesn't have any heroes. All of the heroes are cartoon characters. They're all fictional. People are reaching a fatigue with existing IPs. Interests are waning in superheroes and Fast and Furious movies. The cow is milked dry.
A newer version of that meme is one that Americans actually self-apply sometimes whenever they fucking shit on America, as opposed to China, where they'll be like 5-year China plans, and then it's just like high-speed rail web all across the entire grand Chinese nation state. And then 5-year American plans are like Avengers 11. It's true.
The udders are chafing. We have to keep trying for new ideas and characters that will define the cultural zeitgeist for our next generation. The places I'm still seeing produce interesting art are getting away with it by diversifying their artistic investment portfolio. Instead of dropping $300 million on It's Morbid Time, what if you spent $15 million making 20 original movies and just going all out? Some of them will suck, some of them will be great, but we have to try. It's a gamble, but when you're in the business of distributing art to society, it's worth the risk. If all you care about is money, get into arbitrage or health insurance.
Bisexual lighting in
The mainstream entertainment system can get away with not
Oh
taking
no, he's turning into a bread tuber. No, stop. Don't do this. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. America 5-year plans. Marvel Studios Phase 4. You see the Chongqing train station they're finishing up? It's some sci-fi shit, but I guess it's sci-fi. It's just sci because it's real, because they actually give a fuck about their people's well-being. Yeah. You see the Klarna news? Okay, stop. Klarna losses widen as more users miss payments. 100 million now on platform. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Also, that guy Megaphonics, you're so funny. Wait, was it? No, Megaphonics wasn't the one who linked that to me. Whoever linked that to me, that dude that you linked is a literal fucking Nazi, by the way. I'm pretty sure. I'm almost certain this guy is a straight up neo-Nazi. I get it. It's a good joke and it went viral, but such is Twitter. Just so you guys know, the more you know, which I guess is like a recession indicator in and of itself. Okay. A Great Depression indicator. No, not Christian Bale, chatter. What the fuck? No, this fucking account, the surf account. Pretty sure he's a fucking open, out and about white nationalist neo-Nazi, even though he had a banger tweet here. Anyway, that's besides the point. The more you know. That's just how fucking that's just how Twitter is. It is what it is, baby.
Risks by reusing their tried and true roster of proven talent, rebooting.
Klarna is a loan application, an application that you can use when you are purchasing Uber Eats delivery, or small items. You can loan your burrito purchase on Uber Eats with Klarna. They are literally directly linked with, I believe, with Uber Eats. It's cool.
Being a franchise or making another sequel, or taking whatever's currently popular on the internet and consider that passing the first round of focus group testing. That's how we end up with the Rizzler on Jimmy Fallon. NBC said, if this is what America wants, we'll give it to them. Bring him out on primetime for the masses. Jimmy Fallon is a transitionary figure in the media landscape who grew up in a different age of entertainment. He came up watching Bob Hope and Johnny Carson and is trying to carry on the format of their shows for a new audience and culture. The nature of fame and what a celebrity is has changed since the 70s.
You'd think he would be famous for being the last guy to be on the moon. His name was Harrison Schmitt. He's not famous, but a girl with a giant ass is famous. Now, when I was young, a man who went to the moon was famous. And a lady with a giant ass, you'd go, can you stand over there? Because this is...
Where they'd previously interview child prodigies like Michael Jackson, now they're interviewing a child... something. Prodigy's not the right...
Okay. The Rizzler disrespect must stop. The Rizzler disrespect must stop. He is also a child prodigy. Okay. Yeah. Think about it. He is the perfect American boy. So rotund. So rotund. So perfectly shaped. It's just... that's what it is. That's all it is. He is the perfect... he is the perfect iPad kid in form.
Right word. Comedian's not the right word. Brand? He's not sure what to do with him. Is he to be treated like an artist and we dive into his creative process? And what is there to say?
What's the story behind the...
So basically one day I came home from school and I was like, Dad, I want to make a video. And I was like, this is how to do the Riz face, and then I just didn't.
Late night has always been a secondary form of entertainment.
Brilliant.
Whether it be musician...
Fucking brilliant. Dude, come on. I give that 5 booms. Ah!
or filmmakers, they would go on to promote their upcoming projects to a new audience, give a behind-the-scenes look to existing fans, or offer creative insights and inspiration to the people wanting to follow in their footsteps. As a talk show host, Fallon has spent 20 years humanizing titans of the industry and showing that despite their talent and influence, they're still just like us. What do we do when we already know that they're just like us? Neither the host nor the audience can pinpoint his exact talent, just that he has a gravitational pull of power.
You laugh, but he has a decent shot at the presidency? Yeah, after he does a fucking right-wing heel turn, and gets outed for doing crimes later in his life, he will have a wonderful career as the the next president when he's 35. I don't know. Do the math on when that would be.
Hour. You can see the fear of the unknown in Jimmy's eyes as he offers him treats to get in his good graces. The segment was more akin to when a wildlife expert would showcase exotic and deadly animals to the host. The Rizzler, lying in wait like the Black Mamba, ready to strike at the throat of late-night television. If entertainment gets to the point of superficiality, where it doesn't inspire any discussion or thoughts, there's no need for interviews or a variety show. We won't need to discuss the meaning or interpretations of art. The only meaning to the Costco guys is that there is no meaning. Can you imagine 100 years from now in anthropology class going, okay, so today we'll be dissecting Keemstar A-logging the Haktua altcoin pump and dump scam. None of those words are in the Bible. It's just a Mad Libs of mimetic trends. Like 20 years ago, Kurt Vonnegut was on The Daily Show speaking out against the Iraq War and promoting his new book. Now the Rizzler is mewing on Fallon, reviewing slop from the Costco food court.
Okay, to be fair, imagine if the Rizzler came out and was like, America is the nation of Satan, and its unholy allegiance with Israel has caused far too much destabilization and is bringing about the rule-based international order that America had designed, showing that it is nothing but a fraudulent, self-serving set of standards that we use against our enemies, who happen to be those with natural resources that we seek to exploit. Imagine if the Rizzler says some shit like that and then Jimmy Fallon just dies. He has an aneurysm on the spot and fucking dies. That's television. How many booms do you give that? Okay, that's more booms than 9/11. I'll tell you what. That would be the most skibbity thing that anyone has ever done.
We work with what we have, and if these are our new public intellectuals, I expect them to rise to the occasion. I am formally calling on the Rizzler to weigh in on the ICJ arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu. Is there any validity to international law, or is it just to impose Western hegemony on third world nations? Where does Vladimir...
Hive mind! Hive mind! Hive mind! Okay, that's brilliant. That's how you know. That's why this, oh, come on! Come on! Oh! Oh! Okay, that makes me happy. That's fucking awesome. That is cinema. Respect. Also, it's the ICC that are issued an arrest warrant, but it's okay. It's not the ICJ. ICJ is state versus state. ICC is the International Criminal Court, but I'm not gonna give you any notes on that. But that was very good. It was very good. It's like reading a post that 100% agrees with you. Yeah, it feels good. What do you mean? Also, even Kurt Vonnegut himself said that all the artists' stance against the Vietnam War amounted to nothing. What did he say? He said it was like it was akin to fucking what, like a water droplet on top of a ladder or something. I forget what he actually said. So can we even say if he has more impact than the Rizzler? Exactly. The Rizzler, if he said that, it would be more than a custard pie being dropped on top of being dropped from the top of a ladder. It would be more like an atom bomb of truth, a spiritual atom bomb, the type that Mao Zedong talked about. Many booms, not just 5, but many booms. The Riz nuke, the truth nuke coming from the Rizzler.
Putin's use of intercontinental ballistic missiles right on the boom meter. If these children don't know where they stand on the regime change of Assad, how can we in good conscience continue to call this fraud big justice? I can feel myself getting dumber. If I watch an entire movie without looking at my phone, I feel like a chess prodigy. It doesn't even have to be something deep. I could have my phone charging in the other room while I watch Fast and Furious. I walk around the rest of the day like I just read Finnegan's Wake. Yes, you see, Dom's love for Corona is symbolic to his allegiance to his family. Family's not solely bound by blood relation. It could be found in the eyes of a perfect stranger, the same way Corona implores you to find your own beach. Conversely, the NOS represents, is the trend going to continue? Are people going to be impressed if you watch a whole TikTok in 20 years? Like, brother, I do not have the attention span for a whole 60 seconds. I just hit my fent pump and electrocute myself to orgasm. I just found it's the most streamlined delivery system of dopamine between my second and third jobs. The people that don't have the opium zappers will be pretentious like the kids in school didn't have a TV growing up. I don't want to spend the night at Joey's house. Their family are freaks. They didn't let him get the Neuralink prostate pack. Their dad's religious and doesn't believe in fun, I guess. They just hit vapes and watch Minecraft streamers all day. They're like Amish or something. They're fucking weirdos. As the medium of media changes, it also changes us. A 2021 Harvard study reported a surge in Tourette's-like symptoms of adolescents using TikTok. The repetitive trending audios became default responses.
Very demure, very mindful.
Having a conversation with an 11-year-old feels like playing Cards Against Humanity. They just have this deck of
shoddy blood, like, that's good. Fire. It's Riz right there. That light skin Riz. Mad lit on God, no cap.
People are also self-censoring in real life to abide by social media platforms' terms of service. To get around content moderation when talking about subjects like rape or suicide, creators will use terms like unalive or essay instead. These topics aren't advertiser-friendly, so they have to be talked about in a roundabout, sanitized fashion. The reverberations of that are people in the real world feeling like they have to sanitize their speech, like there's an omnipresent content moderator always standing behind them. Refraining from profanity or talking about sex used to be from fear of eternal damnation. Now the fear is demonetization. These are heavy topics that aren't supposed to be light and advertiser-friendly. You shouldn't have to say, no diddy, but I was like raped as a child. You need therapy. In Neil Postman's book, Amusing Ourselves to Death, he reflects on how the medium of communication shapes the culture.
Okay, this is true. This is fact, though. Yeah, what we found out earlier today is that there is a 46% chance that that the Rizzler is a Hamas supporter, like a firm and committed Hamas supporter. Like low-key. I mean, he's under the age of 18, which increases his chances of being a Hamas supporter. Because, like, think about how these numbers came about, okay? 18 to 24, that's the TikTok demographic. Who is on TikTok even more than 18-year-olds? 12-year-olds. The Rizzler is literally not only on TikTok, he's a TikTok content creator, okay? The younger you get, the more time you spend on TikTok. The more time you spend on TikTok, the more you talk about the Al-Qassam brigades and all of its glory. Like, the Rizzler probably has the fucking red operational Al-Aqsa flood banner, okay? Do you understand? Talk about a real baby of terror. These babies, they love terror. Extrapolating this trend linearly, this means a 2-month-old is 99% likely to support Hamas. Yes, that's my point exactly. Why do you think Israel wants to kill children so bad? Because they're not wrong. These are children of terror. The younger you are, the more likely you are on TikTok. The more likely that you are on TikTok, the more likely you support Hamas unconditionally. What do you guys think? That's you cracked the code, dude. That's it. Anyway, just I do this statistic it always makes me laugh, so I will probably be going back to this quite a bit. Like 50-50 split between multi-billion-dollar propaganda operation over the course of 77 years of apartheid and genocide versus the most Islamophobic nation on the planet lending support to a fucking group of orphaned teenagers with bathtub missiles and bathtub guns that they made, okay? Like, that is insane. I'm sorry. Israel is in the dirt, dude. Holy fuck. Can you imagine unleashing one of the most sophisticated multiple decade propaganda and influence peddling operations, only to fucking be so horny and so arrogant for child murder that you literally have a 50-50 split with Hamas. 50-50 split with Hamas, a fucking organization designated as a terror organization in one of the most Islamophobic countries on the fucking planet. That's crazy. This is with the insane amount of censorship and the insane unprecedented amount of contextualization of a live streamed Holocaust that you can get from every orifice in mainstream media. Like, this is why I was saying over and over again, if CNN and the New York Times and BBC and all these other fucking outlets were honest about their coverage of Israel's atrocities, it wouldn't be a fucking near 50-50 split for 18 to 24. 80-year-olds would be fucking preaching about Hamas. They would be advocating for a coalition of the willing to invade Tel Aviv. '16 NBA Finals all over again. Curry blew a 3-1 lead to Braun. Let go, it might be La Hamas. Zach from Try Guys just talked to the recent video about meeting him, and he asked if Zach liked Trump. Oh, the Rizzler? Yeah, of course they're fucking right wing. What are you talking about? I'm joking. What is this? My 5th grade daughter is reading at a 10th grade level and at the top of the honor roll in math and English. You seem angry. Cross Harvard off the list of schools for my kids. I don't think that's something you had to worry about anyway, champ. Doesn't sound appropriate, but it's probably a lie. Excuse me, sir. My name is The Real Truther. Obviously, I don't tell lies. Spreading truth about vaccines since 2015. Anti-Semite slayer. Listen to past spaces under highlights. Wait. This guy is an anti-vaxxer who also attacks anti-Semites? That makes no sense. Like, is he just like half the time shitting on... Wait, wait, why do I follow him? What the fuck? What the fuck was this account in the past that it became this? Because look at all the other accounts that follow him. This must have been a... Oh my God. This must have been a fucking account that was like... No, not bot followers. No. This was probably like... If you scroll back hard enough, you'll find like the truth. He probably was like normal and then lost his fucking mind. Either a meme page that got bought and then sold to this guy, or was a person that was like was a person that wasn't normal, but like probably was one of those like conspiracy adjacent accounts that just like lost their mind post-COVID. No, it was a shitpost account 100%. I've seen a few meme accounts sold off and post the dumbest fucking ad slop. Could be. Gonna hit that unfollow now. It's a pro-vaxxer megalib who loves Israel. Oh, they're pro-vax. They're not anti-vax. Oh, when someone says spreading the truth about vaccines. Oh, fighting science misinformation. Oh, it is pro-vax. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. That makes sense. All right. Fuck. I probably followed them because they were fighting anti-vax losers. Never mind.
Of speech. It is recreated anew by every medium of communication, from painting to hieroglyphs to the alphabet to television. Each medium, like language itself, makes possible a unique mode of
How can you be fucking pro-vax and then be pro-Israel, by the way? Israel literally denied vaccines to Palestinians. Like, the fuck? That's weird. Like, that doesn't... You don't even think about that? How does that work? Not a part of your equation? Palestinians not human? Is that how this works? Gross. Yeah, he's pro-vax, but he didn't...
Course by providing a new orientation for thought, for expression, for sensibility. While I do not know exactly what content was once carried in the smoke signals of American Indians, I can safely guess that it did not.
He just said he's fighting anti-Semitism, not pro-Israel. No, dummy. This is where I'm getting the he's fucking pro-Israel from, not the fact that he's like fighting anti-Semitism. If you see a poll like this and you're literally a science guy and you think this means all Harvard students, 46% of Harvard students, and it's not a Harvard poll, okay, you're so fucking insane. You're so insane at that point that you are, you know, you're lost in the sauce. You're like, oh, not sending my children to Harvard. They're pro-Hamas. Like, okay, dude. Like, the very fact that you can't even demonstrate basic competence and realize that this poll is conducted in a way where it's supposed to be Israel versus Palestine, but because that would be unfavorable to Israel supporters because it would be like 90% pro-Palestine, okay, that they do Israel versus Hamas, and those numbers keep fucking growing for Hamas month over month, and this person doesn't understand why. That is happening, you know. The person they replied to seemingly has you blocked. All their interactions are grayed out for you. This person? Oh. I guess they do. I know him online, lol. I don't know who this fucking person is. Let's go back to the video, please.
Not include philosophical argument. Puffs of smoke are insufficiently complex to express ideas on the nature of existence. And even if they were not, a Cherokee philosopher would run short of either wood or blankets long before he reached his second axiom.
October 27, 2024. The Twitch has become a hotbed for extremism. Deeply disturbing. Okay, dude. Why do you still follow me then, big dog?
You cannot use smoke to do philosophy. Its form excludes the content.
Twitter in some respects has ruined our relationship with other human beings and has infected media and politics. The format of Twitter rewards certain styles of communication and either consciously or unconsciously has changed the way that we speak to each other. Features such as the 140 character limit strips words of their context and forces people to oversimplify complex subjects. This lends itself to sensational and divisive statements that embolden the people that agree with you and alienate those in the outgroup. The block button would eliminate naysayers from your feed and curate communities of echo chambers. The quote tweet feature, or the look at this dumbass button, would be the driving force of cancel culture. You could take people's sensational and out of context tweets to poach their audience for max visibility and signal to your own tribe that you're not this dumbass two-dimensional character that you're sacrificing upon the altar.
Did you read the recent news article with quotes from Hamas? You told me to support them, but they just stated they did October 7th to destabilize the Middle East, not anything to do with Israel. Why you gaslight me? Awesome. Seems like Hamas's intentions were to disabilize. They wanted to disabilize the Middle East. Why you do this? Why you gaslight me? Yeah, I'm in the pocket of big Hamas chatter. You got it.
This communication style spilled over the containment walls of Twitter and affected how we talk to each other in all facets of our life. Movies and television had characters not speaking to each other, but creating caricatures of the archetypes they see online and dunking on them with quips spoken to the audience beyond the fourth wall. Hollywood started to lose touch with the consensus of the American people and existed in bubbles of wealthy socialites. People started to tap out, finding no commonalities with the people that used to bring them joy through their work. They sought out alternative forms of entertainment. There was a huge boom in online independent content creators. The political horseshoe theory states that as you move further into the extremes of an ideology, the two wings start to take on more similarities than differences. On one side, we have Mao Zedong. Ooh, look at her go. Look at her go. Oh, she wants it. And on the other side, we have Adolf Hitler. The most radical of each party both take on ultranationalism and authoritarian mechanisms of control and come to the ultimate conclusion that
We're just gonna kill them.
Take the topic of abortion, for example. In the center, you have no strong feelings one way or the other. You just don't want to make people upset at dinner parties. If you go down a little bit in the right wing, abortion is a tragedy, but there still needs to be access for certain circumstances, such as rape or incest. If you go down even further, there's no exceptions whatsoever. Every abortion is a murder, and there should be no access. But if you go far enough right, they actually end up becoming pro-choice again, depending on the race of the baby. Similar to the political horseshoe, content exists on a horseshoe of attention. Let's replace the variables to illustrate this phenomenon. We'll replace the desire for change axis with views. And we're going to swap out the left-right political axis with cringe to awe-inspiring. The center, just like in politics, is boring.
The political horseshoe theory is ridiculous. That's disappointing from a Hasanabi head. I think it was a joke.
I mean, it's not good, it's not bad, it's just fine. They're mediocre. There's no one you want to send it to. It's just something that you'll see and scroll past. Then we have the awe-inspiring, the content that reminds you what it means to be human. You're exposed to levels of talent and dedication that show you why these people were put on Earth. They give you hope for the future and passion for the present. Then on the other end of the spectrum, we have the embodiment of cringe.
I want to be the next SNL cast member.
And here's why I should be a contender.
That guy was awesome.
Merry Christmas, y'all. Day 419 of spraying dog medicine on my hands.
That guy's also awesome.
Would you like to kick or receive the Bible?
The lolcows, the schizos, the rage bait, the dumbest guy from your high school's Gary V inspired Hustlecore podcast, portals into unimaginable hell, despair stranger than fiction. The awesome and the cringe are more similar than they are different. There's a magnetism to them. You can't look away, either because it's like a car accident or it's so beautiful it transcends into angelic. You just have to share it with everyone you know. It's either art or it's some form of performance art by its mere existence. Artists are beginning to get phased out by content creators. An artist is somebody that makes art, and that word carries certain connotations with it. Art makes you feel something, it has resonance. It starts dialogues, and through people's different interpretations, it can reveal things about yourself and the world around you. Comedy carries the expectation that it'll make somebody laugh when they see it. If it doesn't make you laugh, there'll be arguments over whether it's even classified as a comedy. Is this what passes for comedy nowadays? Pfft, must have forgot to laugh. Is Nanette a comedy?
Think about this.
No.
You're stuck in traffic, and the lights turn blue.
Yeah, some people think it is. It doesn't have to make everybody laugh. It just has to make somebody laugh. If you intended for something to be funny and one person laughs, congratulations, you've succeeded at making comedy. You've met the functional definition of the product. If you make a chair, there's the expectation that you'll be able to sit in it. But if you give it to Dave Blunts and he blows the legs out...
Ace Domain from the creator. I can explain the political horseshoe part coming up. I'm not a neo-lib, and this was the main misinterpretation. I think it was mostly just a throwaway to get the content theory part. I was just saying that the autocrats, regardless of starting political ideology, usually end up employing similar tactics to maintain that power. Don't let the tankies be mean to me. No, it's over. You're canceled already, big dog. Sorry. Should have thought about that before you used it. Before you use such an infantile political tool to make a point.
Stop being a chair? No, it just wasn't made for him. It would have been the perfect stool for sweet baby Hasbullah. It was just sold to the wrong customer. But if no one on earth can sit on it like it's a flaming baseball bat with nails in it, you can't really call it a chair anymore. Content creators have no expectations. Nobody can say something technically isn't content. In the same way that Descartes said, I think, therefore I am, it was posted, therefore it's content. You could just as easily call it shit. Hey, did you see that latest shit Chrissy Teigen posted? Nah, I'm up to my neck in Johnny Salami shit right now. I don't even know if I'll get to it. Art is entertaining, so people end up treating it like it's interchangeable with entertaining shit.
Netflix pays $100 million to Aaron Sorkin or whoever to make a TV show. Right. That distracts you for 2 hours. Right. YouTube pays $0 million to make a podcast that distracts you for 2 hours every day. Netflix cannot compete.
Media's talked about like it's a pacification ray just meant to tranquilize you long enough to make it to the next ad break. Just blasting you with a fire hose of concentrated fluoride meant to sedate you. And this is actually what some people claim they want. A common complaint people have on why they tapped out of movies and television is that everything's too woke nowadays. I don't want to be preached at by a bunch of out-of-touch millionaires and their politics. We need to go back to simpler movies to escape all that crap, like Star Wars, where a group of rebels engage in asymmetrical guerrilla warfare against a technologically superior evil empire, which doesn't have any parallels to anything like America in the 1960s. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't even know how you came to that conclusion. What the fuck do you mean the Ewoks are Vietnamese? No, they're little bears. To get into the woke phenomenon, we need to talk about the most persecuted minority in American history, the gamer. Now, I don't want to come across as tone deaf. I can say the G word. Hard R. I've reached levels of unemployment not heard of since the stock market crash of '29. While you were out partying, I studied the blade. While you were engaging in premarital sex, I practiced the blade. While you wasted your days in the gym in pursuit of vanity, I mastered the blade. Our people were brought into the sphere of public discourse in 2014 with Gamergate. Gamergate was a sprawling clash between Sargon of Akkad, Anita Sarkeesian, and Baron Harkonnen. Wait, not the last guy. Everyone sounds like a villain from Doom for some reason. The gist of Gamergate was a female journalist critiqued the video game industry for objectifying women and only having them as one-dimensional characters with big jiggly titties meant to serve the male gaze. Responses to this ranged from "that's gay" to "that is super gay." For the chronically online that were on the pulse of this controversy, some people agreed with her critique of the industry,
and others wanted to kill her. Literally, we're like, you should die. We should do all of the medieval techniques of torture on you. And anyone who defends you also deserves it. Like, it's one of those moments where like sure, she was kind of fucking cringe, but like, who cares? Why the fuck did you invest any time and any effort, any moment of your life to losing your fucking mind over this person? how goddamn pathetic. My friend got so radicalized about those videos, he became a crypto Nazi guy. That's what I mean. It's like human beings are so fucking malleable. But god damn, you don't have any fucking intellectual backbone, no moral compass whatsoever, that like the fattest, sweatiest, most neck-bearded loser can convince you into giving your life up for implementing the Fourth Reich, which ironically enough, if things were to operate like the Third, you would be melted. You would be melted into biomatter under. Like in the new regime, you would not be an Aryan Chad. You would be in the fucking death camps for being a fucking maladjusted loser who can't leave his fucking house. Like, you would not be in the front lines, you know?
Some people disagreed, and a few people messaged her, "If you try to take away my big jiggly titties, I swear to God I will burn your house to the ground." The dialogue then shifted from the video games being misogynistic to the gamers themselves. A concerted effort was made by the gaming journalist community to write a slew of articles about how the gamer was dead. "We were a proud and noble people. We lived in harmony. The noob, the camper, the kid that would freestyle rap on Call of Duty party chats, until one day, the white woman attacked." This was the jumping off point for YouTube's right-wing radicalization pipeline. Creators such as Sargon of Akkad, Gavin McGinnis, and Milo Snuffleupagus gained notoriety during this time. When young men felt under attack by the culture, these YouTube personalities became a bulwark against the criticism and engaged in their own asymmetric warfare against the corporate media entities. The lines in the sand had been drawn for the culture war that was going to take place over the next decade.
Waluigi is the ultimate example of the individual shaped by the signifier. Waluigi is a man seen only in mirror images, lost in a hall of mirrors. He's a reflection of a reflection of a reflection. You start with Mario, the wholesome, all-Italian plumbing Superman. You reflect him to create Luigi, the same thing, but slightly less. You invert Mario to create Wario. Mario turns septic and libertarian. Then you reflect the inversion in the reflection. You create a being who can only exist in reference to others. Waluigi is the true nowhere man. Without the other characters he reflects, inverts, and parodies, he has no reason to exist. Waluigi's identity only comes from what and who he isn't. Without a wider frame of reference, he is nothing. He is not his own man. In a world where our identities are shaped by our warped relationships to brands and commerce, we are all Waluigi.
To apply the postmodern analysis of Waluigi to our American entertainment system, we can start with the 1984 movie Ghostbusters. Set in the Reagan era, it was an embodiment of the culture at the time. A ragtag boys club of blue-collar men kicking ass and saving the day, going up against the nerds and the dickless Environmental Protection Agency. We'll use them as our Mario. Traditional masculinity, saving the damsel in distress, and slinging dick jokes. Then came the 2016 reboot, Lady Ghostbusters. Wait, it's just called Ghostbusters? I've literally only ever heard it referred to as Lady Ghostbusters. It's too late to change now. Lady Ghostbusters is our Luigi, essentially the same skeleton as the original, but with a role reversal. In the Obama years, it was less a reflection of our culture than an attempt at a course correction to it. It didn't seem to have a problem with bosses sexually harassing their secretaries, but it posed the question, why can't a girl boss sexually harass her male secretaries? Chris Hemsworth played the himbo hunk with a room temperature IQ that the Lady Ghostbusters salivated over.
Now's your moment. Pull it out. Oh, sure. I feel like a lawsuit waiting to happen.
The movie was released in the summer of 2016, when all of Hollywood thought Hillary Clinton would be a lock for the presidency.
In all of the battles that were fought and lost, where I think every belligerent lost, I feel like I dodged all of these culture war bullets. Like, even when the Ghostbusters, Lady Ghostbusters shit was happening, I was like who cares? I didn't watch it. You know what I mean? When Gamergate was happening, I was like, I play video games. I don't understand why these people are so obsessed with titties in video games. Like, why? Why do you make a big deal? Like, it becomes the content itself, and this is what's happening with Gamergate 2 now, is that the content is not about the games or playing it or consuming it or even like having any sort of serious critique about the commodification of art and how capitalism has destroyed even the space of gaming, even though there's still a lot of incredible games that come out year over year, and games are, some might even say, better than ever before. But like, it's more so about the outrage. Like, these guys that cry about the games that come out, they actually want shitty games to come out so they can complain. They need something. They need a villain. Like, they don't care about the games at all. I don't think they actually consume any games at all. Like, they rarely ever play video games. They are not in it for good video games. Like, their direction, what they want out of the gaming industry is not even necessarily like a clear-cut, well-defined agenda. Like, oh, all characters have to be like sexy, whether they're men or women. Like, men have to have strong dicks and women have to have strong titties. Like, that's not even what they really want. And that's precisely the reason why there's always outrage directed towards games that are fucking bangers. Like, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a great example of this. These outrage merchants freak the fuck out about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. The guy who made it is a bit of a reactionary himself, and yet he made an incredible game. Like, I played it, I spent countless hours on it, and it's so fucking good that it kind of like ruined me for playing the Oblivion remaster, because the combat after playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, when you get used to that combat, you're like, oh my god, every other type of like first person RPG combat is just so ass. You're just hacking for no reason. Like, it doesn't feel the same. And the world was expansive, it was lived in, it was real, like it felt real. The NPCs were like, they would react to you, the way you look, the way you act. It was awesome. And yet gamers fucking freaked out because they thought Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, the guy who made it, even though he was a bit of a reactionary himself, had actually put a black character in the game. And there was a perfect reason for why there was a black character in the game. Just one, by the way, just one black character. And that there was a gay sex plot line. And people lost their fucking minds. They were like, how dare you? How dare you fucking put a black character in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? How dare you put gay sex in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? Is optional, by the way. And they fucking lost their mind over it because they don't care about playing good games. They care about simply outrage.
The film suffered a similar humiliation to Clinton, being negatively panned by audiences, and was a box office flop. The response by the creators was to blame the audience for the poor reception. They called the fan base racist, sexist, all the ists you can think of. I saw someone say the movie failed because of misogynoir, which is a new word for hating black women, I guess. They really need to workshop that one, because it sounds too sexy right now. It's like a cologne that Johnny Depp would sell.
Leslie Jones is a dumb bitch. Misogynoir. By Dior.
The backlash then fueled the creation of the monstrosity Waluigi, the inverse to Lady Ghostbusters. Lady Ballers. The reactionary swinging of the pendulum. Whereas the toxic masculinity of the 80s was subconscious and not altogether harmless, wasn't deliberately malicious, the new wave has gone septic. Their thesis statement is nothing besides we are not Lady Ghostbusters.
Boys are better at everything. They're better at basketball, MMA.
That goes without saying.
And running, and javelin, driving, parking, most of the STEM fields, rock and roll, opening pickle jars.
They don't know what they are. only what they're not. Anti-woke, anti-DEI, anti-establishment. The Daily Wire, PragerU, and right-wing media companies said they're going to be bringing back real comedy.
It's like comedy sucks. It's like nothing's funny. You can't make fun of anything. It's like legalized comedy. Yeah, brother, this guy stinks!
Return to the heyday of the feel-good, apolitical, sophomore comedies of Will Ferrell and Adam Sandler.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yup. Do you want to go do karate in the garage? Yup.
The movie Lady Ballers, directed by Daily Wire CEO Jeremy Boring.
I bet the board is spelled B-O-R-E-D.
I swear to God, that's his real name, was marketed as a comedy that harkens back to the 90s and early 2000s. These people have no idea how to accomplish that task. It's as if the art of making a lighthearted comedy is a lost technology, like how the Egyptians built the pyramids. They are so off the mark of making something like Step Brothers or The Hangover, they must be sitting in the editing bay coming up with conspiracies on how Adam McKay was helped by extraterrestrials. The movie is just as pedagogic or preachy as any of the woke movies that they spent their careers rallying against.
Of course your divorce is affecting your daughter. 70% of all people in prison come from broken families. She's twice as likely to do drugs, twice as likely to drop out of school.
Oh, that's fucking worse.
4 times as likely to have trouble fitting in, 3 times as likely to end up in therapy, twice as likely to commit suicide.
It's condescending, spiteful, putting political messaging over any sort of story or character development.
These transhumanist tech oligarchs and nihilist college professors have already convinced every self-righteous housewife with Munchausen by proxy to sacrifice their kids on the altar of false virtue.
You cannot do a funny impression of somebody that you hate with all of...
Yeah, this is like shittier Aaron Sorkin. Oh my God. That was the most Sorkin-esque drivel I have ever fucking encountered. And it was somehow worse than the shit he puts out. Oh my God. Oh my God, the SOYRIGHT is so real, dude. The SOYRIGHT is not a fucking meme. It's just the reality. For years and years, it turns out the right were just jealous that what they perceived as like liberal monoculture was so dominant in media. They just wanted to be, they're just as soy. They just wanted to make movies. Like, that's all this was. An arts program could have fixed half of the fucking reactionary movement. Sorkin, at the end of the day, at least has the dream of working with Republicans. That's also true. I mean, I guess they already got their conservative guy who writes long speeches. He just happens to be a Democrat Party voter. You know what I mean? What do you mean by Aaron Sorkin? That monologue right there was literally a Aaron Sorkin monologue. Aaron Sorkin is, if you like him, you are probably a liberal. You like long, drawn-out, idealistic monologues about how we can find a reasonable middle ground and that America truly is a great country. It's just we haven't been able to unleash our potential.
Of your being.
You just did that entire story to what?
To make a name for myself? To get clicks? To gain power? What part of I'm a journalist do you not understand? I'll cancel you.
The characters in Lady Ballers despise each other to the level of your parents arguing.
West Wing walks with Veep Karan. How could you fucking compare? How could you fucking compare two entirely separate types of art? West Wing is dog shit. It's idealistic liberal nonsense. Veep is a documentary. West Wing bricked an entire generation's brain, okay? West Wing is responsible for the modern Democratic Party more than Aaron Sorkin almost single-handedly is responsible for all of the failures of the modern Democratic Party. If you could pinpoint one type of, like one if you were to, albeit reductive, but if you were to like figure out one person that is perhaps most responsible for third way neoliberalism and its prominence in mainstream culture, and it's like unlimited defense from random fucking onlookers, Aaron Sorkin is the guy and West Wing is the method. 5 years, time to unfollow. Grew up on West Wing, disagree wholeheartedly. There's nothing wrong with liking idealism as long as it's entertainment and you understand the real world. Leave my liberal king alone. Sorkin does not deserve that. Oh my God. Veep, on the other hand, Armando Iannucci is like the opposite of Sorkin. Sure, some of his later works are not the best, but Armando Iannucci is a far more competent writer and far funnier and has an infinitely better understanding of the world of politics and just the world in general than Aaron Sorkin ever could. They are on the diametrical opposites of being of doing work that is rooted within materialism. Star Trek is idealism. West Wing is ignorant propaganda. Fair.
But the only thing you have to do to make me and your mom happy is come home at the end of the day.
The only thing you ever had to do to make me happy is come home at the end of the day.
I'm not gonna like you, am I? Don't be ridiculous. Everybody likes me.
I'm not gonna like you very much, am I?
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Dana. Everybody likes me.
But at the moment, I could buy Mount Auburn Street, take the Phoenix Club, and turn it into my ping pong room.
I could buy his house 4 times and turn it into my ping pong room.
Answer them, don't answer them. It's entirely up to you.
The West Wing is like 8 seasons of Reddit comments. Oh, that's so good. No, I don't want to play the iconic monologue. If I play this monologue, half of chat is gonna turn around and say he's actually dope. If I play this monologue, the newsroom monologue, half of this chat is gonna turn around and be like, he's actually sick, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to disappoint myself, and I don't want to disappoint everyone in this community. I don't want to be disappointed in my community. I don't want to awaken the nascent liberal inside of everyone. Okay, inside of you are 2 wolves. Both of them are gay. One is a gay liberal. The other is a gay communist.
With each other at the Cheesecake Factory the night before their divorce. You never listened to me. You never listened to me. Oh, is that what I sound like? Oh, well, who am I? Dear, I lost our kids' college money sending Amazon gift cards to an Indian man pretending to be my girlfriend. Dear, I'm retarded. It's like, yeah, I mean, those are impressions, but I don't think that their child sitting on the other side of the table is going to find it very funny. Here's what the funniest comedian of all time said about making jokes about groups of people. You need to tell a black joke like you're talking to your black friends. You got to tell jokes about women like you're talking to your sisters. You got to tell jokes about white people like you're talking to your white friend. This movie wasn't made to be enjoyed by women or Democrats or gay people. It was made as a spite project to pander to an in-group. And my problem with it isn't that it's conservative, it's because it sucks ass. There's plenty of great movies that are made by conservatives and are conservative in nature. Clint Eastwood's Gran Torino, Mel Gibson's Apocalypto, the first Incredibles, arguably, or any of the Vince Vaughn movies from the early 2000s. The difference was they used to have a humanity to them. Vince Vaughn would be the sarcastic, everyman protagonist trading blows with the beta male liberal. But at the end, there was some sort of commonality where they're like, all right, you're an annoying pussy, but I'm kind of a stupid asshole. Can we just get along and get through this wedding? The modern anti-woke content gives no quarter. There's no olive branches. There's no attempt at understanding. It exists as a power fantasy where the main character is an audience stand-in that's always right, just destroying their political opponents, knocking over straw men with the lack of nuance fueled by the Twitter-poisoned mind. You might be inclined to write off the Daily Wire as propaganda, but that's not the correct term. Propaganda is a form of communication used to influence or persuade an audience to further a political agenda. Their content isn't made to lure a politically neutral audience into their ideology. The origin of these channels are SJW owned, libtard destroyed, content where a grown man with a research team and printed out statistics corners teenagers on their way to a Comp 1 class to try to make them look like dumbasses. These aren't designed for liberals to come around and see things their way. They're made as a catharsis for people that already hate liberals. And I get it, they're annoying. Propaganda is supposed to separate you from your way of thinking. A grifter's job is separating a market demographic from their money. Selling anti-woke coffee and razor blades.
If you've had enough of the woke bullshit and you're tired of paying companies like Harry's and Gillette to hate you,
because they see people's alienation and frustration.
There's nothing funnier than this company fucking falling apart financially, by the way.
With the system is an opportunity for them to line their own pockets. It's an insult to the audience's intelligence that they make content that doesn't challenge their worldview or perspective. They say, we already know what you think and feel, and we want you to stay right there, because that's how we know how to sell to you. So is that it? Everything is shit? Hollywood is shit? The mindless brain rot is shit? The political grifters are shit?
With you, somehow the wires have gotten crossed and everything looks and sounds like shit to you. It's a condition called being a cynical asshole.
Oh no.
Yes.
Is everything good in the past?
The sculpture is a Chinese woman, you dork-ass losers.
Of course not. There's still great art being made every day. It's just going to be harder to find now. The algorithms are designed so the content that rises to the top is often mindless clickbait, engagement farming, or people exploiting your anger and disenfranchisement. Great art is still being created, probably now more than ever, but you're going to have to pan for it like
okay,
gold.
bro, he put Mickey 17 in there? That's crazy. Like, the Pit is fire, okay? The Pit was fire. Rehearsal's very good. I've been watching the second season, but Mickey 17 was biggest miss of his career. Sorry. Fuck you. Mickey 17 was awesome. Straight up, I stand on this. I stand on this 100%. Mickey 17 is you are objectively wrong. For Bong Joon-ho, I'm butchering his name, Mickey 17 is literally his worst movie. It's a 7 out of 10 or 6.5 out of 10. It was, oh my god, dude, oh my god, are you fucking serious? Are you serious? It was for a world where Kamala Harris won the election. It was just, dude, come on, dude. You got Parasite and you're comparing it to like Mix 17. No, listen. The premise is great. I know it's like off of an original work. And it's supposed to be, what's your critique? It was a waste. It was a fucking waste, okay? It was a waste. First of all, Mark Ruffalo and his character was so fucking ass, dude. He was so ass. Like, he is such a fantastic actor, and it was such an annoying performance. Like, yeah, I get it. Oh my god, he's like a Elon Musk, Donald Trump type. Like, Mickey 17, when you watch Mickey 17 and you like it, it's just like the equivalent of pointing to the camera and being like, I get that reference. It was booty cheeks. Film Redditors love the champion mid. On the other hand, you know what was fucking phenomenal in it? What's the name of the main guy? Robert Pattinson. Fantastic. A Knicks player quoted Ho Chi Minh. Wait, Cat did? That's not just any Knicks player, bro. And that's also, holy fuck, that's from years ago, bro. What are you talking about? Remember, the storm is a good opportunity for the pine and the cypress to show their strength and their stability, Ho Chi Minh? Was he even on? Bro, this is 2019. He wasn't even a Knicks player at the time. What are you talking about? That's sick, though. He regularly quotes the Little Red Book now. Y'all are fucking joking, right? You are out of your... What? He quotes the Little Red Book? My critique is that Mickey doesn't have agency. The tough clone is the one that sacrifices himself. The main Mickey just sits around and everyone else does stuff. It's just like liberals waiting around to vote for Kamala. That was literally the end of the movie. Worst film of his career. Your take is right. No, it absolutely. He loves China. You know, it was filmed years ago, right? I don't care when it was filmed. I'm just saying that, like, I'm just saying, oh, we're all over the place. God damn it. I'm fucking the flying off the wheels here. This goddamn stream is falling apart. Mickey 17 was a movie that would have been fantastic with tweaks, and I feel like it just missed the mark. It was watchable, but it's not rewatchable at all. It's just not very good. I say this as someone who loves, absolutely loves, space exploration, space colonization, and dystopian sci-fi futures. I love all of those concepts together, and I love Bong Joon-ho as well. It is fucking 6.5 out of 10, which is higher than I think it deserves. Like, all of those concepts, and it still fell so fucking flat. It was shocking. Did you see Sinners? Because I loved it. Sinners, excellent. Wall to wall. Phenomenal. Like, there were so many interesting concepts about cloning, the lack of care for undesirables, debt traps, and what people do. And what people do to escape, like what people do to escape the financial circumstances that they were forced into. Like, all of that stuff is great. Like, leaning into that shit was so much. Leaning into that shit would have been so much better. All right, let's keep watching.
City. Become a small-time patron of the arts. In a world where attention is a commodity, the only democratic control we have is not to look. You have to be like Lot's wife fleeing Sodom and Gomorrah, and if she dared look back, she'd be turned into a pillar of salt. If you're pulling your hair out and asking, why is this popular? Are people stupid? Yeah, duh. And you're even dumber than them, because you're not even enjoying the time that you wasted. It's like eating a whole plate of Twinkies and going, ugh, I hate Twinkies. Disgusting slop made to demoralize us. The West is dead. Yeah, man, no one told you to eat the Twinkies. They were just on the shelf. You have the choice. Give everything a chance, but once you know you don't like it, just disengage. If somebody says, hey, did you see that Ian Miles Chong tweet? Go, sorry, brother. Only tweets I hear are the birds on my back porch. Become fully grill-pilled. I'm almost 30 years old. I shouldn't have an opinion on Mr. Beast. Does the Fresh and Fit podcast suck? Or am I just not a Cuban man in the Miami dating scene? Does the Daily Wire suck? Or am I just not the most divorced man at my local cigar lounge? I like 90s anime and ska punk. It's not like if I sat down with those guys, I would convince them that Neon Genesis is the pinnacle of art.
The Fresh and Fit fan would be like, AB, I'm gonna keep it real with you. This shit mad gay and retarded. This Shinji shit, he just like a little bitch, you know, freaky ass jerking his little dick in Asuka's hospital room. That shit nasty for real. Daily Wire fan is like, this Shinji Ikari needs to pull himself up by his bootstraps. I mean, his father owns the company and he's still dropping the ball. It's called responsibility, pal. Get your ass into gear. It's not for them, the same way their shows aren't for me. I used to be the main...
Okay, to be fair, their shows are for no one, okay? It's for no one. Because at the end of the day, you just want good shit, okay? I'm a simple man. And that's my number one rule, is make good shit. It doesn't matter who's making it. It doesn't matter what kind of, like, political messages is baked into it. That's why, like, even Aaron Sorkin stuff is, like, watchable, okay? It's not unwatchable garbanzo in the way that, like, something that is both heavily political, condescending, and pedantic, and just like trying to literally fucking force feed you a message in a ham-fisted way. That is the Daily Wire production. The Daily Wire production is aggressively trying to bludgeon you in the head with a political message and is far too angry to actually make something worthwhile. Not all art is going to have a fantastic political message, okay? As a matter of fact, if you're a leftist, a lot of art doesn't have a political message that aligns with your worldview. The word you're looking for is didactic. Sure, didactic. Okay. I'm so tired. My point is, it's not about like you know, laser beaming communism into your fucking mind. It's just something that's watchable, and Daily Wire fails on that front. But then again, so much of what people consume nowadays is getting dumber and dumber and shorter and shorter. Yeah, I'm seeing this, by the way. You're just now telling me this. The Justice Department opens up inquiry into Cuomo singling out another political target. Yeah, they're doing this because I think they're, you know, they want another controllable mayor of New York like Eric Adams.
Target demographic for most of the content that was being produced. Now I'm just a smaller piece of that pie chart, but it's still being made. The Banshees of Inisherin came out a few years ago without any fanfare, and it's one of my favorite movies of all time. Black Country New Road is one of the best rock bands in the era where everyone was saying that rock is dead. I'm finding new artists and musicians that inspire me every other week. And if you don't see anybody making things for people like you, make it yourself.
Fair. It's a good video. Good video overall. I want to see him tackle the slop tuber epidemic. I do suspect that there's going to be a lot more people. There's going to be a lot more people that start talking about slop tubers in general. I'm getting a feeling about this in my bones, because those guys have gone uncontested for far too long. There's an entire cadre of like Keemstar orbiters that fucking sit around in Discord servers and you know, Twitter spaces and just like think they can fucking bully every single person for having a political opinion that is different than theirs, even though their political opinions are not exactly well-rounded either. They're just like, they've just decided whatever, you know, whatever some of the leaders of the slop tube movement are saying. And it oftentimes revolves around drama and common targets, common enemies, or even like you know, people that speak out against the major slop tubers has become too large of an industry to ignore. Wait, what is this? Slop content then versus now from 8 days ago.
Hey, what are you doing? Just consuming images and sounds delivered via algorithm. I literally can't look away.
You need to wake up and realize you're consuming slop. Slop, like Oink Oink, what piggies eat.
What else is slop?
10-minute video essays talking about YouTuber drama.
Are movies slop?
Could be, sure.
Marvel is slop.
Let's not go crazy, all right? Slop doesn't mean thing I don't like.
Okay.
Slop is something that's low effort to make, not nutritious, and consumed by the masses.
So Marvel is slop.
I shouldn't have even mentioned this.
Sorry, I like using words.
Sure.
I will not resort to hyperbole within the next few years, as indicated by a title change.
Okay.
HBO can't stop producing slop.
I went to the Met and all the art was slop.
Wait, you're calling everything slop too?
I too am influenced by the power of fun, trendy words.
Podcasts are slop.
All of them.
Also movies directed by British auteur Mike Leigh.
What are you reading?
William Faulkner's Intruder in the Dust.
Faulkner slop?
Yeah, it's one of his lesser works, so therefore slop.
I'm starting to wonder if categorizing all media and art as content has made us devalue it, and if calling everything slop is the natural progression of a world that doesn't value art.
That sounded like AI slop.
Says the character in a man carrying slop video.
Hey,
True. Also, the 2022 slop analysis is still ever present now. Libs are starting to say the slop is content I don't like. What? Content I don't like, just like the video says. See this lib tweet about you, sorry. I don't feel very fondly about the former president right now, but making like react slop content like this is just unnecessary. I think if you do, well, yeah, this guy hates me. He's the co-founder of Yimby Dems. I think if you think as I do that Biden bears a lot of moral responsibility for a lot of dead Palestinian kids, and doing this sort of YouTube Wojak reaction is just still very deeply off. This is not content. Yeah, first of all, I didn't fucking put that thumbnail, but one of the things that intelligent analysts always love to do is it just, which I guess they changed it. I guess they changed the thumbnail after. I don't even know if that's actually the thumbnail because it doesn't look like it's the thumbnail. Maybe they actually changed the thumbo. But is it just me, or are you being way? So if they were to actually watch the video, they would recognize that there's actually a point beyond Joe Biden has cancer and me just simply going, oh, Joe Biden has cancer for 26 minutes. But of course, these guys never do that because they can't even fucking get themselves to watch a fucking, you know, they can't even get themselves to watch like a 10-minute fucking YouTube video, let alone a 26-minute one to try to see what the point I'm making is. I'm sorry that the article title on YouTube is not mainstream media is defending Joe Biden's genocidal legacy. But I can't even respond to him because he's blocked me. I think. Yeah, fucking coward. Sorry, what is this? What is happening? Good faith argument? Yeah. Why don't you tweet at them? Keep this drama going. I can't tweet at them. They've blocked me. Time to counter screenshot. I don't really care about fucking Armand Dowalewski's take on my YouTube thumbnail. Who would you consider arch enemy? I have no arch enemies. Yeah, I don't care to make a statement about a guy who formerly had Yimbies for Harris, former owner of Yimbies for Harris. That in and of itself is enough. The fact that he is able to, the fact that he's just like is unashamedly putting that on his profile is a self-own in and of itself. He's already done this. He's already embarrassed himself thoroughly. Jared updated the pinned comment again. Military propaganda is the next video. Researching and setting up interviews currently. Thanks everybody. Love you, chat. Yeah, MAGA male is my arch enemy. Yes, I heard that Noah's talking to Rashid Al Haddad. I'll watch it tomorrow. Another Yimby with smoke. What is this? I'm begging the left to touch grass. Yeah, dude. Famously, this wasn't a very... First of all, this is a joke. I know it's hard for people to comprehend. But secondly, yeah, I wonder if like the overwhelming majority of Americans also thought that the Democratic Party was running really old people, including Joe Biden himself, despite the fact that he was very obviously old and decrepit. Much to think. No lessons learned there. This is legit insane, man. What the hell's going on? What is this? Here's an update on how easy the right-wing grifter pipeline is. Amiri King, this kid is going places. One of the best takes you'll ever hear.
Guess the race of the person who did that. I'll tell you, they were black. Of course they were. And this is why I don't even like to be around my own people. If I was that person in the other booth that got rants all over me, bro, I would have been so mad. Because why are you even doing that? And the person who did it in the comments was defending their actions, talking about it's funny, it's a joke. You're weird. You're weird, bro. Honestly, please be racist towards black people. Maybe that's gonna help them stop being like this. Because there's no saving the black community at this point.
Bro, that's a toddler. Like, that's how easy it is to be a fucking grifter, is right. Bro was born during prime Fortnite. Where are the parents? Probably fucking listening to Heil Hitler on repeat. I don't know where the parents are. Dude, it's crazy that like you can be an 8-year-old. You can be an 8-year-old and adults, like whole ass racist adults, will be like, this kid's speaking the truth. Yeah, this guy is next up. CIA is sleeping soundly. It's over. CIA's on autopilot too. Anyway, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, the thing is gonna happen, okay? Jacket Potatoes, Phineas, me, you. It's gonna fucking happen later in the night. So get excited for that. No lies, no memes, okay? I know, half day today, 8 hours and 18 minutes. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace. Bye-bye.
Just begun.